Thank you. I'll ask councillors to take a seat so we can get started. Good morning. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. We have quorum, so I call meeting 14 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we are meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee link at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we'll move on. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our May 2nd, 2024 meeting? Can always count on Deputy Mayor Morley. Moved by Deputy Mayor Morley. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, we are going to move through the agenda rundown. IE 14.1, financial plan for the City of Toronto's municipal drinking water license renewal. Would anybody like to hold this item? The municipal drinking water, number 1. Okay, somebody like to move the item? Deputy Mayor Morley. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 14.2, Pickering Town Line. Would anybody like to hold the item? Confirming no deputants. Okay, I'll move the item. It's adjacent to my ward. All those in favor, all those opposed, the Pickering Town Line Agreement passes. IE 14.3, Cycling Network Plan Update. I will hold that item as there are deputants. IE 14.4, Cycling Network Plan 2024 Cycling Infrastructure Missing Sidewalk Installation. I will hold that report as there are deputants. IE 14.5, On-Street Logistics Mini Hub on George Street, Pilot Update and Next Steps. I believe we have deputants. Yes. I will hold as there are deputants. IE 14.6, Renew Golden Mile Environmental Assessment Interim Report. I will hold as there are deputants. IE 14.7, Circular Economy Roadmap Strategy and Implementation Plan Development Plan. I will hold as there are deputants. IE 14.8, Progress Update on Long-Term Waste Management Strategy Review. There are no deputants. Would anybody like to hold this item? To move it? Councillor Sachs is moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 14.9, Impact of Bill 165 and gas utility use on public property in Toronto. I will hold as there are deputants. IE 14.10, Authority to ban natural gas in Toronto. I will hold as there are deputants. IE 14.11, Tree Maintenance Review Update. Do we have any deputants? Okay, we have no deputants. I do have a motion from the mayor. Do you want to hold for questions? Okay, do we want to look at the motions? We might be able to quick release the item. Is it ready? We can move the 2 items? Yes, we can. Okay, we can move mine first. Sure. And just confirming. Mine's updated with the updated 2B. Okay, so this is a report back request about training and certification for the report back on the tree maintenance program. And Councillor Sachs, you want to introduce this?
Yes, please. So I have a motion, staff. Yes, I have a motion as agreed with staff that we should have a report on what we're doing so that our tree canopy can survive and flourish as climate change makes it more important and harder to preserve.
Okay. Any questions of the movers? Okay, so on Councillor Sachs's motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On the motion I've moved, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On the item, we don't have to move anything on the item. Okay, so that item is done. IE 14.12, annual report on tree bylaw removal permit appeals and requests. Would anybody like to hold the item? Okay, somebody move the item. Councillor Pasternak hasn't moved anything yet. All those in favor, all those opposed, go spread the love. The annual report on tree removal process carries. Okay, IE 14.13, feasibility review, improvements to Paul Martel Park. We have a deputant, so I will hold the item. IE 14.14, Ridgewood Road sanitary sewer update. I will hold the item as we have deputants. IE 14.15 to Havilland Mossie Park underground storage tank. This is a new item. Do we need to vote to add it to the agenda? Okay, and who's moving it? Councillor Pasternak, would you like to move this, introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add this item to the agenda.
Okay, would anybody like to hold the item? It's been advanced circulated.
There should be one registered deputant.
Oh, there's a registered speaker,
and
okay.
while I have the floor, I would ask kindly, since we disposed of something we thought was going to go number one, I request, since we have just one deputant.
So we'll discuss the order paper in a minute. I have something to move up as well for parks, so we can discuss that. Do you have a second one to introduce, or that's
no,
the same
just
one?
a single.
Okay. Great. Confirming that we've finished the run through? Okay, so we now will do, I have two motions on, we have over 80 speakers. So I have a motion to, for speakers who have not pre-registered, to be allowed to register until 10. The length of public presentations is limited to 3 minutes. The questions by us is limited to 3 minutes. The questions to staff from us is limited to 3 minutes, and our speaking is limited to 3 minutes. So everybody has 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute rule today. So all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. We have, I'd like to move, park staff have to leave for an event. So I would like to move that we, oh, the tree items are all done. Tree items are done. Okay, Councillor Pasternak would like to move his item to be discussed first, as it does involve Toronto Water. It's the only item with Toronto Water, and it allows them to get out today. So we'll do the item 15 first, and then we'll go back through the order paper. I'd also like to move that we consider items 3 and 4 together, and that we deal with items 9 and 10 together, as those are related as well. So all in favor of the order paper? That carries. Okay, so that brings us to item IE 14.15. I know there is one speaker, but I have not had the updated list.
Yeah.
Do you have the name?
Fadi Elusive.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have Fadi Elusive here? Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you to the committee and Mr. James Pasternak for adding me to today's agenda. I thought I had 5 minutes, but it looks like I only have 3, so I'm going to try to fly through this. My name is Fadi El Youssef. I have been living at my current residence for 12 years now. My whole life I've been in this community, which I love. I moved away for a couple of short years just to deal with after I got married, But then as soon as the opportunity came up, I moved back into the neighborhood and started a family. So why am I here today? I'm here because in the past 10 years, my home, specifically my basement, has been flooded twice, in 2013 and 2018. Both times, over 4 feet of water. My basement was like a war zone. I brought some pictures, which I'll share with the committee after. It took 6 to 12 months for the repairs to happen and all my belongings to get dealt through insurance. We lost a lot of our keepsakes that we'll never, unfortunately, get back. The pain and anguish that this has caused my family is beyond words. To this day, my kids won't go to the basement while it's raining. They still have nightmares from time to time, every time they hear the rain, especially the heavy storms. Each claim was between 80 to 100K in damages and losses. My premiums have gone through the roof, and the result is my insurance company has threatened to possibly cancel my insurance if there's another claim. As a homeowner, I've done everything I can in my power to deal with this, but unfortunately it's not enough. I've added backflow valves, preventers, sump pumps. I've brought in a master plumber on my expense to conduct a full assessment and go through the possible scenarios and preventative measures, but to no avail. I live at the end of Woodley Avenue, which leads to Mossie Park. It's a dead end there. The storm and sandy sewers also end there. So at the time when there's heavy storms, like in 2013 and 2018, the sewers are overwhelmed and can't handle the surge of water, so there's nowhere for it to go, and it forces its way into my home and some of the neighboring homes. For years, I've been working with Mr. Pasternak and his team on a solution. Previously, it was working with his predecessor, Maria Ajameri. I've been in constant communication with Bill Shea, the Director of Water, who's been to my house several times. Everyone acknowledges the solution. There needs to be a solution in place. It warrants a permanent fix, not the Band-Aid solutions that have been done to date. Yep. There's plans to install a reservoir tank at the end of the park that will handle the surcharge of water. My understanding is that water would hold the sewer water until such time the sewers are able to catch up, and then it would feed it back. Replacing these current infrastructure that's over 100 years old is also another option, but right now we're just desperate, so we're looking at any option, reservoir tanks being the most viable one. At this time, I implore the committee just to come together on an effective solution so my family and I don't have to suffer this devastating flood again. My wife and I are hardworking professionals. Time's up? All right. Well, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Fadi, for coming to City Hall. Now, you've had 2 major floods. What was the damage, the dollar value damage?
Between 80 and 100,000 in each time.
80 to 100,000 for each flood?
Yeah.
Now, I understand there's a lot of flood mitigation, basement flooding mitigation work going on in the area. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dufferin and Wilson area, there's a lot of sewer repairs happening, upgrades and such. Some of the neighboring areas have had some work done over the years. It just hasn't made its way to our area yet.
So it just seems odd this little pocket has just not been included. Now, I see this issue going back as far as 2013.
Correct.
11 years ago. And there's, in the motion, we see 2 solutions. One is the basement flooding protection program, and the other one is an underground storm storage tank for Anthony Park. Now, what has Toronto Water told you at sort of the local level?
I feel like it just keeps going round and round. It's almost like the buck keeps getting passed. They've come by and several times and said, yes, that is what needs to be done. But then talk to your counselors, talk to your committees, needs to get budget approvals and get prioritized. So I feel like, again, it's just an endless circle.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take the discussion into committee.
Thank you.
And then up to council. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks.
Questions of staff? Okay. Seeing no questions, staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Through you to the general manager, and this is an issue. that's been going on for, I guess, 11 years now, in this local little pockets in which there's a lot of work going on. Now, Toronto Water's done their best. There's a sensor in that sewer system now. The homeowner does not feel, because of the rush of water, that will work. Has that worked in other areas, or what's your thought of that?
Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to we'll call it interim operational measures that we've been putting in place for areas where we've seen repeat sewer surcharging and basement flooding, the sensors work actually quite well because they give us advance warning of the level of rise within a sewer, and we could dispatch crews to go in and use our vector trucks to alleviate that type of flooding before it surcharges. In the past, we didn't have that capability, and we were more in a reactive mode rather than a proactive mode. So we have seen sensors as a good interim measure, and we're rolling them out in those chronic areas.
What's the capital budget for Toronto Water fiscal 2024?
Through you, Madam Chair, for 2024, the gross capital budget is $1.3 billion.
Now, when I was your age, that was a lot of money, but I'm just wondering whether there's any wiggle room in there to finally address this little pocket that seems to be, I don't like using the word ignored, but just not dealt with despite many years of advocacy.
So through you, Madam Chair, the issue is well known to Toronto Water staff, and we did study it many years ago. The challenge at that time was it did not meet the council criteria with respect to costing. It was a proposition that exceeded the threshold limits that in order to proceed. In 2020, we modified the amounts to raise the threshold amounts. But at the same time, we have a significant, we call it the deferred backlist of projects that are waiting to receive funding. So as we complete basement flooding studies, we have more projects than we have money available under the basement flooding program, which is $2 billion over 10 years for basement flooding.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Additional questions of staff? Okay, speakers to the item?
I'm going to move
Councilor
my
Pastor?
recommendation that we want to know when project 16.03 will be completed and when construction will be commenced. This has been on the books since an environmental assessment completed in 2012. At the same time, we want to understand why the underground storage tank at de Havilland Mossie Park isn't a viable plan B. We usually have a 10% contingency in our capital plan. I'm seeking wiggle room within that to finally address this. So I'm going to move the motion, and we're sending it up to asking for an update at council.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. That brings us to IE 14.3, Cycling Network Plan. So again, we are considering these two items together. There is 3 minutes. If you were registered to speak on both items, please combine your comments, and you do have 6 minutes in that case, but 5 is still preferable, 3 even better. Our first speaker is Adam Rogers.
Yep, so that would be 6 minutes, right? Combine my
Yes.
two. Good to see you all in person. Usually I'm online, so I'm happy to finally be here. And I just want to start off to say that I'm a lifelong Etobicoke resident, and I do notice that some of the so-called Balance on Bloor folks are going to be here, and I want to just remind everyone today that this item is the 2025 to 2026 update. It is not addressing the previously installed project from 2022 to 2024. I do appreciate some people don't agree with that project, but I remind them that in Etobicoke, unfortunately, there are only actually 2 planned bike lane improvements planned, and I will speak to those, but I do remind everyone. So let's get right into it. First, I want to commend staff for pushing with this, the new project in Etobicoke, the Humber Greenway project. This is going to be a great addition, a great north to south bike lane for Etobicoke, and I know even Councillor Holiday is a supporter, so I think we can push this forward. And I will actually give positive credit to Councillor Holiday on one item that I'll talk about later, but the Mill Road bike lane, him and his staff has been very strong on this, and I think we should, in the cases when it's warranted, call in favor of people who have been previously known to disagree with some bike lanes when they push forward a very strong, and I'll talk that later. But what I want to say is that unfortunately, this plan does not go far enough for a cyclist like myself. I am someone who will commute with my daughter on bike, and the options in Etobicoke are just so limited. One thing I'm deeply disappointed to see is that we're not pushing forward on the extension of the Bloor bike lane. I want to note that in 2009, this extension of the bike lane from Mill Road to 6 Points was already approved. We had it already in plan, and then it just died on the vine. So my question is, why don't we reopen this? Why don't we go on this? And now I can understand. I was at that Ward 2 cycling meeting, and it was deeply disappointing. Hearing someone actually say out loud they would like to hit a cyclist was something I never thought I'd hear in the city of Toronto. So I understand that there could be concerns with trying to continue with this program, but I assure you this is essential. But I know Toronto, we like to go slow. So here's my proposition. Why don't we extend the bike lane from Brennan Avenue to Martin Grove Avenue? There is very limited house frontage in that area. It is mostly it's 6 Points Plaza and a few plazas. It'll connect the new Greenway project, the new Martin Grove bike lane directly to Bloor. Currently situation, you get the bike lane ends on Brennan, throws you right into 6 Points Plaza, cars turning left, going straight. It is very dangerous, I know from personal experience. Let's get that done. Ideally, I'd like to see it go all the way to the East Mall, but we can at least extend that little portion forward and connect to those bike lanes. I also want to say that I would like to see movement on the Kipling South bike lane, protected bike lane. Currently, Royal York is not a protected bike lane. It's just lines on the pavement. We need a protected bike lane. And Kipling South is a perfect candidate. It hooks up to a high school, hooks up to a college. It's mostly industrial, so there's very little frontage of people's homes. Let's get that done. I should also add that I would like to see Rathburn completed. Rathburn currently ends at the 427. We're going to have a fantastic improvement to Centennial Park, but we don't have any east-west connections for bikes. We're going to have a great facility in that location. Redo all the fields. Let's get the job done there. Now, I have 2 minutes, so I'll keep this short. I would also like to say that I do appreciate the staff's work. I know they've done really hard work, and there's some really great stuff in here, but I just want to make sure that there's more done for equity in Etobicoke. We need those bike lanes, and we need them now. Now, adding a little bit more context on the other item, the Mill Road bike lane, great improvement, but there are two easy improvements we could throw in here that can be done without even affecting roadway. One, Burnhamthorpe Road has a boulevard between Old Burnhamthorpe Road and Mill Road. This this can be used as an off-street bike lane to connect a creek bike path directly to this plan. It's an easy addition that we should be able to look into. Sure, I'm sure there's something that the city can look into, but I definitely think we should add that. Additionally, as I already mentioned, that Rathburn connection is lacking. We need to get that finished before the World Cup. We have that time, and unfortunately, the time frame of 2025 to 2027 is not included. I would add more, but there's a lot of folks here. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And again, I remind everyone that we are talking about the 2025 to 2027 project, in which there is sadly no Bloor bike lane extension. So for those folks who want to come in and speak to the previous presented things, I understand you have concerns, but now might not be the appropriate venue for that. Thank you very much, and if there's any questions, I'll stick around, otherwise I'll just turn off my mic.
Thank you. Any questions of Deputant?
No, okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Michael Longfield. You're registered on 14.3 and 14.4, so you have a total of 6 minutes.
Yeah, I won't use the entire 6 minutes. Obviously, you're going to be hearing from a lot of folks, and a lot of folks that will be speaking very passionately on both sides of this issue. But I think it's important to keep in mind that what we're talking about here today are the ways on the ground that city policies that we all agree to, things like Vision Zero, things like Transform TO, how these things become reality. It's, you know, one thing to approve a plan, to approve a vision, but things like building out our cycling network is how we make those changes, is how, you know, as a city, we get to net zero. It's how we eliminate serious injuries and fatalities on our roads. And, you know, we know change is hard, and I think, you know, I really want to commend staff and councillors here to their commitment to public consultation. I think sometimes it's used as kind of a boogeyman to slowing things down, but I think it's really crucial to bringing people along on the journey. And, you know, consultation doesn't mean that people are going to agree with you. You know, certainly from Cycle Toronto's perspective, it might seem to outsiders we always get our way. You know, I can definitely have a group of supporters who say otherwise, but it at least allows your voice to be heard and be part of the conversation of how that change happens. You know, I do want to remind, again, in terms of that Transform TO report, there was one that came out here recently, you know, a city report, and it does say specifically, quote, "There are varying levels of progress on increasing access to low carbon transportation, but there is more access to safe walking and biking infrastructure than before the pandemic. But Toronto's cycling network plan remains as a business as planned pace instead of the ambitious build-out scenario seen in the net zero 40 scenario, in part due to resource constraints." And I do want to highlight, you know, this report that's here today, the new projects that are being planned for installation in this year are all great projects that will all be meaningful contributions to our cycling network. And, you know, Cycle Toronto is calling for a more ambitious vision. That said, we're very enthusiastic about the projects that are here, and specifically seeing the city still committed to moving projects forward like Trethewey Drive, like Danforth Kingston, which has been stalled, and we're very optimistic we'll see progress on those as well. And it's also just not about total number of kilometers as well. It really is about network connectivity. One of my favorite projects in the new plan actually is a mere 1 kilometer stretch that would extend the Wellington bikeways a bit further east and the down York, which would finally connect our cycling network to our busiest transit station. And just sort of thinking about what that could really unlock for the city, the number of people who could, you know, either get to or from Union by bike share, choose not to drive, not have to take a cab, maybe not have to take Uber, but just start opening up possibilities for them. Maybe not every trip, maybe not every time they're choosing to do that, but just to create it as a safe, accessible option that will really start unlocking more trips across the city. So in closing, again, I'm sure, you know, there will be folks who come here who claim to be avid cyclists who will say, you know, the city's doing too much, it's doing it in the wrong places, we need to slow down. I think it's important to remember, though, that this bike plan isn't about cyclists or avid cyclists. It's about giving people mobility options. It's about cycling not as a recreational activity, of which I adore, but it's about cycling as part of our transportation network. And to do that, we need to build a safe, connected network citywide, and that includes, where it makes sense, building those bikeways on arterial roads and rebalancing our streets for folks. Those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we approve of the punctuality there, 3:45. Questions of Deputant? Thank you for joining us, Michael. The next speaker is Eric Kennedy, who is registered on this one item, so 3 minutes. I believe Eric is online. Hi, Eric, we just need you to unmute there.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me this morning. My name is Eric Kennedy, and I'm an associate professor at York University. I live in Ward 14, work in Ward 7, and cycle through Ward 6 and several others to get to and from work. I'm speaking at a city committee for the first time ever because I'm afraid I know where I'm likely to die. Under a rail bridge at Millwood, at the corner of Finch and Dufferin, or attempting to cross the 401. I'm also speaking because I talk to so many students who are afraid to ride their bikes to campus, afraid that they know those tiny little connectivity gaps where they too might be injured. And I'm speaking today to ask this committee to refer the near-term implementation plan back to city staff with clear directions that it needs to succeed according to its own stated goals. I'd ask you to refer the plan back for a few reasons. First, like other speakers, I believe the target should be more ambitious, but at a minimum, if the plan claims to present 100 new kilometers of cycling infrastructure, it should actually be 100 new kilometers. At present, as we all know, the plan recycles forward 25 unachieved kilometers from the previous plan. And in a city where we all want to do our part in ending overruns and slow projects, you have a chance to do things better here. And at a minimum, to ask staff to present 100 new kilometers in addition to catch up. Second, though, and more specifically, I'd ask you to instruct staff to take seriously this criteria of connectivity and closing gaps in the network, which is largely absent in the plan. I'll offer two quick examples. One is at Finch and Dufferin, at G. Ross Lord Park. Here, there are beautiful investments along the Hydro Cut and along Wilmington, where a 600-meter gap forces cyclists to either fight with 7 lanes of rush hour traffic or take a 4-kilometer detour around the park. Yet, despite this being a priority cycling route and a stated priority, closing the 600-meter gap doesn't even appear as a study in the plan, let alone using the low-hanging fruit of converting a sidewalk to a multi-use path along its periphery. Another example is that the plan doesn't propose any action beyond studies on a 15-kilometer stretch of the 401. 15 kilometers as a wall that carves our city apart for folks trying to go north-south. 401 crossings are a place where cyclists and pedestrians are vulnerable to all sorts of fast-moving motorists, and where I was recently nearly hit by a dump truck attempting to get to work one morning. These are, of course, complex places where collaboration is required with MTO, so proposed studies are appropriate. But again, the plan leaves even the lowest hanging fruit on the table as only a study. The Don Valley Golf Course, for instance, is owned by the city, an easy bypass around MTO holdups, and simply adding a multi-use trail there as a year-round committed action during the near-term plan would cut the 15-kilometer wall in nearly half and provide life-saving choices while we study other corridors. I've never spoken at a city meeting before, but I'm here out of the fear of myself and my students, and to ask you to refer this plan back to achieve the full distance stated and to emphasize these deadly connectivity gaps that have been omitted from action. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Arkady Arkangorodsky. Hi, I'm just, you're registered on the first item, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, great. You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for a chance to speak today. My name is Arkady. I bike as my primary means of getting around the city to get to and from work, to see friends, to do chores. This is likewise my first time ever speaking in front of City Council, and those who know me know this isn't something I do casually or lightly. So thank you very much for the chance to speak today. Looking at the 2025 to 27 plan, I have a lot of very mixed feelings similar to some of the sentiments spoken before. I am excited at the progress. I'm excited to see some of the new places where the city will be opened up to me. But at the same time I couldn't help but feeling a bit underwhelmed. In a lot of places, there are major gaps, a lot of roads where the space exists right now. Roads like Spadina, Yonge Street south of Bloor still remaining just as a study. St. Clair. We saw in the consultation report that was released with this item that there was majority support in every part of the city for bike infrastructure on major artery roads, but we don't necessarily see that reflected in the plan with a lot of these big gaps. So I saw in a few places things are waiting on major road works, but I want to suggest that we ask ourselves, what can we do today to get something built while it's maybe waiting for a major resurfacing project? What can we do now and not 4 years from now? We need to really get in this habit of building. So I want to just end by sharing a kind of story from, I work as a software engineer, and I saw this kind of interesting parallel between, in the early history of the internet, the internet began as in the early 90s as this very niche community, growing kind of year by year. And then there's this period of time, every September, it would grow as new students would come to universities and connect for the first time and join these communities. And there was a September of 1993 that is referred to as the Eternal September, where this kind of September that never stopped. The students came, but there was no drop off. The internet just sort of took off and continued from there. Looking around in Toronto, I see the same thing happen, but every May with biking. There's all of a sudden, as the weather starts to get nicer out, the bike share stations will get empty. The roads are increasingly full of bikes, many people biking for the first time. I look forward to when I can see this eternal May come to Toronto in the context of biking. It requires this to be open not just to able-bodied young men like myself, but to everybody, where bike infrastructure is safe around the world and it forms a strong network. This isn't the case. It's not limited to just people like myself. It's open to everybody, and I want to see us do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. That brings us to our next deputant, Ilya Kranian. Kranian, thank you. And you are registered on item 14.3.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sweet. Thank you, everybody. So last week, I had the pleasure of helping a 9-year-old boy, let's call him Theo, learn to bike or relearn to bike. Now, his bike was a few years old, as you could tell by the fact that it was a Batman bike when Spider-Man is what's all the rage right now. But, you know, we got going with it. We got the back tire pumped up at the St. Clair retooling station, raised the seat a little bit, and then we started learning to bike in a local schoolyard. And after a couple of starts and stops, Theo was biking. Now, I hope everybody here can take a moment to stop and remember what it was like to first learn to ride a bike, because it was a magical moment and it was a privilege to witness. But then Theo's real questions came. He was saying, so where do I actually bike? The cars are right there. Can I bike in the winter? So Theo was articulating very poignant policy questions that are the exact same ones that my friends and I have had since growing up in the city, because those are the exact same things that prevented us from biking in the city until much, much later. We couldn't speak then, so hear us now. This is a top priority for us in determining whether we live, stay, and raise families in this city. Now, a lot of people today have and will continue to speak to specific policy implementations and very specific concerns. They are more learned and they're better qualified than I, if I'm being honest. But frankly, our job as citizens is to tell you what we want, and your role as public servants, and thank you for doing it, is to make it happen. Because this feeling that we have, the feeling of it not being safe, of it not being enough infrastructure for us to bike, that is the real thing we're fighting against. We need and want to feel like our city has separated, safe, connected, and snow-free cycling infrastructure. Now, the one specific thing that stood out in the plan was that this plan costs about 75% more per year while delivering the same kilometrage of bike lane as the last 3-year plan. I have a genuine question as to why that is and would love to hear a short answer if you're able to provide one. I get that you have budgets to balance, but from our perspective, we don't see any limit as to how much should be invested in this. Because for those who say it's expensive, you know what's actually expensive? Cars. Cars are expensive for the individual. They're expensive for our wallet, for our health, for our life expectancy, for our quality of life, and in a planet that's on fire, for our conscience. They're also expensive for our society, for us as a whole. They're expensive to our public health, our air quality, the noise in the city, the safety of both drivers and pedestrians, the beauty of the city, the real estate and the way that we use our city, and the sheer opportunity cost of everything else that we could be using our city on other than roads and parking lots. Bike infrastructure is an incredibly efficient investment in transportation, in climate, and in individual and collective health, safety, and quality of life. It's a no-brainer, and we don't have to be policy experts to know that. Now, most of us who care about this are at work during these hearings, but rest assured that like my friend Arkady and the others who will be speaking today, we're watching, we're talking, and we're voting with our ballots, our dollars, and our feet. We want our city to invest in us so that we can be invested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, 12:58, well done. Sorry, 2:58, not 12. Okay, questions of the deputant. Councillor Sachs.
I just want to say thank you to Theo.
Thank you to Theo.
Okay, our next deputant is Yal Boyd. In the room, online, online. Do we have Yale? We just need you to unmute. If you have a second device that's on, can you turn off? Okay, I think the feedback is gone. Can we hear you test it?
How's that?
Yeah, you have a lot of feedback. Do you have a second device or like a YouTube or something on?
How is that?
That's better, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Amazing. Okay, thank you thank you so much for having us all here today to talk about this. I was very lucky to grow up very close to the Beltline. I was born and raised around Yonge and Eglinton, and the Beltline was the first place that I was allowed to bike as a kid. It was the first place I actually remember exploring in Toronto. It was the first place that I felt safe being on a bike and getting to know our city. It was such a beautiful feeling to be in a space that was continuous green space filled with trees, feeling connected to nature. And it was also the first time I felt grateful to the city of Toronto. I remember feeling thankful that the city had put aside this space for young people like me to get to explore and grow and gain more confidence biking. But for a young kid, learning how to bike with very safety conscious parents, the Beltline in my mind ended at the Allen. I knew that safety ended there. I knew that beyond that, that was not a place for kids to go. It was not a place for me to go. And that if I was ever, as I grew into my preteens, that was the extent to where I was allowed to bike. It wasn't until I met my boyfriend, who lives off of Marley on the west side of the Allen, that I even knew that the Beltline extended past the Allen, and that was about 20 years later. This is significant for so many reasons. One, unlike the rest of the Beltline, the west end of the Beltline has much better rolling hills that are super fun to bike on. Two, I missed out on getting to see the beautiful public spaces on the west side of the Beltline. Three, I missed out on opportunities to get to the neighborhoods, restaurants, and communities on the west end of the Beltline. And fourth, on the east side of the Beltline, or east side of the Allen, the average household income for the neighborhoods along the Beltline are 50% higher than that of Toronto as a whole. And to the west, they're 18% lower than Toronto. At its best, public infrastructure can build equality, connect cities, and bring people together. The future of urban investments needs to be on connecting different communities, spaces, and building equal access to incredible physical infrastructure like the Beltline. So yeah, I'm very much in support of the Beltline Gap Connection recommendations and plans, and thank you for letting me share that today.
Thank you for your deputation. Deputy Mayor Cole has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for speaking out on behalf of all the people on the west side of the Beltline, known as the York Beltline. As you know, this is the forgotten, amazing bikeway. And you point out that there's really almost like a Berlin Wall between the two Beltlines. So how do you manage to get from the K. Gardner to the York Beltline?
Currently?
Pardon me?
How do I currently manage to do that? Yeah, so it involves a lot of stress and going onto busy major streets, and I always have to pull out my phone to figure out exactly where the turns are and to be amongst the cars. It's a very stressful couple minutes.
Yes, and stressful. And what about the condition of the road and the parked cars on Roselawn connecting those two bikeways?
Absolutely, yeah. The The road is bumpy. The parked cars are hard to navigate. Yeah, honestly, it's so difficult to do that crossing that I haven't done it. I do each part separately all the time, but to actually go back and forth is often too complicated to even be worth the effort.
And have you found, what I've found is that the majority of people who use the K Gardner are not aware that there even is a York Beltline.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think my family has ever biked on that end of the Beltline, and I didn't know about it either.
Anyways, thank you for your advocacy for making it equitable for people using the Beltline. Thank you very much. I appreciate your passion and concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, Gilles Penaloza is our next presenter. We have Gilles online. We can't hear you, Mr. Penaloza.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, just a little bit louder or closer to the mic. You have 3 minutes.
One second, why is it that the camera is not on?
You can turn it on. There should be a button to the bottom if you're on an iPad. Depends if you're on an iPad or.
Okay, now.
Oh, there we go. Now you got you. Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Let's start the 3 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's I wish I was there, but I'm working in Bratislava, in Slovenia, and actually I'm working with the mayor of Tirana, for example, who built citywide protected bike lanes in 4 years. And Tirana has a fraction of the budget that Toronto has, of the per capita income. And same thing, Bratislava is moving in that direction. I invite you to think about every time that a cyclist, a person riding a bicycle, is injured or killed. Who's at fault? At fault, obviously, usually is the driver, but also anyone who could have made it safe and failed to do so. So let's keep that in mind. Anyone who could have made it safe or failed to do so. You, councilors and staff, have the amazing power to make riding bicycles safe in Toronto, or not. The budget. This is not a budget issue. It's ridiculous to talk about the budget. We have 17,000 millions, and we are allocating for riding bicycles 30 out of 17,000. So this is a joke. Even Tory, who was conservative anti-cyclist, had the same budget. Last year, with the budget of Tory, the city did 13 kilometers. This year is doing the same 13. It's ridiculous. We should compare ourselves with Paris or Montreal. Paris said every citizen is going to have a protected bike lane within 1 kilometer within 5 years, and they are doing it. So I also invite you to stop talking about bike lanes and start talking about networks, because if you don't have connectivity, it doesn't click. Toronto doesn't have one single protected bike lane from limit to limit, east-west or north-south. And we need to have network. Also, I invite you to do whatever is right, not whatever activists say. Sometimes activists are very organized, and then the city end up doing some protected bike lanes that do not contribute to the network, rather than doing actually would. So please do network and do whatever is right. Finally, why do protected bike lanes, network, citywide network? Because it's good for mental and for physical health. It's also good for the climate change and the environment. It's also good for economic development. And of course, it's also good for mobility. So I invite you to invest at least $75 million per year. 75 million per year for the next 3 years, so 225 million. 75 out of 17,000 million is nothing if we are going to have a city that is safer and that is healthier for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Joel Gilbert Anderson. Do we have Joel in the room, online? Hi, Joel.
Hi,
You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
great. Thank you so much. Good morning, committee. My name is Joel, and I live in Scarborough near King.
Sorry, I think you got muted there. Just hold 1 second. Start your time again. You want to say something? Make sure we can hear you?
Yeah. don't
Okay,
know
we
how
got you.
connected.
Okay, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay. So, as we just heard from a couple speakers, we heard from people in the West. We heard that there's a lack of connectivity, and I'm just disappointed to see so much of this plan recycled from previous years. Right now, we're in a climate crisis, and we need to get serious about moving people around the city outside of cars. As this committee is aware, the City of Toronto has a stated goal of achieving 75% of trips under 5 kilometers by walking, cycling, or transit by 2030. And this can seem like an ambitious target, but as we've seen in other cities around the world, it's one that's completely achievable with the right leadership. Creating infrastructure to support this type of movement around our city not only helps us achieve our climate goals and work towards a net zero future, but also creates more vibrant, equitable streets where people can safely travel through or stop and visit local businesses. We've seen the success that complete streets bring all across the Danforth and closer to home in Scarborough. We've seen the incredible success that comes from trading parking spaces for people places with Plaza Pops in Wexford. And our inner suburbs were built at the scale of the automobile, but it's 2024 and it's time that we strike a better balance. Seeing important sections such as Danforth Kingston stalled, I question whether there is any accountability in this plan. It's crucial that there are safe options to get to school, work, and local businesses without a car on a daily basis. This is an integral part of creating roads safer for everyone. Cycling infrastructure is most useful when it's connected to part of a larger network, but that network takes time to develop. And without any accountability, how will we ensure we achieve these goals? In 22 to 24 in the cycling plan, almost no bikeways were completed in Scarborough Southwest. Will we continue to see these same bikeways proposed in the next cycling plan for 2028 to 2030? Here in Scarborough Southwest, my closest grocery store is a little over 2 kilometers away, which is a little bit too far to walk with groceries, and it seems just far too close to need to rely on a car. But currently I can't safely ride there, even though I pass 2 schools and one of the most popular parks in Scarborough. Just last week on this section of Kingston Road, it was closed because a car hit a school bus, flipped, and ripped off its roof. The City of Toronto has already recorded 4 cycling fatalities, 2 in Scarborough, in 2024. This is tied for the highest number since 2014, and we're not even halfway through the year. We have the vision. The cycling plan, as we heard earlier from Michael Longfield and CycleTO, the cycling plan and these changes represent amazing opportunity for our city. But without vision, or vision is nothing without action and accountability. So that's why we're asking for a commitment to get this project moving now. I'm urging this committee to move forward with a public consultation meeting in June 2024 for the Danforth Kingston Complete Street from Victoria Park to Scarborough Golf Club Road. And we want to see implementation of this in spring of 2025. And I'll close by just saying thank you to each of you for showing leadership and commitment to improving our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Ian McVeigh. Do you have Ian online? Hi, Ian, we just need you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Ian McVeigh. I live at Danforth and Birchmount, where, like Joel, we are anxiously waiting our complete street. I live not more than 100 meters from where 17-year-old Nadia Mazumder was killed, crossing the street at Birchmount High School. I'm a father of 2 young children, 9 and 11, who will soon be going to that school walking or cycling. I really don't want them or anyone in our community have faced that same fate. Our neighborhood is a drag race along Danforth and Kingston. The 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limits are just a suggestion in most cases. And so, as a family living in this neighborhood, we're trying to do our part to meet the Transform TO goals of shifting towards active and public transportation. I tell you, it often feels like a radical act, and one that too often results in devastating consequences for members of our community. Most recently, Bill Petropoulos killed at St. Clair and Birchmount in February, just a kilometer from where I live. So it just question why we ended up here. Why have so many other cities figured it out, but we can't? Particularly in our inner suburbs, that making sustainable modes safer and more appealing makes people want to do it more, obviously. So just got to say that I'm really feeling a little disappointed to see that our project, our Complete Street project, seems to continue to be delayed. We've been waiting for public consultation for what feels like more than a year, and now we're seeing that our project's been punted into the next cycling plan. So really, just like Joel, encouraging the committee and council, our local councilor, the mayor, to ensure that this public consultation happens ASAP in June, so that we can get this project moving, the desperately needed project moving as quickly as possible. I'll end my remarks there, and thank you for the time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Michelle Grosp. Do you have Michelle online? Here we go.
Testing, hello.
Hi, you're a little bit quiet, so just if you can speak up or maybe lean in a little.
Okay, sounds good.
Now we can hear you. That helps. Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. I see that many of you are my parents' age, so I hope this can resonate with you as fathers and mothers. So, my name is Michelle. I am 26 years old, and I'm a first-generation Filipino-Canadian, and I love living in Toronto. So when I was 5, my feeling of safety and innocence was taken away from me by my grandfather. In high school, I had unconsensual sex. In university, I was taken advantage of because I had one too many drinks and my outfit was asking for it. All my life, I've had to worry about safety and protecting myself from things beyond my control. But life goes on, and you find things that you enjoy and make you feel liberated. First, it was self-care when I was back home in Toronto. Then it was journaling when I was in New York City. And now, as a new resident to Toronto, it has been biking. I speak now to the women in the audience. How many times have you felt that tension in your shoulders because you felt unsafe walking by a man at night? Every day, I have female friends or non-binary friends that have shared uncomfortable experiences with men on the streets and on the subway. Biking in Toronto has given me a sense of control, a sense of understanding of where I'm going and what I can expect. However, I live in Yorkville and work in Liberty Village, and the bike ride on East Liberty Street is rough, as I cannot trust drivers to see me, and let alone hear me ringing my bell quite aggressively. Beyond that, biking has brought me so much joy and been something I've been able to build friendships on. My friends and I joined today as a group, so shout out to Arkady, Ilya, and Yael. So now I am before you today with not the right education or experience, but what makes us human, emotion. So if you could please give me more of this, please give me that feeling of safety and give me more of the city to enjoy and create more bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Misha Peruzak. Hi, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much, committee and councilor members, and all the public that's here. My name is Misha Peruzak, and I'm a member of the Scarborough Junction community in Scarborough Southwest and the Danforth Gardens Neighborhood Association. Jonathan Schmidt has sent you a comprehensive submission on our behalf, challenging the assertion by City of Toronto transportation staff that the West Scarborough Rail Trail should not go forward at this time. It's also supported by Sam Wong of the Warden Woods Neighborhood Association and many other groups in Scarborough. I'd like to start with a little poll. Prior to this item being brought to the IEC, how many people have heard of the West Scarborough Rail Trail? Raise your hands. 2 or 3, okay. And how many have actually walked the entire trail or been on it, including staff that are here? Wow, me and Sam, great. And bonus question, how long is the West Scarborough Rail Trail? Anyone know? No, she doesn't know. And it's 2.5 kilometers, that's what we're talking about. Transportation staff is recommending that we don't move forward with this. A little bit of history. Over 50 years ago, University of Toronto grad students first envisioned a bike lane going from Warden Station to the Toronto Zoo. Despite numerous efforts by politicians, city planners, city engineers, community groups, and inclusion in the Warden Woods secondary plan, which City of Toronto transportation staff are recommending goes out of that plan, it remains unfulfilled. Recently, we've run a number of Jane's walks, community walks, had the mayor out on our trail, as well as councillors from across the city, including Josh Matlow, and we have a strong supporter in our current councillor, Parthy Candival. We now have an opportunity to fulfill that vision for the current residents of Scarborough Southwest, Scarborough, and the 50,000 residents that will be coming to our corner of Scarborough Southwest, not the whole area, just in our little corner. We have an obligation to provide parks and places to recreate and to commute through. Here's the vision. Imagine for a moment starting a bike ride from Lake Ontario at the newly renovated and funded mouth of the Don River, heading up the Don Valley, turning onto the Taylor Creek Trail, connecting with the Gus Harris Trail in Warden Woods, crossing St. Clair Avenue on the historic Bomb Girls GECO Bridge that crosses at Warden and St. Clair, along the West Scarborough Rail Trail leading into the Meadoway, with a choice to go east towards Rouge National Park or west towards the city and the Don Trail, which, according to transportation staff, is expected to connect with the Meadoway in 2025, which leads me to this. That's right, other parts of the city already have rail trails. Midtown has the Beltline, 9 kilometers long. The West End has the West Toronto Rail Path, 2.1 kilometers. And Don Mills has the Don Mills Rail Trail, which is 3 kilometers long. I've heard about a bunch of other trails across the city. Did we hear about any in Scarborough? No, we haven't. We're asking the City of Toronto to create the 2.5 kilometer West Scarborough Rail Trail as a linear urban rail trail to connect the Gus Harris Trail in Warden Woods to the Meadoway. And in so doing, connect Scarborough neighborhoods and connect Lake Ontario to Rouge National Urban Park, the Green Belt, and to infinity and beyond.
Thank you. And I was so enamored, I didn't notice you were a minute over.
Yeah, I checked too, and I saw you didn't check.
Good. You were talking about
sit down with
Scarborough.
staff and work through this. We're asking the committee to not cancel it and work forward. These are challenges, not obstacles.
Thank you. And I have a motion from Councillor Candival that I'll be moving about the West Trail. Wait, questions?
Oh, yes. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Brown. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm watching this time.
That'll be a hard act to follow.
Thank you
for the opportunity to speak, but I'm not going to be quite as flamboyant. I'm an Etobicoke Lakeshore resident speaking to you today on behalf of over 200 members of the Etobicoke Cycling Club. We offer our members multiple rides 7 days a week. We're pleased that staff are recommending the city continue building out the cycling network. However, the targeted 100 kilometers of bikeway falls seriously short of what Toronto needs and deserves in order to meet the city's Vision Zero and Transform TO climate action strategies. Other cities such as Montreal, New York, and Paris show the value of building bikeways far more quickly. By rapidly expanding their cycling networks, these cities have achieved large increases in the number of trips by bicycle. Let me talk about Etobicoke, the area of the city our club rides in most frequently, to show why this is necessary. And you'll hear echoes of the people from North York and Scarborough in my comments here. There's a huge untapped potential for cycling in Etobicoke. Most trips made by our residents are 5 kilometers or less, a distance easily rideable by bike. Yet few of these trips are currently made by bicycle. This is because large sections of central and north Etobicoke lack bikeways, so few riders are willing to brave the traffic. Even the members of our club feel at risk when I send rides on Martin Grove, Kipling, or Islington. If an experienced person who rides almost every day isn't comfortable riding these roads, then there's no way that a mom or a dad would take their family on them to go anywhere. There's also a number of transportation equity opportunity zones in Etobicoke and the other inner suburbs that deserve special attention in the cycling network plan. A bike or an e-bike provides a far less expensive alternative for people in these areas than a motor vehicle. Another factor impeding the take-up of cycling is that there aren't any safe crossings over Highway 401 in Etobicoke. Designing and implementing safe crossings across the 401 should be a priority in the cycling network plan, not just for Etobicoke, but across the entire city. The Finch Bikeway crossing of Highway 400, which is excellent, shows that it can be done. This ties into my final point about the major citywide routes. We're pleased that these citywide routes are reaching into Etobicoke with the Bloor bike lanes and the Finch transit corridor. However, with the exception of the Humber multi-use path, they're all east-west routes. While the Humber Trail is a lovely recreational path, it isn't a practical option for people commuting, nor for the short trips to school or for errands. The 2025-27 plan doesn't identify a north-south route for Etobicoke that would go from the lake to the northern border with Vaughan. A parallel corridor review of Kipling and Martin Grove north of Eglinton is all that is in the schedule. With so many other routes across the city categorized as study or design, it's unlikely to be built anytime soon, particularly since we understand the current timeline to complete the major citywide routes is 2041. This timeline is totally at odds with the city's Vision Zero and Transform TO agenda. We call on you to greatly accelerate the design and build out of the major citywide routes. A more streamlined, less exhaustive process to initiate, study, explain, and implement bikeways and other transportation safety improvements would help to build our network much faster. In closing, Council needs to pursue a bolder plan to expand the cycling infrastructure across the entire city so people have safe options to get to work, school, and for local errands. Please allocate the resources and accelerate the implementation process to build at least 150 kilometers of new bikeways in the 2025-27 period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions of the Deputy? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Robert Zajkowski. Thank you for joining us, Robert. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Robert Zajkowski with Community Bikeways and the Two Wheel Politics blog. Well, I thank Becky Katz and the Pedestrian Cycling Unit for the work they've done in developing this bike plan. I gotta be brutally honest with you. The bike plan in its current form is unacceptable. Not only have there been 4 cyclists killed this year alone, we have an ever-escalating climate crisis, and the cycling community has had increased expectations now that we have a cyclist in the mayor's office. Not only does the proposed bike plan repeat the 100-kilometer goal of the previous bike plan, but that bike plan has recycled a lot of the stuff from the previous plans, such as Trethaway, Bathurst, and Danforth Kingston. Speaking of Danforth Kingston, we need to have public consultations that happen as soon as possible, because councilors should not have a right to veto projects even if they don't like them. As for our group Community Bikeways, we issued 3 road safety calls to action for the 2022 election. These were signed by 12 councilors plus Mayor Chow during the by-election. One of these calls was to complete spine bikeways along Yonge and Bloor Danforth Kingston to the city limits by 2026. Unfortunately, this bike plan it will not meet this goal because Bloor from 6 Points to Mississauga, only a study is being proposed during this time, even though Mississauga has plans for bike lanes on their part of Bloor construction starting possibly this fall. Our group has a couple of other concerns we would like to raise. One of them is the Avenue Road study. While we support the bike lanes from Bloor to Davenport, that's in the other item 14.4, we are disappointed that pedestrians are left out with nothing being proposed from Davenport to St. Clair. I'd also like to echo the other deputy regarding the West Scarborough rail path. As
far as like, why didn't it get included despite the community support? These shortcomings are why we need to change the process in terms of how bikeways are approved. After approving each bike plan, there should not be a need to send every project back to IEC and City Council for approval. Yes, there's still going to be a need to do the design and public consultation work, but the consultations need to be directed in a way that focuses on how to design the bikeways well instead of whether to build them, especially since road safety is something that cannot be open for debate. There have been some positives done with cycling in recent years, such as the upgrades to the Bloor and College bikeways, the recent Bloor extension to 6 points, and the Finch West LLC, which will get bikeways by the end of this year, hopefully. So my final message is that we need to change the process and how bikeways get approved, and we need to get a bolder plan by the time this finishes the City Council, possibly the Cycle Toronto's recommendation of 150 kilometers in 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions, Deputy? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Robert, our next speaker is Dan Medlin by video conference. Hi, Dan. Do we have you online? You have 3 minutes when you unmute.
Hello there.
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time. I'm Dan. I live in Scarborough Southwest, near the proposed route of the once again delayed Danforth-Kingston extension to the Bloor-Danforth Complete Street. I've looked at the 25-27 cycling plan, and all I can say is that I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that my connection to the safe cycling network isn't happening in a timely manner. I'm disappointed in the updated agenda. This project isn't even called out as a key project, despite making up over 10% of the 100 new kilometers in the 25-27 plan. I'm disappointed that the other projects from the 22-24 cycling plan are also going unfulfilled. I'm disappointed that these delayed projects are being recycled and recounted as potential new kilometers in the 25-27 plan. And I'm disappointed that even with all of these recycled projects, the 25-27 cycling plan isn't anywhere near ambitious enough to move the needle on active transportation in Toronto. In 2024, I'm now cycling less than I was in previous years. Last year, I dealt with too many punish passes and close calls with overly aggressive drivers on streets without any safe cycling infrastructure, usually along the unimproved stretch of Danforth between Kingston and Victoria Park. So this year, I've massively reduced my utility cycling. I live less than 1,500 meters from the nearest grocery store, yet this year, I more often drive 1.5 kilometers rather than cycle because I got fed up with confronting my own mortality every time I ran low on bread or cat food. When Council receives reports showing that the city is not on track to meet its net zero 2040 goal, or that the city isn't coming close to meeting its Transform TO goals of 75% of trips completed by active transportation, know that part of that is because the city has failed to provide alternatives to people like me. I don't want to drive. I want to complete local trips by cycling and walking, yet the stress of constantly being in harm's way because of the lack of safe alternatives has put me back behind the wheel. The 25-27 cycling plan being considered today is a start, but it isn't enough. If the city wants to make cycling a viable alternative to driving, then more needs to be done. The recycled projects from the 22-24 cycling plan, like the Danforth-Kingston extension that will connect me to the rest of the safe cycling network, should have been underway yesterday rather than recounted in the 25-27 plan. The projects on the 25-27 plan need to actually be built in the 25-27 timeframe, and even more projects need to be added to the plan if the city is actually serious about meeting its net zero and Transform TO goals. It isn't enough just to draw lines on a map. The city needs to actually build the projects that those lines represent, and the city needs to commit to connecting the parts of the city underserved by cycling infrastructure to the rest of the cycling network, even if those connections aren't yet a part of the 25-27 cycling plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Elliot Van Woudenberg. Do you have Elliot online? Hi, Elliot, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Perfect. Hello, my name's Elliot Van Woudenberg, and I'm calling on the committee to be more ambitious with its 2025 to 2027 cycling network plan and include at least 150 kilometers of new bikeways. I'd like to highlight that expanding the cycling network isn't just a little frill to make the city more enjoyable. It's essential for our community to be able to thrive. I'm a lifelong Torontonian who's experienced the highs and lows of our cycling infrastructure, but cycling isn't just a pleasurable pastime for me. It's an essential means to navigate the city, go to work, maintain social connections, run errands, and live the life I deserve. I grew up in a residential neighborhood of Etobicoke Center, so I'm aware that many people are skeptical that such a thing is possible or desirable. However, cycling is cheap and flexible. I do not get stuck in traffic. I do not need to worry about a large and unexpected repair bill. I do not need to pay for monthly insurance. I do not need to worry about gas prices. I do not need to take out a massive loan or burn all my savings to purchase a vehicle. While I grew up in Etobicoke Center, currently I live by Bloor and Ossington in Davenport ward, which has easy access to some of the best cycling infrastructure in the city, such as along Bloor Street and along Shaw Street. Living in the area has shown me that expanding the cycling network in underserved neighborhoods will not just enhance our safety and mobility, but also our wealth. Numerous neighborhood businesses cater to cyclists. They've been shown to enjoy increased foot traffic and transactions because of their proximity to cycling infrastructure, specifically along Bloor Street, and they utilize the cycling network to facilitate deliveries. As shown by the success of the on-street logistics mini-hub pilot program, the cycling network can serve as a seedbed for innovation, good jobs, and local economic development. In conclusion, expanding the cycling network will improve our health, improve our wealth, and our city. I call for a more ambitious 2025 to 2027 cycling network plan that includes at least 150 kilometers of new bikeways in order to meet Toronto's own goals to improve public health outcomes, achieve Vision Zero, reduce climate emissions, and be more equitable. The city must prioritize expanding active modes of transportation by making it convenient, affordable, and safe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Tristan Ridley. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Tristan. I am not a cyclist. I bought a bike 2 years ago, but I live in Scarborough, and I quickly realized that most destinations using a bike would mean taking my life in my hands. But you don't need to be a cyclist now to want more bike lanes. Obviously, they reduce emissions, reduce traffic, and have a number of other benefits to our whole city. So I look at the map, and I'm really conflicted, because it looks like not a great network, but a basic network, an adequate network that covers the entire city. But a lot of those lines are studies. What does that mean? What kind of timeline are those on? So if you haven't already done it, compare the map of the last plan for the last 3 years to what was actually built. It's hard to do in my area because nothing was built. I live at Danforth and Kingston, so as people have mentioned, our project has been stagnant for 3 years. I need that to become a cyclist. We have a bunch of ambitious goals for 2030, for 2040. This is the plan that determines what network will exist in 2027. That's what people are going to decide to use a bike or not based on. You can't build it in 2029 and think people are going to change their habits overnight. This right now is whether the 2030 goals are marketing and greenwashing or actual promises. So take the plan. We've got some really good ideas for a couple routes that got left out by accident, I'm sure. All of the routes that are marked new, do the public consultations now. June, summer if you can't do it right away. Get those built next year. All the studies, get the studies done for next year. Do the public consultations then, so it's not, not another election getting in the way in 2026. This plan is adequate if we do it faster. Now, I spoke too fast, I have a minute left. I have a very specific question about a study that was done for Midland versus Brimley. Last plan, it's recycled. It was for either street, and now it's only on Brimley. And every single metric I can see in the city's data says Midland is better than Brimley, and I wonder if anyone can tell me why that was switched. Midland does not have a highway exit. Midland is near 3 GO train stations, including Kennedy GO, Kennedy Station for all the transit connections. It's a better route.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Hamish Wilson.
Yes.
Thanks, Hamish. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Hoping the slide projector can come up. In some ways, this is good. Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. In some ways, this is good, but yes, we need to do more and faster. Please look at the 2001 bike plan if you really want to get vexed at how slow everything is. It is far too lugubrious, and we need to do much more and much faster. And in the 2001 bike plan, they noted that, in fact, one area of the city that was not well looked after was the lower West End and Parkdale. And quite honestly, there really needs to be a bit of a shift of focus. Not completely. We've got to refit everything, including the suburbs. Absolutely. But the lower West End of the core, very specifically Parkdale, is isolated, and that is wrong. It's a neighborhood improvement area. We really need to spend the money to actually do things. That's marked that this area here is like really kind of hard to get to, and this area here is a little fraught too. The 2 red marks here, the horizontal slashes, are nasty underpasses. They need to be fixed and changed. There is a way forward. I've suggested this through the couple of years. It's a bigger project. Move the streetcar tracks north on Queen Street. It's a bigger project, involves the TTC to go under that Queen and Dufferin Bridge where 2 cyclists have been killed. We need to do this. This should have been done a while ago. Going back to 2001, let's see what the Globe said. The highest level of collisions occurred on Bloor Street, College Street, Dundas Street, Queen Street, and King Street. Yes, absolutely. Look at the crash stats. And we're not including the streetcar track crashes. I've sent in mappings before of where the issues are. Let's see, PW 13.11 and some others. This is a fresher map that kind of shows some of the highlight areas. There's really an acute hazard up at DuPont and Ossington. Other acute hazards are the rubble condition of many of the streetcar track margins on the edges of the tracks. So you really need to get that fixed up a lot more and a lot faster. Spadina Crescent is pretty acute as a danger point. The construction zones are horrible along Bloor and Yonge. It's just appalling to have such a tight eastbound and westbound situation. Hope it's not going to last for too many years. So there's an awful lot, and I can go on about this obviously, but there's an awful lot of stuff that is not looked after and should be. Spadina needs to be upgraded. It was in the 2001 bike plan. A lot of people are using it. Avenue Road, obviously. Another key thing in terms of the comfort level for cyclists is the lack of enforcement against some of the e-bikes, and your road conditions are deteriorating and horrible. The notice of hazard for so much of the city, you've got to do better. Maybe even on the bike map, put in yellow triangles to mark some of these conflict zones and danger zones like Hamilton. Not enough time, because even though lives are at stake.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us, Hamish. Our next speaker is Ingrid Boudet. Ingrid is online. I'm going to call it the next 2, so they're both ready to go. So after that, it'll be Mauricio Argot Cortez, followed by Sam Pappas. Ingrid, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair McKelvey, IEC committee and staff. My name is Ingrid Boudet, and I live in the West End of Toronto. I'm wearing a different hat today from usual. I'm wearing a helmet as a lifetime cyclist. From my early teens, I rode my bike to school and later to work. It was a source of freedom for me before I could afford a car. Roads have changed since then, and I'm thankful to have learned about cycling in a forgiving environment, giving me the confidence to navigate the sudden ending of bike lanes in Toronto and being thrown into moving traffic. Yet, I'm not as confident as before. I was hit by a driver and suffered a 3rd-degree separation of my left shoulder. My crash is not part of the KSI dataset, even though I met all of the criteria. There are critical data gaps which hide the true number of people injured and killed on our roads. We age while we heal, and anyone who suffers a serious injury or loses a loved one is never the same after that. I now choose longer, safer routes, such as the Martin Goodman Trail, but these existing routes have also gotten busier in the last few years and also less safe. In order for the city to meet its Transform TO goals, it must transform. The definition of transform is to make a thorough or dramatic change in the form, appearance, or character, and I'm going to add, of the City of Toronto. This means reprioritizing our road area and returning it back to all people, providing more and safer choices for transit. Recently, I was part of a subway operational issue and was forced off the system and out onto the street at Eglinton. I thought, oh, I'll take a bike chair to go north. And then I looked at the road. There was no bike lane. I had no helmet, so there was no way I was going to share young with huge vehicles, aggressive drivers, and cars and bikes spewing vanity noise. While shuttle buses are welcome, they're packed. People were stressed getting on, off, and in them. And if there's any kind of contagious disease, these are super spreaders. Providing economical, safe, and quiet ways of moving through our city allows young and old to be more confident in their environments, be more physically active, have better mental health and quality of life. Toronto needs to transform by choosing to move people as streets were initially intended, as a public space for all. And you can do this by creating a more ambitious 2025 to 2027 cycling network plan that includes at least 150 kilometers of new bikeways and connects them. Accelerate the process of remaking all of Yonge and other arteries complete streets, and create safer sidewalks to protect vulnerable road users, as many, such as Avenue Road, do not meet AODA and city guidelines. You can choose to lead in so many ways right now. We need leaders to look 7 generations ahead and take actions that respect the planet and each other now. We need Toronto to truly transform. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Mauricio Argot Cortez. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, you have 3 minutes. Following Mauricio will be Sam Pappas, followed by Mark Collins. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hello again. Members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, thank you for giving me again the opportunity to speak for the safety of our city. My name is Mauricio, and I am a resident of Ward 12. I came here a couple of weeks ago, and I briefly choked when reading my story about being hit by a car in my way to work. I hope this will not happen again. I mean, I do not want to be hit by a car again, and I hope not to choke again when telling my story. I sincerely want to thank you for your kind words that this matters to you, for approving the Phase 1 of Eglinton Today Complete Streets project a few weeks ago, for all the hard work that the city staff is putting on making these things possible. However, at moments, I still find unsettling that these changes for a safer, interconnected cycling network came too late to prevent my accident. To prevent the killing of a cyclist on Avenue Road a few weeks ago, and for many other vulnerable users in our city just this year. I also understand the challenges and needs that this city has to make things work, and they are complex, that the resources are difficult to find and should be invested wisely. But also let me share an anecdote from my recovery on the critical care unit. Just when I was able to start eating again solid food, my nurse brought some lunch. When he handled the food, he jokingly asked me, "But have you paid your taxes?" And believe me, I have never been happier to pay my taxes than this year. In a city that is growing faster than its own infrastructure, the equity co-benefits for investing in a more ambitious 150-kilometer cycling network that we need for the next 3 years, besides the prevention of injuries and deaths of vulnerable road users, as well as other environmental gains and economic gains that they do are, every single dollar will be worth invested in. We are seeing this already paying back in other cities like Paris, New York, and Montreal. I want also to extend my son's gratitude to you, as I told him about your efforts and deliberations from the last weeks on Eglinton Today Complete Streets project. And yes, he's starting to cycle again. Bravely, and I hope safely. I really hope that a better interconnected and really more ambitious protected cycling network will not arrive too late for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Sam Pappas, followed by Mark Collins, followed by Taysir Alam. Do we have Sam Pappas online? Hi, Sam. We just need you on mute.
There we go. Yep, I'm here.
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm a business owner on Bloor Street near Royal York Road and the Kingsway. I've been in business for 32 years, and we also own the building and quite familiar with the area. What has happened in our area with the bike lanes has been basically a train wreck, to say the least. We have issues with accessibility for our patrons. We have traffic flow issues. The subway went down for a period of 4 days to cause total chaos because basically the gridlock was so huge that nobody could move. I'm for cycling and I'm for bike lanes, but they have to be done in a way that makes sense. The way these have been implemented and for future implementations, taking a lane off of a big road like Bloor Street, installing bollards, installing like ramps for the bus so people can get on and off while having pedestrians cross them to get on the bus were poorly thought out. I would think that with the unpopularity of the bike lanes in Etobicoke, that it should be paused and a better plan has to be implemented moving forward. We have green space, we have other areas where they can be put in, keeping the cyclists safe and the pedestrians safe. Like right now, it's unsafe for everyone. And I would really, really, really implore Amber Morley to listen to what the constituents say in Etobicoke moving forward, because I'm pretty sure this will be a big election issue. Even our MP, Yvonne Baker, came out with his own critique of the bike lanes and says it's the #1 issue as he's knocking on doors getting ready for a federal election. Anyways, I think the cycling network should be done properly, constructively, and it just needs to be accounting for business. A colleague of mine and we did a poll of 60 businesses in the area. 59 out of the 60 report business loss, and they also report that they think it's linked to the bike lanes the last little while. Most of them are racialized, most of them are new immigrants, most of them don't understand the system, they don't even understand how to come to a meeting like this or be heard. And it's very interesting that something like this can go right through a neighborhood and all I hear about is individual, well, I got to do this, I got to do that. Well, how about the community at whole? The usage is so low that it's incredible that we would take up this much space on a major thoroughfare for cycling. Anyways, thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
I just had a question.
Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughtful presentation. I'm just a bit wondering whether I heard you correctly. So the local MP,
Yes.
Yvonne Baker, said that the #1 issue going door to door in Etobicoke is not the war in the Ukraine, is not the war in the Middle East.
No.
It's bike lanes.
Correct. Well, it's totally transformed our area in a negative way. You have to understand, all these people that are speaking today are able-bodied people. Etobicoke is an older community. You basically cut off Bloor Street to all the elderly. Like my mother's 84, she can't go down to Bloor Street and park anymore. It's crazy. And I don't think it's safe for cyclists either. I think that this—
No, but excuse me, again, but am I correct? Did you say that your MP said the #1 issue in Etobicoke is not the war in the Ukraine, not the war in the Middle East, but bike lanes?
I can send you his what he put out to the community, but that's what I believe he said.
Okay, please do that. Thank you for that clarification.
And I know your brother Rob really well.
What's that?
I know your brother Rob really well.
Yeah, I won't hold that against you. Anyways, okay. Thanks. Okay.
No problem.
Any other questions, Deputant?
Madam Chair, it's Stephen Holiday. I joined the call as a guest. I've been listening. I wondered if
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you maybe adjust your headset?
Sure, I'll try to be a little louder. It's Stephen Holiday. I've
Yep.
joined the call. I wondered if I could ask Mr. Pappas a couple of questions. How's the sound now?
It sounds better. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Pappas, I just wondered if you could, I mean, you speak to a lot of people in your personal capacity and as a business owner. Would your conversations with people at large, you know, just in the grocery checkout line, match up with what the MP said? You know, are a lot of people talking about the bike lanes on Bloor as a major issue in their
There's
life?
a subway underneath, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's the number one issue in our area, along with car thefts and break and enters, as society is, you know, having its challenges. But everywhere we go in the area, like I said, I'm a business owner. I've never taken a political stance in my life. It doesn't serve well. But in this particular area, and what's been done there has been a disaster, to be honest. And it is very much, in my opinion, it's very discriminating. And all I hear about is all these people have to get here to there. Well, what about all the other people that do rely on a car or do rely on being able to park? Right now, if you park, you have to cross the bike lane to get to the sidewalk. If you have a wheelchair or some sort of an impairment, you know, the only good news in this whole thing is the bike lanes are so lightly used, it's not a problem. If there were people actually using them, we'd have a huge problem, but we don't because nobody's using them.
Mr. Pappas, sometimes people say mean things about residents of Etobicoke. It bothers me as a member of council and frankly as a community member. And some people will say, you know, the people in Etobicoke don't like these lanes just because they don't like the idea of them. But do you find that to be true, or do people actually have functional issues with the lanes, or do they have an issue with the process that the government uses to make decisions like this that are so profound on how they affect them?
Well, that's interesting because there are a lot of cyclists in the group that I'm associated with in the community that are opposed to these lanes. They're not designed very well. They don't serve the function. They've caused unbelievable gridlock. They're forcing cars onto side streets, which makes it more unsafe for pedestrians and young children playing on the side streets. I mean, Waze is directing people away from Bloor Street. If you want to go from Islington and Bloor to Runnymede and Bloor, it's telling you to go up to Dundas and all the way back down to Bloor Street. That's twice as long. It's 11 kilometers instead of 6. Takes you 10 minutes faster, and it's crazy. And nobody is using these lanes in Etobicoke. If they were packed full of people, I might have a different idea. If it was bringing business to the community, I know one business is down 25% and may have to shut their doors. And it's because people who are elderly and people who are using these businesses can no longer come to Bloor Street because of what's happened, and they're boycotting the area and just going somewhere else.
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Collins, followed by Tassir Alam, followed by Ted Turner. Do we have Mark online? Hi, Mark. Mark Collins, if you're there, can you just unmute your mic? Okay, I think we lost you. We'll go back. Do we have Taser Alam? Hi, Taser. Can you unmute?
Hi, yes.
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. My name is Taisir Alam. I'm a resident of Ward 20. I grew up in Crescent Town, which is close to Victoria Park in Danforth. Once I was a teenager, I moved to Ward 20 and I attended high school near Warden and St. Clair. I live near Brimley and Kingston, so I'm constantly along Kingston, actively going to Ridey Village, which is near Birchmount Collegiate. And aside from that, I'm a student at McMaster University. I volunteer with Access Alliance and Scarborough Cycles, and I've also had unique opportunities to serve as a co-op student at Metrolinx. So I've been exposed to different concepts and policy related to transportation. I'm here to talk about the Danforth and Kingston complete street extension. Given that I'm in Ward 20, it's essential, and it would be very helpful for me as I'm a frequent user of my bike. As we all know, the complete streets are designed to consider the needs of everyone, not just me. Whether you walk, bike, or take transit and drive, this project, it shows the vision of creating a network that is inclusive for people of all ages and abilities. Um, but a critical component for all of this is public consultation. Specifically for this, the consultation was scheduled for early 2020 following the by-election in Ward 20. And, you guys know that these consultations will allow us as residents and other businesses nearby to engage with the project while, learning about proposed changes and providing valuable feedback. So, my question is like, when is the consultation going to happen, right? Early 2020 has been long gone. We're, approaching, the middle of the year, and there hasn't been any motion for a consultation. Since I'm always biking on Kingston, I always have to look over my shoulder and navigate on the road and the sidewalk so I don't interfere with people and cars. So we need to take some action. There needs to be a consultation soon. And with that being said, how fruitful is a consultation even going to be? Stephen Holiday, you can harp on this, but the Ward 2 cycling network consultation that you held, based on the clips that I'm seeing, that was sort of a disaster. There's no right for anybody to make casual threats of violence or bickering about climate conspiracy. So overall, we need to take some action, and it needs to be preemptive.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions to the speaker? Thank you for joining us. We'll go back to Mark Collins. Do we have Mark online now?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mark. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm just confirming you can hear me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, there was an issue. I was cut off earlier. Good morning. I'm going to ask to indulge the committee for a quick favor. A simple yes or no acknowledgement from each committee member present to a single and simple question. My preamble is that all bike lanes are not created equally. Many are pleasant, innocuous, and useful. Others, such as those placed on already congested arterial streets, cause safety issues for pedestrians and those who face mobility challenges. They further congest traffic, resulting in net negative environmental consequences. They impede business activities. They degrade the aesthetics of pleasant shopping areas, severely restrict emergency vehicle access and extend response times, divert traffic intended for main streets onto residential side streets, so on and so on. These problems have been well described in the past and are immediately apparent to any casual observer of a neighborhood victimized by one of these lanes. In addition to what Mr. Pappas said earlier, it's why 13,000 residents, neighbors of this lane that runs in front of his shop, within a span of 3 days signed a petition complaining about the poor design and consequences of the implementation. To get to the point, in all of the materials supporting the original citywide plan and in all of the materials distributed for each individual lane installation, including the ones that are at the committee today, I'm not referring just to the Bloor Street West extension from last year, there is not a single shred of evidence presented that measures or estimates the environmental impact of individual installations, or for that matter, the overall multi-year plan itself. The net environmental impact varies dramatically from one lane to another. It depends on pre-existing vehicular usage and cycling ridership levels versus post-installation measures of the same. Of course, the post-installation cannot be measured before it exists, so engineering calculations should estimate the impacts based on expected changes to vehicular traffic volumes and movement characteristics, as well as the expected changes to cycling usage brought about by the provision of the new infrastructure. So the question to the committee members is simple. Has any member of the committee seen anything resembling a net environmental impact calculation for any of the lanes under consideration today? Or in that regard, for any project from the past? If the answer is yes, then could these estimates please be provided to everyone attending today's meeting, because they're not in any of the materials that have ever been distributed in the past? Or are they intended to be kept a secret? If the answer is no,
Final thought.
The city has not, I have 6 minutes, and the city has not performed or presented even the most elementary estimate of an environmental impact, then on what basis are committee members voting for or against these lanes? And if you refuse to vote or confirm one way or the other, then we can draw our own conclusions from that. Could you facilitate that show of hands or acknowledgement, please?
No, we are allowed to have you speak, but we're not allowed to do interactive.
I'll move on to my second part. So since posing a simple yes or no question was beyond the capabilities of this committee, I'll ask the second part of my deposition. Of the 25 lane authorizations proposed today, how many of them have an accompanying specific and credible ridership analysis and a projection or estimate of future usage attached to them? That being the most basic kindergarten level of evidence any credible and professional transportation department should include in a request to a committee at this level. If the answer is none, and none have ever been included in the entire history of the current citywide bike plan, do any of the committee members have an explanation or comment?
Thank you. Is that the end of your deputation?
Nope, we'll just sit in silence until the 6 minutes is up.
Okay.
And that will acknowledge that none of you are willing to answer simple
So
questions.
thank you. I'm actually going to terminate your time because this is a time for us to hear from you, not the time to hear from us. We have the opportunity to ask city staff later, and perhaps somebody will answer that question for you. So if you have nothing else to add, then I will terminate your deputation.
I highly doubt it, because none of these questions have ever been answered by staff in the past, despite the fact they've been asked multiple times over multiple opportunities over multiple years. So if you can get the answers, I will personally congratulate you and support your next election campaign.
Great, thank you. That is, and apologies, I didn't see you were on both items. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Chair, may I?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Collins, I wondered if you could suggest to the committee, there are many proposals before the committee and eventually council. What are the lenses that members of council should use to determine which proposals have high merit and which proposals would have lower merit? I know at the cycling consultation meeting that was held in Ward 2, it was brought up by the previous deputant. There was a bit of a conversation about that, about how the different criteria were equally weighted, but perhaps some should have more. I just wondered if you had any insight on that. I just gathered from your deputation you'd been thinking about these types of things.
Well, yes, I'm an urban planner with energy engineering credentials, so I'm, Mr. Tech guy, and I don't like getting involved in politicized issues. This is a very simple matter. There should be obvious evidence of congestion levels, ridership levels, environmental impact, emissions impact, for every, that should be step one of any lane. Step two should be impact on the community. We heard earlier from people begging for lanes that will cause no impact to anyone, basically, and be wonderful for cyclists. Yet we have lanes being rammed in on congested arterial streets. And I'm not talking about out in the suburbs where you have plenty of room and lanes. I'm talking about downtown congested streets where simply moving one block over provides a safer route for both the cyclists and causes virtually no impact on anyone else in the community. Yet we have some politicized rationale for ramming things onto main streets for the sake of doing it, because there's no evidence whatsoever that they have a positive impact. And in fact, as Sam Pappas mentioned, the Bloor Street lane is so poorly designed from a physical infrastructure perspective, it probably will have a negative impact even on cycling safety. The one and only attribute that it might have that you could hope was positive. My last comment is the one metric that is absolutely meaningless and should never be uttered again is the number of kilometers of lanes in the city. It is absolutely meaningless when the quality of those lanes, the attachment to a network, the functioning of a network is treated as secondary. Yet it appears that's the hook we've all attached ourselves to and can pat ourselves on the back because we have X number of kilometers of lanes compared to some other city, even though that other city probably has good quality lanes and we have, in some cases, extremely poor ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Ted Turner, followed by Ron Sedgren, followed by Dennis Gu. Do we have Ted Turner in the room? Online? Thanks for joining us, Ted. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. So good morning, esteemed members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, fellow residents and those present today. I'm a lifelong resident of Scarborough Southwest, a proud Torontonian, and a daily driver who believes in the transformative power of complete streets. Today, I want to draw your attention back to a project that holds immense potential for our community, the Danforth-Kingston Complete Street Project. This project, which is once a beacon of hope for our neighborhood, seems to have faded from the city's plans. But today, we are here to bring it back to the spotlight. So Danforth-Kingston Complete Street Project aligns perfectly with the city's Vision Zero road safety plan, Transform TO Net Zero strategy, and cycling network plan policy goals. It promises to connect thousands to larger cycling and pedestrian networks being built across the city, making our city more equitable, sustainable, and world-class. Scarborough Southwest is a vibrant community, but is bisected by Kingston Road, a high-speed highway that creates a noticeable divide. We believe that Scarborough deserves equitable attention and investment from the City of Toronto. We deserve a benefit from the complete streets, just like other parts of the city have had to date. As a daily driver, I can assure you that complete streets provide a better and safer experience not only for cyclists, pedestrians, and those with mobility devices, but for drivers as well. The driving experience becomes much simpler, safer, and quicker with 1 or 2 lanes of traffic with defined parking and lanes for exits and mergers. This can be experienced along Danforth Bloor as well as along the eastern portion of Eglinton, where the priority transit lanes exist. We're not asking for a favor, we're asking for what was promised to us. We're asking for progress for Scarborough to get the attention and funding it requires. We're asking for Danforth-Kingston Complete Street Project to be scheduled for public meetings and then committed to installation. We have faith in this committee and in Toronto City Council to be strong leaders who do the right thing for the present and the future of Scarborough and Toronto. We believe in our ability to focus your energy on what has previously been promised to Scarborough Southwest. Let us embrace progress and bring the city back to being a world-class city its denizens deserve. Let us ensure that all parts of the city, including Scarborough, benefit from complete street projects. Let's make Toronto a city that is safe for all people, ages, and abilities, a city that provides safe and comfortable alternatives to driving. In conclusion, I urge the committee and Toronto City Council to revisit the Danforth Complete Street Project. Let us work together to make Scarborough and indeed all of Toronto a safer, more connected, and equitable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us. We have Ron Sedgren, followed by Dennis Guy, followed by Sean Cooper. Ron, do we have you online? Hi, Ron, we just need you to unmute. You got 3 minutes.
Good.
I can hear you, 3 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. My name is Ron Cedrin. I live in Etobicoke. I'm an avid cyclist, part of an organization called Team Revolution. We're basically a charity cycling group that raises funds for Hammer River Hospital. And I'm a member of Balance on Bloor, an organization that supports sensible bike lanes that factor in existing traffic usage and available space. Spent the last 8 months educating myself on these bike lanes and really doing a lot of work talking to the community members, cyclists, counselors, business owners, and I can only conclude that the bike lanes at the expense of productive traffic lanes is the single most damaging economic policy the city has ever undertaken. To consider, the benefit of having thousands of cars, trucks, buses, fire trucks, ambulance, police vehicles stuck in traffic because half the lanes of a road have been eliminated and replaced by bike lanes. To continue to move forward with cycling networks planned without proper consultation will only further create congestion, gridlock, and loss of productivity. True independent data is required before we spend another penny on cycling infrastructure. If we look at two global organizations that provided independent congestion data, INREX and TomTom, we'll see a different picture of our city. INREX in 2016 had Toronto ranked 38th in the world for traffic congestion, 16th in North America. Last year, 7th in the world for traffic congestion, 3rd in North America. TomTom in 16 had us ranked 73rd in the world for congestion and 8th in North America. Last year, Toronto was ranked 3rd in the world for traffic congestion and number 1 in North America. This is absolutely embarrassing. And here we are talking about approving continually funding, increasing the funding for our cycling infrastructure. The reality is congestion equals failure. And it's unfortunate that the magnitude of this failure seems to be ignored by our city councilors and transportation services. It should not be an issue of being pro-bike or pro-car. This is about a lack of accountability and the failure of our city councilors to pay attention to the community members and data. Let's install bike lanes on roads where they can successfully coexist with existing traffic and infrastructure. I know I speak on behalf of the silent majority in our city, and I strongly encourage you to halt all cycling funding until an independent review has been completed on existing lanes and true public input has been reviewed, not just input by a few of our cycling lobby groups in the city. I strongly recommend the city, transportation services, to work with the city and to work with the Toronto Board of Trade, who just created this new congestion task force, and hopefully find a solution that works for everyone. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
Madam Chair, if I
Councillor
may.
Holliday, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Cedrin, I wondered if you could tell me, were you at the cycling consultation meeting that I held about this plan, this large multi-year plan?
Yes, I was there.
I know some other speakers have talked about it, and someone took a really small clip from that meeting, and it was a rather poor comment made by an individual. But I wondered if you could let the committee know, rather than focusing on that comment, the meeting was 2.5 hours long. What was some of the key points of feedback that came from the community that could be constructive for members of council as they think through these decisions?
Yeah, and first of all, I agree that that comment was unwarranted, 100%. The two comments I'll bring forward that were obviously extremely impactful to me was a young man, self-employed, worked in the community, did not own a home, and he basically brought up the point where, he turned around to the audience at some point and basically he said, listen, I do renovations. I need my car to bring my tools. And the problem now that he's having is bringing employees in, and the cost now has gone up. And he looked around the audience and said, everybody in this room is paying for it. So this is a self-employed individual that's being basically harmed and damaged by these lanes. And the second one was from one of the fire chiefs at the meeting, who basically, transportation services said that, yes, we these are our 9 points. We consult with the community, we consult with emergency services. And the fire chief said, got up there and said, I heard about these bike lanes once they were installed. There was no consultation with the emergency service fire department in that area. So those were two common threads. And again, the audience was there. You can sense the frustration as far as what happened. And again, 95%, I said, would have been pro the idea of having a review of those bike lanes that were installed.
Thank you. I mean, I know it was a well-attended meeting. Do you recall, or would you agree that two key points that folks seem to center on and agree with, or the sentiment was, and this was the purpose of the meeting, right, was to provide input to myself as a counselor and hopefully the committee, was that they were asking council to pay attention to the impacts of congestion from the installations of any of this infrastructure. I don't mean any one project. And the second was to pay attention to the impact to emergency services. Because whether you ride a bike or not, these are things that affect your life every day. Do you remember those as being prevalent themes? And
100%.
Did you tell the committee that? Okay.
Yeah, no, that was part of the issues and the frustration with a lot of the people. And we can talk about facts and we can talk about studies, but the reality is it's real. There are delays. And the community is witnessing this, and then there's concerns that we're going to have to wait for some unfortunate situation for someone to take the congestion and the delay seriously.
Thank you.
That's the end of the questions. Additional questions, the deputant? Next speaker is Dennis Guy, followed by Sean Cooper, followed by Dennis Snell. Do you have Dennis in the room, online?
Hi, so my name is Dennis Guy. I'm here to advocate for extending the complete streets up Kingston Road all the way to Golf Club Road. So I have lived on both sides of like the proverbial rail tracks. I've lived at Victoria Park and Danforth, and I've lived at Guildwood. And the difference between the infrastructure on these two like sides of Victoria Park is honestly staggering. On one side, we have complete streets where you can easily and comfortably access shops, eateries, and on the other side, you are experiencing an environment that is extremely hostile for both driving as well as cycling and for pedestrians. So first, let's address connectivity. As we extend complete streets, we're not just laying down bike lanes and widening sidewalks, we're building bridges between communities. I have family who still live in Guildwood, and the only options I have to visit them are a transit trip, which takes me 40 minutes, or rideshare, which takes me 20. I would love the option to cycle, but right now it's literally impossible. Also, there's so much transportation infrastructure that exists at Victoria Park and at Main. We have Danforth Go, we have Victoria Park Station. Both of these would easily become accessible if we extend the bike lanes, but that's apparently something that we haven't done so far. Secondly, safety is paramount. Our streets should be spaces where everyone feels secure, whether they're walking, cycling, or driving. Currently, we have an environment that kind of prioritizes the safety of driving to the detriment of everything else. By implementing complete streets, we're not only accommodating cyclists and pedestrians, but we're also prioritizing their safety. Too often, extending complete streets east of Victoria Park will not only protect existing residents, but also encourage more people to embrace active modes of transportation, leading to healthier and happier communities. Finally, let's talk about economics. I've heard a lot of mention about the performance of businesses, and I have a few anecdotes. I live near Main and Danforth. I eat near Main and Danforth. And I also visit cafes at Coxwell or Greenwood, and I do this all by bike. However, I am not able to visit businesses east of Victoria Park because there are no accessible bike lanes, and it shows the businesses are shuttered. We need to take the learnings from the Bloor bike lane study,
Final thoughts.
economic impact study, and extend bike lanes to these disadvantaged communities. It's not just a matter of extending bike lanes anymore. It's a matter of connectivity. It's a matter of improving the economic outcome of our most vulnerable communities, and we need to prioritize this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Sean Cooper, followed by Dana Snell, followed by Peter Triantafilu. We have Sean online. You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you see me as well?
We cannot see you.
Okay, no problem. Let me just fix this here. Okay, you're able to see me now?
We can both hear and see you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Sean. I'm a resident of Scarborough Southwest, resident for over 25 years, and I represent a local grassroots group, Danforth Kingston for All. Danforth Kingston for All is a grassroots group of residents keen on making Danforth Avenue and Kingston Road safer for everyone, better for businesses, and making our community healthier and more sustainable. I'm disappointed to be here discussing the 2025-2027 cycling network plan when the committee could not deliver the project's promise in 2022 to 2024 cycling network. Sitting here adopting plans, colorful maps with lines on them year after year is meaningless if we are not committed to building what has been promised. I'm most disappointed in the failure to install the Danforth Kingston Complete Street extension, which was committed to be finished by 2024. Now the committee is just recycling this project for the 2025-2027 plan, and we have no way of knowing whether we'll actually follow through or it will just be recycled. Danforth Kingston will just be recycled for 2028 and 2030. Overall, this bike plan is not ambitious enough, especially when cities like Montreal, Paris, New York, and even Edmonton, Alberta, have more ambitious cycling plans. For me, this is personal. A few years ago, I was hit by a car while cycling in my own ward in Scarborough. I was following all the rules of the road, doing everything right, but because the roads are designed dangerously, like highways in Scarborough, I was hit. Luckily, I survived, but if things had gone slightly differently, I wouldn't be here today. But for many vulnerable road users, they're not as fortunate as me. I'd like to spend time and money in Scarborough, but I feel unsafe here, so I often go elsewhere. This is unfortunate and needs to change. Many of the businesses have been shuttered because of this here. I want to make it a community that people actually enjoy spending time in, and I want to make the community better for pedestrians, cyclists, businesses, and cars as well. I'm calling on Mayor Chow and City Council to immediately move forward with the Danforth Kingston Complete Street Extension by having a public consultation meeting in June 2024 and to install the entire Danforth Kingston Complete Street project from Victoria Park to Scarborough Golf Club Road by spring 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
No.
Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Dana Snell, followed by Peter Triantafilu, followed by Anthony Kyriakopoulos. Do we have Dana online? Hi, Dana. If you're online, we just need you to unmute.
Yeah, I think I did it.
Thank you. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, how are you? Just gonna pull up my notes here. Yes, I live at 1 block south of Danforth Avenue and a couple blocks east of Victoria Park. So I'm right where the bike lanes end. And we moved the neighborhood 5 years ago and we love it, but the roads are absolutely terrible. So every day we cross Danforth at pharmacy to back and forth to get our girl to school, our little girl. And there's just so much dangerous driving because that's where cars will speed and they'll change lanes really quickly. They'll ignore and cut off pedestrians. It's just all about the cars. And so I've just seen so many near misses And I was just really ready for a change that was going to come with the Danforth Kingston Complete Street. Super excited. And then it's delayed, and now it's delayed again. And I'm kind of losing trust that it will ever happen. But our neighborhood really needs this because, as you all know, in Scarborough, it's absolutely dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. We're getting killed and injured at rates unseen in other parts of the city. Even a simple thing like my daughter was playing in the snowbank next to the roads last winter. And I turned around and then she was climbing this hump of snow. And, you know, I took my eyes off her for a second. These cars are whizzing by her at way past the speed limit. And if she slipped into the road, that would have been the end. And I just, in that moment, just imagined the protected bike lanes that go west. And I was like, if only they were here to like create this buffer between us and these cars. I just can't describe how fast they go down the street. They're tearing down the street. And there's so many kids crossing, going to and from school. We're human, you know, kids make mistakes. I made a mistake in that moment by taking my eyes off her, but we shouldn't have to pay for these mistakes with our lives. So I would have loved to have had that buffer there. I mean, I'm a cyclist. I love the bike lanes. I disagree that they were poorly designed. They changed my life. The blur cycle lanes. And, but it's not even just about that, you know, it's about a redesigning of these streets that have been neglected and reimagining of this neighborhood that has been ignored. So, and my daughter, like my friend Ian was saying, is going to go to Birchmount, and that's where that young student was killed. And I just can't express how sad and angry I am that so little has been done in that dangerous intersection to make it safer. There's been nothing done, nothing meaningful that would make a difference to the lives of these kids that go to school there. And a complete street would be a way to look at this with a clear eye and make it safer for everyone, drivers included. Right now, they're just crossing a small highway to get to and from school. And it's feeling like we're just kind of getting abandoned by the people who have the power to make these changes to make our lives better and safer.
Final thought.
So safety is why I'm here, even though I'm a cyclist. I want to see these complete streets. Let's hold this consultation and let's get these complete streets happening in Danforth, Kingston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Peter Triantafilou, followed by Anthony Kyriakopoulos, followed by Ann Curie. Do you have Peter? Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
This, let me turn on. Yeah. My name is Peter Triantafilou, and I live in Marley and Whitmore, and I operate a small business there. I'm in for the bike lanes. It's a great idea, but I think heading the bike lanes down towards Marley, going to Eglinton is a mistake due to the traffic. I think it's a really congested area with the Allen Road being so impacted with the traffic that there's no room to move. So the drivers coming down Marley are really aggressive. So I'm worried about the people with the bikes there going down Marley. Going to the left on going to Roselawn is fine to join the Beltline. So I can figure something would be a better idea to use this other street called the Jimmy Wisdom Way, which connects from the Beltline right straight out, right to Eglinton, which would be a safer way. I know it's a residential street, but it's a safer way for the bikers. And there won't be any congestion. It's a one-way street, and it goes right to Eglinton. I had an impact of Eglinton with the traffic I know Mike Cole's working on it. There's a great counselor in our area. I'm worried about my kids with that bike lane because I live right there on Marley, so they might walk out the door and get smoked by a bike. It's such a busy area. Here's the exit for going on to Marley. Now, making a left going to Roselawn is a great idea because they have space. They have the big boulevard there. So it's a great idea, and they can connect to the Beltline. But using Marley as the route is not a good idea for me. The Beltline's a great place. I have 2 young active boys that we use the Beltline all the time. Every weekend, if we're in the city, we use the Beltline. We're on our bikes, our skateboards, our scooters. And I'm also concerned about the snow. Where the snow's gonna go when they start having the bike lanes, there won't be any room for the snow. So going back to the Jimmy Wisdom Way, that's a better way. It's going to be a cheaper way for the city because it's already made. Thanks for your time, and I hope this helps to make a better decision. Hey, Mike.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, the Deputant?
Peter, yes, I do. I do.
How you doing?
Thank you for the film. Great job.
It's pretty good, eh? Not bad.
Yeah. No, you're right. There's, it's not easy trying to put bike lanes in that Marley corridor. You know, it has always been a challenge given the traffic that's coming off of Eglinton, trying to get to the 401.
Yeah.
So I think staff has looked at it for over a number of years, and they're trying to find out what's the best way. There's no perfect way.
I know.
But they'll continue to try and make it as safe as possible.
This street's safe.
What's that?
The Jimmy Wisdom Way is a safe street.
Well, Jimmy Wisdom Way, there's already a plan to do a counter bike lane on Jimmy Wisdom.
Okay.
So they're going to go the opposite, because it's a one-way street going north. So they're going to have a bike lane using Jimmy Wisdom up to the Beltline. So they're going to do that already. But you know, we'll continue to evaluate it, and you know, I appreciate the sensitivity since you're right there.
I live right there. And I love it. I've been there since 2002. I don't want to move. I just put an extension on the building.
Oh, I know, it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the laundromat's doing well?
It won't be if you guys put the bike lanes in.
Oh, come on, they'll still wash
That's
their
another
clothes.
problem.
Now, we've heard everything about bike lanes destroying everything, and the laundromat's gonna go downhill because of the bike lane.
But we have
anyways,
the
we'll
delivery
continue-
issues too, right? For the store next door, they have delivery issues to get the products in the door, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be hard for them to park there.
Anyways, they'll continue to look at that
Yeah.
as the best they can, and again, these are all works in progress, and nothing is set in stone. They try and deal with.
I know you do a good job there. Everybody loves you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks buttering me up, Peter. And I'm not coming to the laundromat anymore.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for taking the time. This really
Yes.
helps with.
We were stuck in the rain all day. We were soaked.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you for caring. Yeah, and we'll keep you in the loop on it.
Please
Yeah,
do.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, the Deputant? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Kriakopoulos. Please correct me if I didn't get that right. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi. Yeah, hi. My name is Anthony Kriakopoulos, and I'm here. I live on 10 Belgravia, just south of where Peter lives. Basically, the main issue here, besides my personal, which they're going to take about 8 feet of my front off, besides that, I don't think I've been there since 1979. I don't even know how many years that is. So it's not very safe there for bike lanes. If you notice, going south here, there is no bike lanes, and there's a reason for that. They didn't put any bike lanes because there's no space. So now they're proposing to put a double bike lane, not single, double, one going north, one going south. So that's going to dig right into all the properties along this street here. And the street is already narrow. Going up to Eglinton, like on rush hour, it gets really congested. So I don't know, it's gonna be a huge cost to the taxpayer. It's gonna be a great inconvenience to us, to all the people that live there in that street. And it's not really gonna be safe for the cyclists if there is a cycling lane. There's also gonna be issues with the snow. There's so many issues that are gonna come up that I can't even think about. Okay, and me and Peter, we went yesterday through the rain. We were 2 hours. We explored Loxley, which goes to the library. From the library, it goes to the park, and from the park, it goes to the trail. So it's a beautiful way to go. And there's really no need to put bike lanes here. You know, you can just leave it as is, fix the street, do whatever you want. But you're gonna wreck the People have bushes, people have trees. The city has put 2 nice trees in front of my property. They're gonna have to take those off. And, you know, they're just gonna destroy the whole street. And for no really good reason, because there's an alternative. And also on the east side of Marley, which is Forest Hill begins, they have trails going up and down each side of Allen, which people are already using as bike trails and so on and so forth. So, yeah. So I don't really think they're even if the other one, Loxley, you can't use or whatever. It's still, I don't think a good idea to put bike lanes here, because it's just not going to help anybody. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Deputy Mayor Cole?
Thank you for taking time to do this and working with Peter on this. Yeah, I know, again, as I said to Peter, it's not an easy thing to do at all. It's very challenging. And as you know, Marley is a byproduct of the unfinished Allen Expressway that ends in our neighborhood.
I understand that.
So as you know, the war with trucks and cars on Marley's gone on forever. So we're always trying to deal with that reality. It's never easy because we deal with 60,000 cars a day trying to get on and off the Allen at Eglinton, okay? So then what they try and do is they all look at the back-to-back congestion of cars on Marley, trying to get up and down Marley at rush hour. It's impossible, right now? Car back-to-back. I know they go all the way up to Hopewell, almost up to Roselawn, down there. And so what we're trying to do, I don't know if you're aware, that what we're trying to do is basically trying to get people to not drive as much and try to use their bikes on Eglinton a bit, because we're doing bike lanes on Eglinton, and then we're trying to basically get people to go east and west on the Beltline.
Well, the Beltline issue is fairly easy to fix here, because all you have to do is just go from the Beltline a little bit north and connect to to Roselawn.
Yeah.
And then you can go right across to the other Beltline. So there's no need to go down Marley Avenue.
Yeah, so you're right. So that's why we're trying to do that. And then, again, the other thing is there's an attempt to try and have a north-south bike path going down through Winona all the way down to St. Clair and DuPont. So that's why Marley's where it's a missing link.
Yep, Loxley is just
but we are doing the bike
way. They can just go across Eglinton, which you're going to put bike lanes anyways, you're saying. So I don't think it's a big issue.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware. We are doing the bike lane on Loxley, which is now Jimmy Wisdom Way.
Yeah, well, that's great.
There's going to be, anyways, it's something that we're trying to work on, again, as best we can in a very challenging situation there. So I appreciate what you've done in terms of effort, and we'll continue to keep you in the loop as we go along on this.
Yeah. Either way, I don't think it's a good idea to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah. No.
Okay.
Thank you very much
for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next deputant. Oh, sorry, somebody has questions. Wait, come back.
It wasn't a question. I was just going to say to shout out to the production team and good job. We do appreciate a visual around here. It really did help to bring us right onto the street level, and it's good to see that you all bringing the next generation into the city building conversation. So thank you guys. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, James.
Yeah, big time operation.
Sorry, Councillor Pasternak, do you have questions?
Peter and the gang there.
Well, they've gone, I had a question about the video and the direction they were going. I don't know, do you want to come back, Tony, or do you want to call it a day?
Okay. Pasternak has a question.
So, thanks, Tony, and thanks for coming to City Hall. So when you were showing that video, was that going southbound on Marley?
The one that I showed was Marley Avenue.
So that was southbound on
going south from Roselawn. Yeah.
From Roselawn.
Yeah.
And your feeling is the public right of way is too narrow to put in the lanes? Is that?
Well, yeah. It's already narrow. I think, you know, like north of Roselawn, they have bike lanes, like one on each side. Narrow, but they have a bike lane. when you reach Roseland, south of Roseland, they have no bike lanes because there's no room. They didn't put them because there's no room. So now what they're proposing is to put a double lane on the west side, double, one going north, one going south, on an already narrow street, okay? That's gonna have issues with snow. They're gonna take all the greenery out, whatever trees are there, whatever is there. They're gonna, you know, because from what I see, you need like at least 8 feet, probably a little bit more if you wanna more safe. So we're, you know, the traffic's gonna get worse. It's not gonna get better, right? And you have on the either side of Havilland, you have like lanes that you can go north-south. You have an alternate route that you can go to the bike path. So there's really no need to go there. It's absolutely no need to do all this damage. You know, they're gonna hydro lines. They're gonna have to take hydro poles down. They're gonna have to put, I don't know, so much infrastructure. A lot of money is gonna be spent there for a little stretch of land that's not really necessary. You know, and like Mike said, there's already stuff going on Loxley there on the other side. There's stuff going on the other side of the island. There's stuff, networks. We're gonna have a beautiful subway there so people can ride the subway, hopefully when it opens. And so I just don't see a need for it. It's just like, it's just gonna inconvenience, and certainly if I had children, I have children, I have 4, but they're grown up. If I have grandchildren, I certainly would not let them go on that bike path because it's dangerous. You know, I neither love bikes or hate bikes, you know, but it's just from a realistic point of view, it doesn't make sense to have bikes there, you know.
Okay.
So,
all right.
although I do, and wherever you do put bikes, since I'm here in the city, I would recommend that there's like some protection for those bikers. So it's a safe environment for them, you know. All right. Because safety should be the #1 priority. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
very much, Tony. I'm going to speak with the local councillor and again, staff and find out more about this this section. So thank you very much for coming, sharing that.
Last call, any questions? This poor guy stood up 3 times. Okay, we're done? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Ann Curie, followed by Andre McKevenue, followed by Mary Bredden. Do we have Ann Curie online? In the room, in the person. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Curie and I'm a resident in Ward 11. I'm also a member of 4 Our Kids Toronto, a group of parents and caregivers who advocate for climate justice. And in addition, I serve as community co-chair of the TDSB's Environment, Sustainability and Community Advisory Committee. I'm here today to add my voice to those calling upon you to increase the ambition of the city's cycling plan. The 2025-27 bike plan calls for the construction of 100 kilometres of bike lanes over the next 3 years. This is good, and I'm grateful to staff for working on this, but this is still a business as usual plan. We need a transformative plan that is in line with the city's Transform TO climate strategy. A key Transform TO goal for 2030, as you know, is to have 75% of school and work trips under 5 kilometres taken by transit, walking or biking. We will not meet that target at the current rate. I therefore join other advocates in urging you to set a goal of 150 kilometres, 50 kilometres a year over the next 3 years. And in doing so, I also urge you to pay particular attention to closing gaps in our cycling network and building protected bike lanes that will make it easier and safer for students to bike to school. Because we are not just building cycling infrastructure here, we are building social infrastructure. Young people who cycle to school are more likely to continue cycling as adults. Those under 5K trips to school will become those under 5K trips to work. As it happens, this week is Bike to School week. My daughter is lucky enough to go to a school, Bloor Collegiate, which is currently housed at Central Tech, that is served by 2 protected bike lanes, one along Harbour, the other along Bloor. She reports that so many students ride bikes to that school now that it is often difficult to find a place to park a bike on the school bike racks. I would love to see this at all schools. My daughter is also going to be a camp counsellor at Pedal Heads, which is teaching young kids to ride bikes to school. So we need to be building the bike lanes for those really little kids. Biking to school has numerous benefits. It improves students' mental and physical health and their academic performance. It reduces harmful air pollution and noise pollution too, and thereby improves public health. Safe cycling lanes make school zones safer for all vulnerable road users. And the opportunity to cycle provides more opportunities for social interactions, thus contributing to a stronger feeling of connection to community as well. Let's provide these benefits and opportunities for all our kids. Let's prioritise building cycling infrastructure in the suburbs and equity-owed neighbourhoods. We are in an accelerating climate crisis. We need to accelerate our climate action plan. Expanding our safe cycling infrastructure, particularly for our kids, is critical to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Andre McKevenue. Do we have Andre? Thank you. And is it Avenue or Evenue?
It's McKevenue.
McKevenue. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Greetings, members of the IEC. My name is Andre McKevenue. I'm a resident of Toronto, PhD candidate in music composition, a music teacher, and a daily cyclist. I'm here today to share my concerns with the current state of cycling mobility in the city. These observations are based on my own experience, but I assure you they are shared by many others in the community, as you've heard today. I want to start with some metrics that I calculated based on my daily commute from Leslieville to Leaside to give you an idea of the financial and time savings that cycling provides me. From Leslieville to Leaside, the commute time by bicycle, as you can see, is far shorter than transit and comparable to rideshare. The cost is by far the lowest by bicycle, and the CO2 generated from my transportation is also greatly reduced on a bike compared to other modes. Some other points are that rideshare and driving, were I to choose this method, actually also adds to traffic congestion, which I understand is a bad thing. Cycling, unlike rideshare and transit, also provides me daily exercise in this time that I commute. And the money and time I save by cycling, I can actually spend at shops and local businesses, importantly, ones that are connected to cycling infrastructure. So an overview of the commute that I make. I ride up, as I said, from Leslieville. I go up Logan and then Pape, and I go across the Millwood Bridge onto Laird Drive. So this stretch of Millwood is the only route connecting East York and the Laird Drive commercial area. It's extremely unsafe for cyclists and for pedestrians, and numerous people have actually been struck and injured on Millwood. Just to give you an idea, this is what the area looks like riding through it. And I wanted to highlight that this is just an example, like many you've seen today and heard about today, and it highlights the conditions and network gaps that exist for many people all over the city, not just in my area. So I'll just skip here because I'm short on time, I guess. Given that there are so many deficiencies in the network, my hope is that the city move at full speed to give every resident the freedom to choose a better mode of transportation. I believe Council recently voted to procure a report to speed up the construction process for the Gardiner Expressway. But in a city where 4 people this year have already been killed cycling, where many others have already suffered life-altering injuries cycling, where the incomplete cycling network endangers literally millions of cycling trips every week and prevents millions more trips from even being taken, why can't we adopt the same urgency to speed the construction of a complete cycling network? The city has been encouraging private vehicles as the primary mode of transportation for decades. We need radical transformation to give people in the city freedom to choose cheaper more effective and healthier modes that move us towards the transformed TO climate objectives. I therefore urge you to refer the 2025 to 2027 plan back to city staff and commit to a more ambitious goal of 150 kilometers over the next 3 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Mary Bredin, followed by Simon Nyalassi, followed by Tom O'Reilly. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Mary Breeden. I live in Ward 11, and I'm grateful to be able to address this committee, including my representative, Diane Sachs, today. I'm very nervous being here, and it is my first time speaking, but I needed to be here because, like a previous speaker, I am afraid I will die cycling unless things change. So I believe it is hugely important to speak out and insist on better bike lanes. Also, I could go on for hours, but I've cut out all the jokes to keep this short. I grew up at Yonge and St. Clair, and I'm an avid cyclist and have been my whole life. My whole family are cyclists. My father, oh shit, it disappeared. Oh shit, come back. Sorry, hold on. Oh, now I'm in the wrong thing. Oh no, hang on, sorry. Okay, thank you. I grew up at Yonge and St. Clair. My son cycles. I'm not a cycling lobbyist. I'm a concerned community member and parent. I've lived in Paris and London, and both cities have had charges for cars and trucks downtown, so I cannot believe we still prioritize cars downtown at all. Also, I cycled in both cities, so I'm a pretty intrepid cyclist. In London, I was hit by a bus. I broke my left arm and my right leg. Being injured in a bike accident is horrific. But at least I'm still here. I went on the ghost ride for the gentleman who died on Avenue Road the other day. No one should die cycling. I'm here so we can contemplate having no more cycling deaths. I love the bike lanes on Bloor and College. They are not long enough yet, but they really do help me feel safe. I wonder why we don't have them everywhere in the city now. I do not feel particularly safe on many of the streets, and then double down on that feeling where there is construction. From a cyclist point of view, what a privilege construction sites now have to take over our streets. To be considered more important than a pedestrian or cyclist's ease of transport or even safety. I want to continue cycling, but these construction trucks, the garbage trucks, the speed, the size, I'm also here to advocate for my ability to keep cycling. With every death, I feel cycling isn't for me. And if keeping us safe wasn't enough, then let's think about the environmental disaster we're living through. All we have to do is look outside. I work on a TV show called Future Chicken, teaching young children about climate activation and why we all need to do our part, from composting to, you guessed it, cycling. I just suggested that we include in a show that parents commute to work on bikes because that is the future we need to have. As we've heard from other speakers, Paris, other European cities, New York, but not in modern, progressive Toronto. I have to add, and it may be heresy to say, but I do like the Bloor lanes now. I do drive because the turning lanes are so well articulated. Somebody was complaining that Bloor is not effective. It is. Waze will send you to Bloor Street now. Anyway, I have lived in world-class cities, and we have some elements, but cycling is not one of them yet. In conclusion, I'm here today to implore you to have a bigger vision for a Toronto cycling infrastructure, for the children, for the people who have died on our streets, for the climate, and also so an older person can keep cycling. We need a more ambitious 2025-2027 cycling network plan. We have to ensure we meet Toronto's own goals for Vision Zero and reduce climate emissions. The city must prioritize expanding active modes of transportation by making it safe for young, old like me, and everyone in between. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs has a question for you.
Oh God, no. Yes.
Be an easy one.
Okay.
What I wanted to say was to you and everyone else who's here for the first time, we really appreciate it. We know how important it is, how disruptive it is to take time out of your day. You don't know how long you have to sit here. It's a long time no matter how long you sit here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm happy that so many articulate and engaged people are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll move to the next deputant, Simon Nailassi.
Yes, good morning. Actually, I think it's afternoon now. So good afternoon, committee, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee. My name's Simon Nailassi. I'm a director of Balance on Bloor, and despite what you might hear, we are not a group that is in any way anti-bike lanes. In fact, as I think one of our other members has already said, many of our group are actually active cyclists, and myself, I've been an active cyclist in Toronto for many years, including commuting from Etobicoke to downtown. And actually before a number of the bike lane infrastructure changes that were proposed and implemented over the last few years. So with that little bit of history, I'm not going to put forward a suggestion for council or the city planners. I'm just going to pose a few questions, and the questions are around what studies are being done, and Councillor Morley has referred to a study that was, I believe, intended to take place in May, to actually measure the impact of the expansion of the network on the goals that were set out by City Council when the extension of this network was first proposed a little while ago, to make sure that the way the plan is being implemented is actually meeting the goals that were set out. So that's the first question. And the second question is, to what extent are council and the planners considering what I will call second order effects? And some of them have been referred to already. And I'll apologize if some of this is anecdotal, and we've had a number of anecdotes, but I'd rather see larger studies done. So the second order effects I would talk about would be diversion of traffic onto residential side streets, potential impact on emergency response times, impact on businesses such as Mr. Pappas referenced earlier. And this one would be difficult to measure, but the actual impact on emissions and the the second order effect of those that really have no choice other than to use a vehicle for whatever reason, and I won't go into all of those. But the extra congestion that causes actually increases emissions. So cyclists can claim to be reducing emissions, but that doesn't mean that when you look at the overall, and broader than that, even if the entire city starts to bike everywhere, the impact that might possibly have on our climate. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant?
May I, Madam Speaker?
Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nailassi. I wondered if you could share with some of my colleagues on the committee who maybe don't know Etobicoke as well as you might, and I'm assuming you're from the West End because of your involvement with one of the groups. But you said you're a cyclist, and could you describe what cycling volumes are like in this part of the city compared to the inner core of the city, right, which would be very different?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councillor Holiday. And look, again, the best I can answer that is anecdotal, although some of our businesses have, they had security cameras installed, so they have been able to show us, 24-hour delay clips of videos, which show, so they show in my own anecdotal evidence of actually walkers, I mean walking distance to Bloor, so I don't need to bike there, show that the use of the bike lanes is absolutely minimal. Even in that glorious month of May that somebody else referred to, where you would think that would bring out most cyclists, it's still very, very sparse usage. And so, you know, for what reasons I can't really tell you, other than I think it's impractical for a lot of people to use the lanes for whatever purpose that they need.
I want to go beyond, Bloor Street, because there's a lot of people that have focused on that, and actually talk about a different segment, which is Bloor between the 6 Points area and the Mississauga border. And, that's in the report that's before us about as a future project. But there's other streets, Kipling, Rathburn, Martin Grove, other streets that are discussed. You're out and about, you ride a bike, so you would be in tune with this. Would it be a radical statement to say that there are days where there might be no cyclists, or such few cyclists I could count them on my fingers?
Yes, absolutely. You can't see me because I don't want to be on video, but I am of age, let's put it, and I monitor my cycling activities on an app called Strava. And frequently on the routes that I follow, and there's some great routes in the city that I can follow without using Bloor or some of the other streets we've been talking about. And I'll be like one of 10 people, 20 people in the entire day that use those streets. So it's still anecdotal, but it's still a little more scientific because the app, now that's people are using the app admittedly, but I rarely meet anybody, and believe me, nobody ever overtakes me. So even though I'm not necessarily going that fast.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, additional questions of the deputant. Okay, this will be our final deputant before the break. It's 6 minutes as Tom is registered on both items. We'll then take lunch for 1 hour, and we'll be back at 1:30, not 1:31, not 1:32. And following Tom, we have 51 more deputants. Okay, welcome, Tom. You have 6 minutes.
Okay, how about now? Great. My name is Tom O'Reilly. I am an Etobicoke resident. I am an avid cyclist. I regularly use the TTC and drive my car. I'm also a member of the Team Revolution Cycling Club and also a member of Balance on Bloor. I'm in favor of bike lanes. I use them regularly in my neighborhood. We have several that successfully balance safety, transportation efficiency, business and residential stakeholder concerns, user demand, and cost effectiveness. However, the bike lane extension completed in 2023 along Bloor West is poorly designed and illustrates a host of problems with the city's approach to bike lanes. Instead of balancing user needs, it disproportionately prioritizes cyclists. The design and implementation of the Bloor West extension casts doubt about the city's assumptions and methodology for implementing bike lanes, and indicates the need for a serious re-evaluation of the citywide implementation plan for 2025 and beyond. Allocation of road space to the Bloor bike lanes is incongruent with demand now and in the future, and the resulting constriction of parking and vehicle traffic space to accommodate what in many places along Bloor are 9-foot wide bike lanes is dangerous. The impact on traffic and overall transportation effectiveness has been ignored. The bike lanes disrupt travel across the Bloor Street Bridge over the Humber to access the South Kingsway and Gardner Lakeshore combination, which is a key artery for people in Etobicoke traveling downtown, causing congestion and increased pollution. GPS systems now direct people through side streets to avoid the congestion on Bloor, causing increased traffic and congestion on secondary streets. While this has probably been a great development for cyclists, and if I ever see any using the bike lanes, I'll ask them, it's a disaster for everyone else in the neighborhood. The The city's branding of bike lane extensions as complete streets is a complete misnomer. I have met with 2 different urban planning professionals, both with strong resumes in their field, and each independently of the other advised me that a true complete streets design should start with a blank page. First, evaluate the case for bike lanes in a particular location, and then, in concert with the community stakeholders, devise and design an implementation process that addresses the needs of all road users. It appears the project along Bloor West started with the assumption that bike lanes should go there, and then focused on squeezing them in to best address the requirements addressed or propagated by the cycling lobby. Real community engagement in this process is lacking. The city conducts consultations via meetings and surveys and gives the impression such consultations yield feedback and buy-in from residents and the local business community. However, more than 13,000 people signed a petition in opposition to the bike lane extension right after it was completed. To my knowledge, this petition has met with indifference from this committee and City Council. Results of meetings with 60 local businesses along Bloor West after the extension was completed have already been described by someone else earlier today. This raises serious questions about the effectiveness of the community engagement process. In order to create true complete streets for all road users and achieve buy-in from a wide spectrum of citizens and voters, something needs to change. Bike lane extensions citywide should be put on hold, pending a review of what has been done to date and an assessment of how to properly design and implement bike lane infrastructure in a way that truly balances the needs of all road users. This approach will take longer, but it will be far more effective on all counts than what is currently happening. Certain arguments advanced to justify the bike lanes are also questionable. The contribution to Toronto's net zero objective from bike lanes is uncertain, and that uncertainty was well described by another deputant earlier today. To achieve net zero benefit via bike lane expansion, people need to get out of their cars and use bikes for commuting, and for short local trips. However, any increase in bike ridership will include some people who decide to trade transit for bikes. This will further decrease transit utilization, increasing the per user cost of transit, and will not yield any net zero benefit. Leisure and sport bike riders may or may not utilize the expanded bike lanes, but there's no guarantee this class of cyclists will alter their modes of transportation for commuting and non-leisure bike transportation needs. So any increase in cycling achieved through bike lane expansion, it is unlikely to have a direct correlation on reduced car usage. And any net zero benefit derived from people trading cars for bikes is likely to be offset by increased congestion and emissions. I can see I'm getting close to the end of the time here, so I'll try and get through these next points quickly. There's been an argument I've heard advanced about how we need more bike lane capability as the city grows. We need this for our transportation systems. How many people are going to ride their bikes anywhere that they need to be between mid-November and mid-March in this country? Ask yourself that question. It's not going to be a lot. Most of them are probably already in the room here. Then you've got to consider how many people simply aren't physically capable of doing so. This approach to bike lanes, it represents a very small portion of a way to address Toronto's transportation challenges.
Thank you. You have a question, I think. Councillor Holiday. Sorry, can I just get a motion to extend to finish questions on this deputant? All in favor? I'll oppose. That carries. Thank you, Councillor Holiday. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be efficient. Mr. Riley, did you attend the cycling consultation meeting I had about this very council item?
Yes, I certainly did.
So a clip of a poor comment has been exploited by some, and I just wondered if you could tell the committee what you thought of the overall message of the meeting or what the community said. It really was advice to council, although it was directed through me as the councillor that was there. But did you see useful information come back that this committee might want to consider?
Let me address your question in 2 parts. First of all, the meeting, other than one unfortunate comment by an individual who I think everybody in the room realized was speaking colloquially, other than that one comment, which has been utilized by certain aspects of the online community. The meeting featured many very good questions and comments and concerns about how the bike lanes affect our community. There was a lot of good input, a lot of constructive questions. The meeting was well attended. I believe the capacity of the auditorium is 600 or 700 people, and it seemed to be full. So I thought, in general, the meeting was very constructive. It did, on several occasions, feature some very boisterous and loud commentary from people in the community who are not happy with the bike lane development, which leads to the second part of my answer. I believe that you have been very unfairly characterized, again, by a small number of people in the internet underworld, as inciting violence at the meeting. Nothing could be further from the truth. I attended the entire meeting. I have video of several big portions of it. In fact, you were instrumental in controlling the meeting. I thought you did a credible and professional job of managing the boisterous moments in the meeting. In one aspect, I recall you warning people that if a certain level of civility was not maintained, that you would shut the meeting down. You reminded people on several occasions to show respect for city staff, to listen to the points that the city staff members were trying to make so that we could all better understand what's behind the bike lane program. So I found the meeting to be very useful. Was it boisterous and contentious in some points? Absolutely. Were there some loud moments? Absolutely. Did you do an excellent job in your role as moderator in addressing all of those issues? I believe you certainly did, and the level of negative characterization of you as some sort of violent rabble-rouser was completely unfair, in my opinion.
Thank you, Chair.
Any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, so we adjourn to 1:30, not 1:31, not 1:32. Deputy Mayor Morley heard it. Okay, see you then. Marvin McCarrig, followed by Cody McRae. Do you have Malcolm online? Sorry, just 1 second. I think the room has to be turned on, broadcast. I think they're checking. We're good?
WebEx panel. WebEx panel.
Hello, okay, we're ready? We're good. Okay, sorry about that, Malcolm. Do we have you online? You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you. I'm Malcolm Kennedy. I grew up biking in Toronto. I grew up in the Annex at Bloor and Bathurst. I'll probably bike as long as I can in the city. I love it. But you've heard a lot already from so-called cyclists, this admittedly relatively small group of people that are dedicated bikers in the city. Who I want to talk about instead is all the people in my life who don't cycle, or who cycle sometimes but would love to if it didn't feel so dangerous. I'm 27, and at this stage of life, a lot of my peers their mobility choices are still in flux. There's so much more latent demand for cycling in the city, and I think that's really clear at my age and demographic, maybe more than any. A good example is my partner, Elizabeth. She moved to Toronto from Alberta in 2020, and she was so excited at how vibrant the city was and at the idea of being able to get places on bike. Rides in our neighborhood were fine, but when it came to getting to places where she needed to go, it often wasn't easy. Not because these places were far, but because too often there would be gaps in the network, sometimes unpredictably due to construction, and she would end up feeling unsafe. Last summer, for example, she was trying to get from the Lakeshore Trail over in Leslieville over to Harbourfront, which used to be a straight shot, but because of the bridge closure that's been ongoing and poor signage, she ended up accidentally merging with the westbound traffic on Lakeshore Boulevard, which was understandably a very scary experience. And she actually wasn't the only one. There was an older lady there as well who had made the same mistake as her, and they shared the same terrified expression on their face. Even if the signage had been clearer, that detour up to the suggested detour up to Queen and back would have added 2 kilometers to her trip, which on a bike is unreasonable. My partner didn't bike again that year. She was deeply frightened by that experience. She's riding again this year, but understandably cautious. In the last couple of years, I think city staff have shown that they know how to design and execute high quality bike infrastructure. I see it on Shooter, I see it on parts of Bloor College, and I couldn't be more excited about some of the upcoming projects like the Bloor St. George protected intersection. But these are isolated examples. They're far from the complete network, even in Old Toronto where I live. So when we think about the pace of change, I'd love if you could think about not just so-called cyclists, but the generation of young people that are still figuring out how they're going to get around the city, still forming habits, still flexible, and are quite honestly chomping at the bit to bike if only this network were to allow it. So I urge you to consider a much more ambitious plan and to focus on the reliability and safety and coherence of the existing network, which is subject often to unpredictable changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Marvin McCarrig, followed by Cody McRae. Do we have Marvin online?
Hi.
Hi, Marvin. You have 3 minutes. I like your sign.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, committee. Councillor McKelvey, nice to see you again. The last time I think we spoke, Jennifer, we were at our building at Access Point on Danforth for a site visit, and you took a ride in one of our e-cargo bikes that was used for our senior programs. So my name is Marvin Macraig. I'm a health promoter and the Scarborough Cyclist Coordinator at Access Alliance, which is a community health center. We have 3 locations in Toronto. I work in our east office located at Victoria Park in Danforth in Ward 20, which is also the same ward where I live. At Access Alliance, our focus is to provide services for the health of newcomers, and this means we work in the communities most affected by systemic barriers. As a health promoter, a central focus of my work is harm reduction and disease prevention. And if people are getting killed and injured on our streets, we take it seriously. So we work to find solutions. We advocate, that's why I'm here, and collaborate with others to improve safety. I want to thank transportation staff for putting together the report. I recognize that there was a lot of information to compile, and I appreciate the frank explanations provided as to what resources are needed to improve our network. I can read between the lines. We all know that we need a bigger budget, but we need to work within this reality. So we should double down and look for ways to get more stuff built. I'm here to talk about Scarborough. Moving the needle on safety and equity will require a more ambitious near-term plan. At the very least, a recognition that major parts of the previous plan were not delivered, as was the case for Danforth Kingston Complete Street Extension. Simply put, the report does not propose enough stuff for Scarborough, and I want to make 2 recommendations. Firstly, the report calls for the implementation of neighborhood street plans. This is a great initiative and exactly the kind of things that suburban areas need more of. The focus on local connections is great because locals are the ones who already know what is needed. The report calls for the implementation of 6 neighborhood street plans. I think this initiative should be increased to 2 in each ward, at least in Scarborough. I also think this program should not take 2 years to implement. A neighborhood street plan should be drafted, consulted, implemented, refined, monitored in 1 year or less. I think it's ambitious, but if other cities can do it, we should be able to do the same. We should strive to make improvements faster, cheaper, and lighter, working on the ground with locals. This would make a big impact, save lives, and help us get to our Vision Zero goals. Secondly, in suburban areas, finding safe connections for local trips means riding in parks, residential streets, cemeteries, and even through parking lots. We can help these connections by upgrading the existing paths or formalizing many informal ones that we use through our green spaces. But to the city's benefit, many of these things have already been identified through the Scarborough Greenway Network report published by the University of Toronto Scarborough in 2022. The report presents a really ambitious vision for a large connected network through our green spaces on publicly owned land. I urge the community to take a second look at the report. It was presented to committee a few years ago. Building this stuff in Scarborough will likely require even more coordination between city divisions, landowners, government agencies, school boards, utility companies, and colleges and universities. The limited staff capacity and budget we have, we should continue to find ways to connect our communities. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. It's been a long day. We're not done yet. Our next speaker is Cody McRae. You're registered on both items, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so you have 6 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and thank you again for the opportunity here to speak. My name is Cody McRae, and I'm a resident of Etobicoke and a recreational cyclist who supports bike lanes. I represent a growing concerned group of residents from Etobicoke, and I'm here to address the pressing issues of congestion and inadequate public transportation funding in Toronto, as well as to provide feedback of the process of the cycling network plan update from 2025 to 2027, which I think is important and has been neglected. Firstly, Toronto is facing a severe congestion crisis. According to the TomTom Traffic Index, our city is ranked the 3rd worst in the world and the worst in North America. If you prefer another study out there, INRIX has us 7th worst globally. These rankings highlight a significant problem that we cannot ignore, and yet we have some councillors suggest that, quote, congestion is not failure. This perspective is deeply flawed. Congestion is indeed a failure. It's a failure of planning, infrastructure, and investment, and we are failing. In her letter to the committee, this committee about today, about the cycling network plan, the GM of Transportation Services, Barbara Gray, mentions the, quote, congestion management plan. However, it is clear that this plan is not delivering the necessary results. I know we are ranked #1 in the world, but that's not the number we're going for. We see no substantial reduction in traffic delays, and the public transportation system still remains underfunded and ignored. Allocating proper resources to public transportation is essential for the city to operate. By improving transit options, we can reduce the number of vehicles on the road, thereby alleviating congestion. We are failing consistently, and we are failing hardworking families. We see the letter that also cites the quote, extensive public consultation efforts, including over 9,000 completed responses to surveys, an interactive map with over 5,000 comments, 3 online workshops, and 1 public virtual meeting with over 300 participants, and 4 public drop-in pop-in events with over 160 people. Despite these claims, thousands of voices from our community feel unheard, with biased surveys that don't allow for other opinions on their communities and what affects them. Another example is that 100 of us showed up at the Islington and Steeles meeting for this plan, and the next scheduled meeting was canceled at the last minute due to, quote, unforeseen circumstances. Ironically, I don't see that mentioned in the letter at all either. This cancellation and lack of acknowledgement in the report raised concerns about the transparency and inclusiveness of our consultation process. We are failing our communities. I, like many others, have actively participated in these discussions and have felt that our opinions have been ignored. Again, there is no mention of any of this in the letter. This is why a petition that I started has over 13,000 signatures, many of them who are avid cyclists themselves in our neighborhood. This petition clearly shows the need for genuine and productive conversations about the future of transportation and our infrastructure. Again, we are failing at this. In her letter, she also notes the quote, current cycling demand. The current cycling demand in our area is notably low and only 0.3% according to the City of Toronto study, translating to approximately 87 people. Despite this, the plan proposes significant investments in cycling infrastructure without considering the actual usage and needs of our community. We have been collecting our own data because the city has failed again to do so. We have been collecting data and over several weeks show an average of 0.3 to 2.2 cyclists an hour. 0.3 to 2.2 cyclists an hour is the numbers. We have also, at another consultation meeting, we had a public staffer, a city engineer, say, quote, we are aware that the counter is inaccurate, end quote. So again, we are failing. Another point would be the misinformation about the extent of local consultation with fire crews and other essential services. We were told at the same meeting at Islington and Steeles, the quote, we always consult with local fire departments, end quote. It turns out that these consultations are not even a major point of analysis, nor is local traffic impact as it was revealed during our new consultation event. So again, we are failing. This oversight has attacked seniors due to the ableistic and ageist design of some of the infrastructure changes. Hundreds of emails I have from constituents in my riding that I know very well, and our seniors there, it just, quite frankly, it's heartbreaking. Their quality of life is suffering big time. And again, we are failing our seniors with ageist and ableistic designs. The increased traffic demand in our area has also impacted our children, who I know that are no longer allowed to play on their side streets due to safety concerns from increased traffic through side streets. This is a huge reminder that infrastructure changes must consider broader implications on all community members, especially the most vulnerable, who, you've guessed it, we are failing the most vulnerable people in our society again. We are trying to be greener with sustainable transportation. That is something we can obviously all support and get around. However, nobody can tell us, or me for that matter, that the lineup of cars idling when trips have increased from 8 minutes towards 30 minutes due to congestion, that is somehow better for the environment. All those greenhouse gases that are sitting there and GPS redirecting you elsewhere, again, we are failing our environment on that. There's no way anybody can look here from the committee with a straight face and saying, more cars idling is better for the environment. That's a pretty fair assessment. To finish, we must listen to our community and make informed, inclusive decisions. Our public transportation funding is insufficient. The current way the bike lanes have been implemented and our current congestion management plan is failing. We need a balanced approach that addresses these issues while also ensuring that cycling infrastructure meets actual demands and enhances safety for all and accessibility for all. So I must ask in closing, who is responsible for all this failure?
Thank you. Questions of the deputant. We'll do outside councillors first. So Councillor Holiday, followed by Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. McRae was talking about Bloor Street, but my question is more general in nature and something that would be applicable to route that the council's thinking about. Mr. McCray, you talked about public consultation, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the difference of a consultation where a proposal is put forward and then people kind of make comments about it. I think they call it the straw dog model, versus a public consultation that is about developing policy or creating something from nothing. And how you might see a public consultation process that would satisfy the public.
Thank you for the question, but I think just from talking with thousands of people in Etobicoke over the last few months since this has started, everybody does feel ignored, because once we do show up to these the consultations that they're doing, a lot of the time they're told to literally, like, quote, shut up and get used to it, it's happening, end quote, from various people there, or saying that we're behind the times and we need to do this and all this sort of stuff, where there's no actual discussion and there's no actual input. It's negligence. Like, it's just pure negligence. There's nobody there that's listening to anybody. Hence why something that I started with no advertising over a petition has gathered over 13,000 signatures, because everybody has been feeling neglected. And once we try to, talk to our local representatives or people that are here today from the transportation department, it falls upon deaf ears. They just, again, they do ignore us. So I think we need to do a better job of actually listening to concerns of people. And there's not there's not a blanket approach to everything. Every area, Toronto is a city of neighborhoods. Every different area has something else to offer. So what might work in the annex doesn't necessarily work in, the Bloor West side of things, or what works in St. Lawrence Market might not work in Scarborough, and what works in Rouge Park might not necessarily work at Islington and Steeles. Toronto is a very diverse city with a lot of different neighborhoods, and to kind of go at it consistently with a one size approach fits all is just, it's insanity, is what it is, because that's not reality.
Okay. When council thinks about the installation of bike lanes on a major arterial route, what are the kinds of information you think that the public would need to be able to have an informed consultation, or at least satisfy themselves that the decision was done the right way? What are those building blocks of a public consultation, or those data points that people ask about all the time, or you think is needed or maybe missing?
Yeah, I think we should do a better job of even delivering leaflets or emails towards citizens in order to get them to be engaged and come out and voice their opinions, because that's been definitely lacking in our area.
That was your last question. Deputy Mayor Morley, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, Cody, for your submission here today. I just wanted to check the record on a couple of things. You mentioned being ignored, but I know you and I have had a couple of conversations on this issue. In fact, we also did a site visit. Is that a fair statement?
Somewhat. We definitely did do a site visit. I'm still waiting back on numerous emails and a few calls back from your office as well.
We didn't do a site visit with staff who are present here today.
Yeah, we did. And again, nothing has transpired from that meeting, and it's been ignored and neglected. Like, talking about the size of the lanes, for example, they said there was no other way to do that.
So I will turn your attention to the Complete Streets website, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, where we're working to continue to ensure there's dashboard information and collected data available. But what's also included there is some of the changes and iterations that have happened as a result of conversations with community members, including working with the local church, including addressing the size of the parking spaces, like minimizing some of the bicycle lanes where appropriate. So I just wanted to be clear that my office has been deeply engaged on this issue. We've spent numerous hours connecting with community residents, and where there's constructive feedback, we have absolutely worked to take action on that.
With all due respect, Deputy Mayor, there's thousands of citizens in the riding that do not feel that way. So
and that's fine. And the other thing I would just point out is there's a difference between listening and agreement. So as you know, when I came into office, I had a mandate to proceed and to move forward with this. That's what the residents who voted for me were looking for. So just to be clear on that. The other piece I just wanted to hold a little bit of space for is if you have suggestions for us. We heard a lot about failures and concerns about the process, et cetera, which we'll take that, of course. But as you know, if you participated in some of the information sessions that we facilitated, talking about not only the specific implementation of Complete Streets on Bloor, but the wider context within which we are working, including 30,000 new residents coming into the neighborhood. So do you have thoughts or suggestions outside of transportation investment, which I agree is a good one, on how we can be addressing to ensure there's mobility options in our community?
For starters, on this consultation that you hold, I would recommend having people able to have a chance to speak, because any of those information sessions you've provided, nobody has had a chance to speak at. They've all been muted. So you only allow for the city to give their presentation. There's no input. There's like on any of those WebEx that you've hosted, there's been no input from constituents.
Okay.
So I would definitely start with that for a starter point, yeah.
But still, okay, so we could take it offline, but I think just want to encourage you to think about constructive solutions as we build the city together and as we try to work to the best for our community. It's helpful when those are brought forward, and we're always happy to receive them. So thank you for your participation.
We have sent them. You have them.
Thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, our next deputant is Robin Richardson. We have Robin online. Hi, Robin, you have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I am actually registered to speak on both 14.3 and 14.4. I wonder if I could do both of them together.
Yes, no, please do. Apologies, I think we missed that one. So 6 minutes, thank you.
That's great, thank you. Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I am here representing Young for All, which is a group of volunteers and supporters who believe that Yonge Street and all of our streets should be welcoming, safe, and accessible for people of all ages and abilities, whether they walk, take transit, drive a car, ride a bike, or use another mobility device. We enthusiastically endorse the 2025 to 2027 Cycling Network Plan update and urge you to approve it in full. Extending the Complete Street on Yonge from Davisville to Eglinton will establish an important connection between these two critical pieces of our cycling network, bringing safe access to downtown for residents of our northern, eastern, and western neighborhoods, while also improving the streetscape of the Midtown Yonge neighborhood. Other elements of the plan will fill in dangerous gaps throughout the city and will improve safety for cyclists, sidewalk users, and drivers alike. While we are excited by the contents of the plan, we urge you, in the strongest possible terms, to accelerate the pace of implementation and increase the scope of the coverage. I don't need to remind you of our Transform TO commitments. 2030 will be here in just a few short years, and we need a comprehensive network of safe streets if we are to achieve our goal of 75% of short trips being made by bike, transit, and walking. Please approve this plan and direct transportation services to add the segments of Yonge necessary to connect Reimagining Yonge in the north, the Midtown Yonge Complete Street, Yonge Tomorrow to the south of us, and the Martin Goodman Trail. Let's make Yonge the spine of our cycling network with safe and comfortable passage from the city limits all the way to Lake Ontario. The time for studies has passed. In 2024, Toronto should not hesitate to complete our busy streets for all mobility needs and prepare for a sustainable future. We need a bold vision for all of Toronto so that everyone is safe on our streets, no matter how they travel. I appreciate also the chance to comment on the plans to improve Avenue Road to address serious safety concerns along that corridor. Young for All strongly supports the improvements recommended for Avenue Road between Davenport and Bloor Street that incorporate a complete street design and provide safe and comfortable connections for all road users to Bloor, Yorkville, and University Avenue. We know that protected bike lanes improve safety for all road users, not only cyclists, pedestrians who enjoy the separation from motor vehicle traffic, and even drivers who get in fewer crashes when movements are more predictable and speeds are lowered. However, we share the concerns of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition that improvements to address the long-standing and urgent issues regarding pedestrian safety are not being prioritized. Specifically, inadequate sidewalk space from Davenport to the railway tracks north of DuPont must be addressed and improvements expedited. Too many injuries and fatalities have occurred in this area, and we need preventative measures now to ensure that there are no more tragedies due to unsafe conditions. Young for All joins with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition in asking that vehicle lanes between Davenport and DuPont are reduced from 6 to 4, making it consistent with the rest of Avenue Road, and incorporating turning lanes at Davenport and DuPont. The 2 curb lanes be used to create a wider and safer buffered space for pedestrians, including those who use wheelchairs, strollers, and other mobility devices. We agree that we should maintain some loading zones and short-term parking spaces to serve local businesses. However, we emphasize that on-street parking cannot come at the expense of measures to improve pedestrian safety. We'd like to see the incorporation of curb extensions and turning radius reductions where needed to slow turning vehicles and shorten crossing distances to improve pedestrian safety. And lastly, to install a safe, signalized mid-block crossing between Davenport and DuPont at the entrance to Ramsden Park to provide a safe crossing for everyone in this busy area. We urge you to prioritize these measures, along with the other complete street improvements from Bloor to Davenport that staff have recommended, and expedite their implementation. The safety of pedestrians using Avenue Road, including those who use wheelchairs and push strollers, is urgent and vital. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Sachs has questions, 3 minutes.
Hello, Robin. Thank you again for all of your hard work. You're aware, I'm sure, that the pedestrian safety improvements from Davenport and DuPont are not in front of IEC today. They're coming to Toronto East York Community Council on June 11th, yes?
Yes, I am. So I'm sorry for getting slightly off topic. In keeping with my deputation on 13.3, I encourage this committee to approve what's before them, but also to think bigger and faster.
Yes, well, transportation is always hearing bigger and faster from me. You can ask them. But just in terms of the importance of, certainly I agree with you that safety comes first. Has it been your experience, can you comment, how do bike lanes affect pedestrian safety when they're between the cars and the people?
Thanks, that's a great question. When we were talking with pedestrians before the Midtown Young pilot was approved, what we heard over and over again was that pedestrians felt safer when bike lanes, protected bike lanes, were placed between motor vehicle traffic and the sidewalks. We had older folks who commented that they appreciated having a buffer between the speeding cars and themselves. I remember distinctly talking with a young lady whose dog was never willing to go for a walk on Yonge Street before. She couldn't take him to the coffee shop, for example, because he was too scared with the cars and trucks right next to the curb. But that since the bike lanes went in and there was that space, that her dog was now comfortable going on Yonge Street. Now, I'm not saying we should design our streets for dogs, but I do think they kind of serve as a canary in a coal mine to tell you whether the road is safe for everyone. If you can't walk your dog there, you can't, let go of your toddler's hand for a moment, then probably that street isn't safe enough for any of us.
Right, and let's talk about congestion for a moment. As somebody who both drives and cycles and walks, as our population increases, what's your best suggestion for how we address congestion?
The best thing we can do to address congestion is offer people safe and convenient alternatives to driving their private cars. I mean, the fact is, we could remove every bike lane in this city. We could even rip out all the sidewalks, and there still wouldn't be enough room for every resident of this city to drive in their private vehicle to where they want to go for every trip. It's just simply a geometry problem. So what we need to do is invest in safe infrastructure for transit users, for people who ride bikes, and for people who walk and use any other way of getting around that doesn't involve a private car, because that is how we are going to fit everybody's trips on the roadways that we have.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Linda Nicholson, who is registered on both items. Linda, you have 6 minutes.
Hello.
Hi, Linda. Thanks for joining us. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and councillors, and good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of Climate Fast in support of items 14.3 and 14.4. In that role, though, I'm also here to urge councillors to go further and faster. The current report falls far short of what is required. Safe cycling and pedestrian infrastructure is essential to achieving Transform Toronto's emission reduction target of 75% of trips of 5 kilometers or less by active transportation by 2030. We are not currently on track to reach our target of 45% of emissions reduction by 2025. Our emissions are increasing, not decreasing, which is very alarming. The city's figures show a 4% increase in 2021 rather than a decrease. The Atmospheric Fund provides more recent figures showing that emissions rose 8% in 2022 rather than declining by 9% to be in line with our target. If we are rapidly falling this far behind, how are we going to make the much more ambitious target of 65% reduction by 2030? One of my Climate Fast colleagues is co-chair of the city's climate advisory group, which is working with the city staff to achieve our targets. But now I'm speaking on behalf of Climate Fast with this message, which has to be absolutely clear. We are not going to meet our targets on the path we are on now. With regard to our transportation targets, we need to seriously address the challenge of modal shift. We need to accelerate action on pedestrian and cycling infrastructure to encourage people to walk, cycle, and take transit rather than drive. The city is unbelievably congested with auto traffic, and redesigning our streets to favor alternative modes is really essential for a healthier city. And by healthier, I'm speaking of our physical health, mental health, and of course the health of the planet. At this time, temperature rise is happening so quickly around the world that scientists are very alarmed. We know that after a 2°C rise, tipping points will kick in that will make it impossible to go back to where we are now. Now is the moment when urgent action to reduce fossil fuel reliance is absolutely essential. We are going to feel this in our city with extreme weather, heat waves, smoke from forest fires, and flooding, and so we must act. Given the urgency of modal shift to achieve climate targets, it's disappointing to see that the staff report is recycling much of what has been in previous plans and is not nearly as ambitious as we need it to be. 46 kilometers of these installations, including 43 kilometers on street, were recycled from the 2022-24 plan. Suburban areas are especially neglected and most in need. We urge you to prioritize extending the Bloor-Danforth-Kingston bike lanes to the city limits. In addition, the West Scarborough rail path should be accelerated, not delayed. But these aren't the only places that this plan falls short. There are many routes that have been delayed. We urge the city to prioritize the installation of the Avenue Road bike lanes. There have been too many tragic and preventable deaths on this road. There must not be any more delays in this area. This installation is crucial to the integrity of the network and therefore to the achievement of our targets. We urge you to take this not only from Bloor to Davenport, but all the way to St. Clair. If we are to realize the potential contribution to modal shift that bike commuting can bring, we need much faster implementation of biking infrastructure. We know that safe cycling infrastructure supports and encourages cyclists of all ages. families, recent arrivals to Toronto, new cyclists, and senior cyclists. A new study shows the health benefits for all. We understand the city is tight on funds, so it becomes extremely important then to prioritize fast action on the steps that we can take that will help us save money and save lives, steps that will reduce our emissions just as fast as possible. The city established the Net Zero by 2040 plan in 2021 in response to the climate emergency declaration in 2019. This was a response to the amazing organizing of young people in this city, bringing tens of thousands of people into the streets demanding climate action. We cannot let ourselves fall short. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Jessica Speaker. We have Jessica online. Hi, Jessica. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Speaker, and I'm here on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets. We are a group of people whose loved ones were senselessly killed in violent traffic crashes, and people like me who survived a crash with severe, life-altering injuries. For those who came here to oppose safe street design, and for anyone in the room who might need to hear this again, I want to underline the fact that road safety ultimately boils down to a binary choice. We either build safe streets, especially on arterial roads, or people die. The real failure in the last couple of decades has been the willingness to tolerate the death and injury toll of our streets, the toll that's been paid by people like me and the other members of Friends and Families for Safe Streets. We are here unwillingly to demonstrate that no amount of driving convenience is worth the utter hell that we've been thrust into by reckless drivers on unsafe streets. What happened to us could just as easily happen to anyone here or your friends or your loved ones. First, I'd like to talk about Avenue Road. We're thankful to see the complete street being installed between Bloor and Davenport, where 3 people on bikes have been killed by drivers, 3 families have been shattered and devastated, and many severe injuries have been inflicted. However, we were dismayed to see the area between Davenport and St. Clair be largely neglected in terms of safety improvements for people outside of cars. On that 1 kilometer section north of Davenport, every year, 15 people are injured in crashes. Every year, 4 people outside of cars are struck and injured, and every year, there is a 60% chance that a horrific KSI level injury will destroy someone's life. Why not just drop some Jersey barriers quickly to protect that curb lane and allocate it to active transportation? That would bring that section of Avenue into line with the rest of it being 2 lanes in each direction. To us, the slow pace of safety upgrades here doesn't make sense in a city with a commitment to Vision Zero. About Danforth and Kingston, specifically, we are also dismayed to see the delay of that project to extend the Danforth Complete Street east into Scarborough out to Scarborough Golf Club Road. Toronto's Vision Zero 2.0 plan specifically recognizes Scarborough as an area that sees a disproportionate amount of violent death and injury caused in crashes. Yet, residents of Scarborough are continuing to be neglected and therefore continuing to be injured and killed when it's all preventable. Since 2014, that area of Danforth Kingston has seen a staggering 4,255 collisions in the last 10 years, with 6 fatalities and 694 people injured. Going farther back, since 2008, 10 people have been killed. 52 horrific KSI life-ruining injuries were inflicted on people on that section of Danforth Kingston. It is callous and wildly inappropriate in a city with a Vision Zero commitment to continue to dither and delay on that promised, long overdue life-saving project in that underserved priority area. We agree with many other individuals and groups that the Cycling Network Plan and Vision Zero Plan need to be urgently sped up and expanded. To the best of my knowledge, no cycling network plan has ever been completed on time. And in the last 7 years, our Vision Zero road safety goals have never come even remotely close to being met. I want to close by reminding you that road safety, death, and injury statistics are not just numbers. They are people. Every death comes with a shattered, grieving family and waves of devastation rippling through numerous communities. Those who survive with severe injuries will live destroyed lives. They are cruelly denied the future they had envisioned, and they will probably live in ceaseless chronic pain and even require lifelong
Final
care.
thought.
We ask you to treat road violence more like the completely preventable, urgent public health crisis that it is, with fearless, widespread, rapid implementation of complete streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We will move on to Teresa Kelly. We have Teresa online. Hi, Teresa. We just need you to unmute. You have 3 minutes. Hi, do we have Teresa Kelly? Can you unmute?
Yes.
I can hear you now. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Teresa Kelly. I'm a longtime member of the Sunnyside Community Association, and I've lived in the West Parkdale area for 35 years. Our councillor has relied on community feedback from our group for many years. I've heard many previous speakers talk about the underserved cycling communities in wards in Scarborough and North Toronto. West Parkdale is not neglected, as it is close to the Waterfront Trail and the Parkside Initiative and High Park, where cycling is thriving, and there are established contra lanes throughout the neighborhoods. We in the Sunnyside Community Association are cyclists. We are not trying to block cycling connections. We are deeply concerned with how our neighborhood traffic patterns are affected by GPS systems and how traffic is being redirected from the congested Gardner and Queensway into the neighborhood around St. Joseph's Health Centre. The West Toronto Cycling Plan is being used, unfortunately, as an ad hoc traffic calming process. Major changes are being made to the traffic flow around St. Joe's. Sunnyside Avenue is being changed from a two-way street to a one-way street southbound from Galley. Parkdale Road is being changed to a one-way. Many presenters today are talking passionately about bike safety, but these changes with West Parkdale community connections or cycling connections are being made without reference to Vision Zero road safety plan and a specific neighborhood streets plan. We've asked our councillor Gord Perks to put our neighborhood on the neighborhood streets plan for June, and we have not yet had that happen. Recently, Jen Keesmaat mentioned that a charge zone in downtown Toronto would be the most effective way to reduce traffic. Pedestrians, cyclists, e-bikers, scooters, everyone would benefit. It would also single-handedly reduce pollution in Toronto and meet climate targets. How do we solve the greater overwhelming traffic problems that are unfolding on the Gardner, Lakeshore, and Queensway and entering our neighborhood? How will people on bikes be safe if these massive problems go unaddressed? The West Parkdale cycling community can be implemented without changing existing traffic flow. Traffic studies, not cycling networks, are what determines traffic calming. When we attended the community consultation, we proposed changes to the WPCC that were thoughtful and attained all the goals of the cycling connections and community traffic safety. And I'm going to end by reading the motion that we asked our councillor Gord Perks to bring to this committee, but unfortunately didn't happen. So here it goes. At today's meeting of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, the agenda will include discussions on the approval and installation of West Parkdale cycling connection.
Okay, and final thoughts. Sorry, I just noticed we're at 3:30.
Okay, City Council requests that the General Manager, Transportation Services, as part of West Parkdale cycling connections, include the Infrastructure and Environment Committee recommendations on proposed changes to the Queensway and Sunnyside project area to proceed with installation of bike lanes on currently existing traffic flow, and to conduct analysis of this configuration within scope of the approved neighborhood's street plan in consultation with a local councillor.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputy? Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for joining.
Thank you all for being here. Thanks for listening, give me a chance to speak. My name is Anne Christie. I live just off the Danforth in Paula Fletcher's ward, and you may have picked up already that I'm a nervous first-time deputant. I'm here today because my family got rid of our car some years ago, and so cycling is my main way of getting around Toronto. I want to let you know how much I appreciate and what a huge difference it makes to my stress levels when I can take separated bike lanes to make my trips, because the roads in some parts of the city are scary. 6 years ago, as I was cycling home after work, I was hit from behind by a motorbike. An ambulance took me to hospital, and though I looked horrible for weeks after, I feel incredibly lucky that my injuries were relatively minor. And nowadays, when I cycle along that stretch of my route along the Danforth, I feel so grateful, and thank you all. There are separated bike lanes there. That accident could not happen nowadays. It just couldn't happen physically. And I just wanted to say it's not just me who's benefited from those separated bike lanes. The guy who was driving his motorbike a year later was unable to pay for the repairs to his bike, so he'd have been saved an awful lot of heartache and financial problems as well. So my request for this committee is for safe bike lanes to be installed throughout the city as widely and as fast as possible. I have a son who's been hit and concussed by a car leaving a parking lot, a daughter who was doored, and both of them still cycle daily. So I live in fear of losing somebody to a fatal bike accident. I love Toronto. I think City Hall does great work, and I just wish there was more equitable distribution of transportation resources, considering that nearly a third of households like ours don't have cars. And thank you all very much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming. Our next deputant is Stephen Fistel. Do we have Stephen online? Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add my voice to the increasingly dire need to speed up the building of continuous, safe, and connected bike lane infrastructure in Toronto and surrounding townships of Mississauga and Scarborough. I have become ever more cynical towards a city council that refuses to demonstrate the political will and leadership necessary to make decisions that will benefit all, and to finally decide what so many other cities have shown is possible. We need to overcome our initial reflexive conservative attitudes towards implementing common sense. As far as infrastructure is concerned, bike lanes are among the cheapest yet most effective and quickest means of improving transportation in a very gridlocked city. Here we have pilot projects, meetings, and arguments instead of taking bold action once and for all. Mayor Chow has the bully pulpit, and she should use it to advocate for an overall plan of action that will automatically include an urban design platform that bypasses stultifying bureaucratic process over taking action. I first learned how to ride a bike as a kid, and I guess I am still a kid in a sense, because even now in my 70s, I ride a bike every day, rain or shine. However, a while back, I fell while riding about 2 miles per hour over a gravel in front of a neglected condo construction and fell like a stone. It took me 6 weeks to recover. I live centrally where riding and walking and sometimes the TTC is available. Oh, the TTC, but I digress. Anyway, I don't want to keep feeling like we're banging our heads against the wall each and every time there is a new addition planned where there are arguments instead of an existing overall city plan in place which would facilitate the pace and direction of each addition. Since Mayor Chow has a bully pulpit, she should use it to show we mean business when it comes to overcoming the systemic snail's pace of rate of change. Robin Williams once humorously proclaimed, "Reality, what a concept." Should I add half-jokingly, bike lanes, what a concept. And just for a brief metaphor, Toronto reminds me of two dogs on a beach. One jumps in the water joyously and enthusiastically while the other watches timidly from the shore, too afraid to join in. Toronto so far is the dog watching on the beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Brian Carter. We have Brian. No Brian? Calling once, calling twice. No Brian. Our next is Trevor, sorry, I can't read my writing here. Townsend. Do we have Trevor?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Just by way of introduction, my name is Trevor Townsend. I am a member of the community who was absolutely appalled a little over a year ago when I saw my neighborhood essentially shut down by bike lanes that along Yonge Street that had really very little usage. Since then, nothing's really changed. The organization that I set up with some other community members was called Keep Toronto Moving. Our objective is not to stop Torontonians from cycling. In fact, many of us are active cyclists. Our objective is to move these bike lanes off of arterial roads, which is creating enormous unnecessary congestion for a very small minority of commuters that use them. And when I say minority, let me be clear, those aren't my numbers. These are numbers that I've obtained by looking at the Canadian census data that was collected in 2012 for the Toronto region, 2016, and again in 2021. All of the data showing that under 3% of commuters utilize cycling at any time during the year to get to work. And so I've heard for the last year and a half this notion that build the bike lanes and they shall come. Well, the data doesn't back you up on that. And so when I listen to today's forum and when I listen to the special interests that do not represent the majority of Torontonians talk about the need for bike lanes on major arterial roads, and I'm thinking of Bloor West, fellow citizen Cody McCrae spoke of. I'm thinking about Yonge Street. I'm looking at Eglinton, which is enormously congested already. University Avenue, creating enormous health issues, safety issues for ambulances. I just don't understand how you, as a committee or council, can be ignoring the wishes of the majority of people in this city who feel that this bike lane culture has gotten out of control. And so I would encourage people to get involved out there who have listened to today's speeches through this forum. I would encourage you to get involved. Go to the Bloor West, Balance on Bloor West website. Go to Keep Toronto Moving's website. Join up, because on October 26th, 2026, a lot of these elected councillors who think they're representing their constituents are going to get a very different message, particularly councillors who represent Yonge Street in the Summerhill, Rosedale area, particularly councillors who are out in the west end of Toronto who simply have ignored what their constituents' wishes are. That's not what democracy is about, and that's what I'd like to finish up with today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that, are there any questions of the deputant? Are there any, sorry, I'm just going to confirm. I think we're done this item. We'll move to the next list of speakers. Okay, so first on the next list is Jeffrey Stutz. Do we have Jeffrey? Catherine Boyd? Hi, thank you for joining us, Catherine. You have 3 minutes.
Speak about the West Parkdale Cycling Connections project. I've lived in the area for almost 40 years. I've seen a lot of initiatives and changes in our area, some good and some not so good. I have never seen a project of this scale pushed through with such little meaningful consultation with the residents of the area and lack of realistic study of the effects of the changes. I own a home on the west side of the block of Macdonell Avenue that would change direction in the proposed West Parkdale Cycling Connections plan. And I am begging you not to go forward with the plan as it is now. Our block has an alleyway that connects Fern Avenue and Garden Avenue just west of Macdonell. Kids play in that alleyway a lot. That's where my kids learned how to ride a bike. If the block of Macdonell changes direction as proposed, a lot of the through traffic that comes off of Lansdowne into the neighborhood will be funneled through our laneway and then through the bottom of Garden Avenue back onto Macdonell. Most people who live in the area already know about this shortcut, and our alleyway was already busy. Everyone on our block has parking that by design backs blindly out into that alleyway. It is already hazardous. There are no speed bumps, speed limit signs, or mitigation at all. People go through their way too fast. In the 50 years my family has lived in our home, we have been hit twice backing out of our garage, even with mirrors and other measures. If you go forward with this plan without any changes or mitigation, it will become untenable. Our area is very family-oriented and very pedestrian-heavy. Any cars that don't use our alleyway to cut back onto Macdonell will be funneled onto Fern Avenue, where there is an elementary school. Every single delivery driver, Wheel-Trans vehicle, and residents of several streets would now be forced up Fern if they enter the neighborhood off of Lansdowne. There is also an existing large and well-attended Hindu temple at Fern and Sororan, which already adds to the traffic. Most kids who attend the school on Fern Avenue walk there, a lot of them down Macdonell or Sororan and then up Fern. Both of these intersections are already busy, and under the proposed plan, they and Fern Avenue in general would see an explosion of traffic, which is hazardous for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers trying to get their kids to school. There is also a community center about to be built on Wabash Avenue, which turns into Macdonell just north of the proposed direction change. This community center will bring many more cars to Macdonell Avenue and the neighborhood in general, particularly because there are no parking spots being created with the center. There has been no thought to what will happen with all of these cars or how this will affect the traffic on Fern and in our alleyway if the direction change goes through. I have sent numerous emails to the architects of this plan and to my councillor Gord Perks. I answered the survey that was sent out, and I attended the public consultation meeting. I know a lot of my neighbors have done the same. We have been fed platitudes and ignored. They have corrected some of their own mistakes, renumber of parking spots and added a couple back in, but not a single safety-based change or addition was made to the plan after public consultation, despite many people bringing up issues similar to mine. I think the time to look at the safety issues with the plan is before it's implemented, not playing catch up after the changes have already been made. Action is needed before we have a serious incident, not afterwards. None of us have any issues with bike lanes. I know I don't. On the contrary, I believe they're a vital to our city, but they need to be well planned and executed or they'll end up making our streets more dangerous for everyone. Ideally, I'd like to see the whole project paused until more of the safety-based feedback can be integrated, but I'd settle for a rethink of the one-way direction change on Macdonell and some of the ones around St. Joseph's Hospital, which may make it harder to access the hospital, especially now that their parking garage is being removed, or at the very bare minimum, speed bumps and signage for the alleyway on Macdonell and some kind of mitigation on Fern Avenue to keep our kids safe.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Okay, our next speaker is Kenneth Brown. Thank you for joining us, Kenneth. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Brown. I live on Cottingham Street, and I'm a 2-minute walk from Avenue Road, which is what I want to focus on right now. I drive a car, I ride a bike, I walk, and I take the TTC, but I use the car as sparingly as I can, and only use the bike if errands up to 5 or 6 kilometers. I'm a member of Cycle Toronto Midtown. Now, I've lived in the area for 53 years, and traffic has become more dangerous over these years. The cars are now pickup trucks and SUVs, many of them with high hoods that are much more deadly for pedestrians and cyclists. Also, many drivers are not paying much attention because they're absorbed in phone calls and looking at the screens on their vehicles. Now, along Avenue Road, the curb lanes have parking for most of the day, and in some locations are occupied by condo construction. Some drivers use the gaps to speed ahead so they can gain a few car lengths. They whiz by close to pedestrians on the narrow sidewalks. Losing this lane for traffic really won't make much difference to the capacity of the road because there's only 4 lanes north of St. Clair and south of Bloor. This is the only 6-lane section on the whole of Avenue Road. I think some others may be talking about the narrow sidewalks. I just want to note that in many locations, they're less than 1 meter wide, and sometimes much of that space is occupied by garbage bins or piled snow. Sometimes in walking along Avenue Road, I have to walk out onto the street. So we and my colleagues at Cycle Toronto Midtown, we support all the improvements of the cycling network and the wider sidewalks in Avenue Road. There have been 3 cycling deaths in 9 years along Avenue Road between Bloor and Davenport, so these bike lanes are especially important. We urge the city to implement, in addition, the proposed improvements between Bloor and Davenport, then the rest of the Avenue Road plan between Davenport and St. Clair. That plan was presented to the public last fall and has much support. I'd like to do a quick mention out to the Beltline gap connectors. Many cyclists go between the K. Gardner Beltline and the York Beltline, and it's very important to have safe cycling between them.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Andre Fabiarkowski. Sorry. Oh, okay, you have to say that one again. So Fabiarkowski. Thank you, Andre. You have 3 minutes.
And in order to be able to show a couple of pictures, how does one? Okay, thank you. Here specifically to speak with regards to the West Parkdale cycling connection and its impact to from Macdonnell through until Brock, and its effect on Seaforth, which is the street on which the Parkdale Junior Senior Public School sits, which currently runs in oddly 3 different one-way sections and a 2-way section between West Lodge and Lansdowne. The proposal is to now turn it into a one-way street moving westbound from O'Hara all the way to Lansdowne, which is going to seriously impact the Queen Street traffic, as many other constituents and sorry, I forgot the proper word for what we are, have said about pushing traffic, vehicular traffic, off arterial roads and into residential areas. You're now pushing all of these arterial traffic congestion areas into areas that all have schools because they're there to accommodate the buses and being able to get children and parents dropping off their children into these school areas, and then which is also where you have the highest traffic of cyclists passing through. Seaforth Avenue now will become one way all the way up O'Hara.
Is there supposed to be something showing?
I wanted to show a picture in a second.
Oh, okay, great. I just want to make sure it was.
The other part is we have Fire Station 406 on Lansdowne Avenue that constantly uses Seaforth in the opposite direction, and contrary to its one-way status at the moment, which is just adds to huge congestion on a 6-way street, 6-meter wide street. In doing so, the big issue is with the actual reporting that you get from the bureaucratic element and the administrative element to provide your decisions, is that the report did not provide a singular factual piece of quantitative data. All of the parking spots were miscounted. There was no traffic counts that were done along Seaforth. Again, what has been mentioned before with regards to the fire department being consulted in conversation with them. They've not been consulted. And I would like to point out one big statistic, and I would like to be able to show this statistic here, but somebody can help me. That for the last 5 years, the City of Toronto Fire Department has a travel time requirement of the 90th percentile standard is 4 minutes. Since 2018, we have not hit that 90th percentile. The highest we've hit is 76 in 2018, and we are now specifically in this area down to 60% of that percentile. The only reason the fire department can make it to their calls is because they've been improving and putting tremendous stress on themselves to be able to handle the actual calls and their dispatch, but the road time has increased in, sorry, can we see it there? Oh, sorry.
So, and once that's displayed, I'll ask you to wrap up. We're past time.
Well, there's two that I want to show this and then one other picture. So in terms of that, we're now at 6 minutes for a response time that the city requires it being 4. And we're only going to make this worse by clogging up this street with two-way bicycle traffic, wrong-way, one-way street, and making Lansdowne itself a single arterial passageway because there's no stress relief from either side of it.
Great.
And as an example of what you see on our street when you have contrary one-way traffic, specifically here, is that is the fire truck trying to get past what would be parking on the street, normal traffic, and is going contrary because it's on a call.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Susan Ainsley. Do we have Susan in the room? Online? Susan? Okay, we don't see Susan. We'll move to Evan Bond. Thank you for joining us, Evan. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Evan Bond and I live at 37 Fern Avenue. I've lived in the neighborhood since August 2023 and have seen a dramatic increase in traffic over the last 6 months. I just want to be clear, I am a cycling advocate. I bike to and from work at the well located at 482 Front Street on a daily basis. I'm also one of those people who, for better or for worse, clads themselves in spandex on the weekend and heads as far as possible along the Martin Goodman Trail. So I do cycle. I'm not opposed to the plan in general. I think it's ambitious and admirable. However, myself, along with a group of residents in the neighborhood, are vehemently opposed to the portion of the plan that suggests changing Macdonell Avenue to be a one-way north starting from Garden Avenue. This change will undoubtedly increase traffic on Fern Avenue, as all traffic that travels south on Macdonell will now be forced to turn right onto Fern. Fern is used by many families on a daily basis to get to and from Fern Public School, located a block and a half from McDonald. Additionally, there is a Hindu temple located at the northeast corner of Fern and Sororan that is frequented by seniors. The city's proposal would be in contradiction to the Vision Zero mandate that aims to protect pedestrians, school children, and seniors. The portion of the plan only aims to protect cyclists while placing others in harm's way. A neighbor of mine pulled city's traffic data and found that currently there is a 40-60 split of traffic with 40% turning down Fern and 60% going down Macdonell. For cars proceeding south on Macdonell, a majority turn onto Galley, and after that, 2/3 proceed to Roncesvalles Avenue. So it's clear that lots of drivers use Fern and Galley to reach Roncesvalles, providing more evidence that the proposal will most likely dump Galley's through volume on top of Fern's rather than dissuade drivers from entering the neighborhood. All of that traffic would now be redirected to Fern, which would effectively double traffic on the street, a street that has a public school on it. As it is, most traffic on Fern is not residential traffic, but rather traffic just trying to get to a destination. They speed down Fern because they simply don't care, and there are no means to slow them down. It would be really great if we were able to put speed bumps on Fern, but we can't because it's an emergency vehicle route. The street is just not designed to handle the volume of traffic the city is proposing. It's not meant to be a through street. The change will also have the unintended consequence of vehicles using the laneway on Fern to circumvent the redirection. Drivers will cut through this laneway to Garden, where they would make a left and then continue down on Macdonell. So what have we actually achieved by creating this one way? I understand this change is to support cyclists, and I'm one of the cyclists who does bike north on Macdonell, and I do not have an issue with it. I pulled cycling incident report data from 2006 to present, and there's only one reported incident on Macdonell during that entire time. I've posted about this issue in online forums and canvassed the neighborhood with flyers, and was surprised to find that most people were actually unaware of the change. Once they were informed, they were opposed. I have a list of 68 signatures from residents of Macdonell and Fern who oppose the change. We believe that proper traffic studies were not completed. We noticed that traffic strips were placed at Fern, west of Macdonell, and west of Sorauren, but there were no traffic strips placed on Macdonell to analyze just how much traffic proceeds down the street. We also believe this plan is not inclusive. We do not see the Hindu temple listed as a stakeholder in the engagement. There is a large population, including a lot of seniors, who will frequent
Final thoughts.
temple. We believe that instead of the proposed change, a new plan needs to be devised that aims to calm traffic on Fern. Every person I talked to remarked on how traffic has increased on Fern and how fast drivers go. This is due to the fact that they're able to drive down Fern unfettered because there are no speed bumps. If you want to add bike lanes on Macdonell, just add them along with a stop sign at the corner of Macdonell and Fern. We've done this on Sorauren, and it has worked effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the applicant? Sorry, Deputy. You can apply. You can apply. Yeah. Questions, Deputy? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us. Catherine Taylor is next. Catherine, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'd like to start with a quote from your latest West Parkdale cycling email. Public feedback, along with technical considerations and city policies and guidelines, will be considered in decisions made by staff and city council. This is the crux of our issue. A complete lack of public consultation in advance of the presentation of these ham-fisted, poorly conceived, and extremely expensive changes for a city with a large homeless population. Residents like myself are directly affected by these changes. So this is about democracy. We are losing our democratic process. Cody spoke to this earlier. There's no opportunity to speak before the plans are set in stone. And despite many residents' associations, objections, and suggestions to improve, nothing in this plan has changed. Our councillor, Gord Perks, is not listening to us. I live on Sunnyside, just north of St. Joseph's, where you have arbitrarily selected to eliminate 28 street parking spaces, 10 in front of my home, affecting 5 houses that do not have a driveway. We do not expect to park in front of our houses. We would just like a chance to find a spot somewhere. I have complained many times over the years to Clive Scott that the traffic on Sunnyside during the afternoon rush hour is nonstop, just as our children at Garden Avenue School are crossing Sunnyside to go home. This is because Parkside Drive, an arterial road, was changed to 1 lane northbound, allowing those residents to park 24 hours, and the speed was lowered. So Waze directs the cars into our neighborhood, despite Sevahama's assurance that reducing car lanes doesn't cause a bottleneck and force traffic into the residential neighborhood. You have only to look at the problems created by reducing a major artery, Bloor Street, to 1 lane with little used bike lanes. I don't use Bloor Street anymore. I drive through Bloor West neighborhoods. We already compete with the workers and visitors to St. Joseph's Hospital for street parking during the day. As soon as one of those 28 spots is vacated, another car parks. Usually it's a senior going for treatment. Without these street parking spots, how will we park? How will I unload my groceries? I'm disabled. Despite Councillor Perks' assurance that over 50% of our residents use public transportation, every single driveway, every parking spot, the parking lot of Garden Avenue School is full every single night. Only a select few can bike to work.
Final thought.
I cannot. property values. You will negatively affect the value of my property because parking is a serious issue. I expect to be further disabled, and how will I get a designated wheelchair spot? I want to know why High Park, already a bike zone, wasn't considered as the connector to Brock from the Queensway.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Jamie Kahn. Do we have Jamie in the room? Online? Okay, we don't think we have Jamie. Do we have Anna Maria Klitz? Online?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anna Maria Kleis. I live at 199 McDonnell Avenue with my 3 kids and husband, which is located at Fern and McDonnell at the proposed intersection on your plan. We are 10+ year residents of McDonnell Avenue and commuter cyclists for work and errands. My husband commutes by bicycle to and from work at Bay and Front at least 6 months out of the year, and he was also hit by a car last year while using a bike lane. So we're well aware of the issues and the dangers. Our opposition stems from rerouting traffic. We are not opposed to bike lanes in general, but the creation of another traffic choke point at Fern and McDonnell and funneling of additional traffic towards the already busy and hectic school zone and place of worship on Fern is a concern to us, and none of these things seem to have been listed in the proposal. It is for these reasons that I'm imploring you not to move forward with this rerouting of traffic proposal. Currently, the intersection of McDonnell and Rideau is an absolute nightmare. The traffic does not flow and the daily congestion breeds aggravation amongst drivers and dangerous intersection for children and pedestrians alike. This intersection is a mere 30 meters from the proposed new intersection at McDonnell and Fern, which will create a second choke point and an additional busy and chaotic intersection, which will then direct all traffic to the Fern school zone. Residents of McDonnell drive down McDonnell to access our laneway that's down near Seaforth. We will now have to reroute around on Sororan, making what was once a 60-second trip to at least 5 to 10 minutes trip. This will create longer drives, more emissions, and therefore also more opportunities for accidents against cyclists and kids to occur. The implications of this proposal have not been well disseminated or understood. Those that I have spoken to in the community merely think that a bike lane is being added on McDonnell. There appears to be no knowledge or understanding at all that traffic patterns will be changed and diverted. This is troubling because proper education and engagement has not occurred with the people who will be most impacted on a daily basis. The reality is also that bike lanes in Toronto that are predominantly used, they're only used during the summer months. We know this because we both ride and run on a daily basis. And unfortunately, traffic in the city of Toronto is 12 months out of the year. I believe that the presence of bike lane on McDonnell is important, but the solution presented here is not appropriate, and instead it's hazardous to our community. Please consider the residents and the stakeholders of this community who have extensive knowledge of this area and are vocally highlighting the dangers of this proposal. A simple solution for McDonnell is to keep everything the same, parking the same, direction the same. Simply add a northbound bike lane along McDonnell on the east side, opposite the parked cars, and a stop sign as well at Fern and McDonnell. Simple and non-disruptive. Thank you.
Do we have Jamie online now? Jamie Kahn? Okay, Jamie, thank you. You have 3 minutes. Hi, Jamie, we just need you to unmute there. Sorry, can you try again to unmute? Hi, Jamie? Oh, is this Jamie? Hi, okay, we can't hear you. We can see you, though.
Hello?
Okay, the clerk is going to reach out to you to try to figure out the technical issues. So we'll move to the next deputant and then we'll come back. So the next deputant is Dana McKeel. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Dana McKeel. I'm a downtown resident in Ward 10. I'm a sport broadcaster here in Toronto, and I also represent the Downtown Concerned Citizens Organization, an organization of 56,000 residents and businesses in the downtown sector. Wanted to comment on several things here today, and that includes the cycling network plan and the issue of acquiring granular data to support these decisions. We have not seen that granular data, and I'm looking right at you, Barbara Gray, when I say this. We've asked the Transportation Department for a lot of information over the past 3 years, and we have not received any kind of feedback whatsoever. A couple of people have they've come to our meetings and said, yes, we have heard from the Transportation Department. Most have said no. And that's unfortunate because communication is a big part of the Transportation Department. And we also talked about the people that are approving these things. And I'm talking specifically about the Esplanade area. The Esplanade is a very unique place, and it's a major arterial road leading to the Gardner Expressway. And if you've been there, you know about all the traffic that hits that particular area. It's huge, it's heavy, it's intense. There's no way you can put bike lanes on the Esplanade, nor Dan Leckie Way, nor even approach that area of Spadina and Front Street. That is some of the most intense traffic you'll see here in Toronto. I checked with Toronto Fire Station 333, Toronto EMS, and Toronto Police 51 and 52 Division. As a matter of fact, I go out with them for breakfast sometimes. And we go over all the numbers and the issues, and they all oppose the bike lanes on major arterial roads, including the Esplanade. Who can forget the videotape footage of fire truck navigating white markers on Yonge Street northbound while traffic is at a standstill, while there are no cyclists in the bike lanes? Or the 5 fire trucks rushing to a fire only to be trapped in traffic because of cycle barriers, which shocked many who attended a community meeting out in Etobicoke, and that footage was shown. Or Doug Ford's security convoy going northbound on University Avenue, only to have to drive over the white bike lane markers, as he told me, exit vehicles, and have his security direct the traffic while EMS vehicles were on emergency runs to Hospital Row. And all that footage went viral. Then there are the 3 seniors buildings on the Esplanade that have made it quite clear that they oppose any plans for bike lanes, demanding that the Wheel-Trans and passenger pickup is the priority for these residents. I even suggested helicopters. Business operators, including Postal Station A, Meridian Hall, The Keg, Spaghetti Factory, Bindia, Buster's Cove, and Market Catch, among many others, oppose these planned lanes on the Esplanade, stating it will tremendously affect deliveries and ultimate profitability. And we're seeing that now.
Final thought.
Then I also wanted to pose this. I'll jump over some of the speech here to this particular point to the Infrastructure Committee. As detailed in the 2024 Financial Update and Outlook report to Council earlier this year, it states that City of Toronto is experiencing a significant immediate and long-term financial crisis. An estimated $1.5 billion on the 2024 operating budget and an estimated $29.5 billion needed for the 10-year capital plan. So where are the priorities?
Thank you. I think that you have a question based on a camera popping on screen.
Sure.
Councillor Holiday?
Councillor Holiday, go ahead.
3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I'm sitting here quietly listening, but I just wanted to reinforce the point. So you're speaking to us on behalf of downtown residents, and often there's a there's a misstatement or a misbelief out there that it's, only the suburban folks that get concerned over congestion or get concerned about certain types of bike infrastructure. And I wondered if you could offer a bit more of a downtown perspective about why it matters, because sometimes as a suburbanite, I feel like it's congested all the time, but I don't know if that's always true.
And that's exactly the case. You said it so well right there, Councillor Holiday, in that a majority of the massive majority of the downtown residents and business operators they're fearing these bike lanes. They do not want to see bike lanes flying all the way down Yonge Street. It's going to affect tremendous amount of businesses. They don't want to see them on major arterial roads. And especially a lot of the seniors, especially along the Esplanade. I've talked to so many of them, and they stop me on the street all the time and say, Dana, go and talk to the Toronto City Council for us, and you got to talk to these people and realize we don't ride bikes. We're not, we need wheel trains, we need passenger pickup, that sort of thing. Business operators have complained vehemently, and the residents in the condo buildings nearby, they're having a hard time comprehending the TTC, the routes that are now designated, especially in the Esplanade, where they're designating it westbound only to Yonge Street from Jarvis, and how are they going to navigate their parking garages? Because a lot of them, contrary to popular belief, they don't all work downtown. A lot of people do work outside the city. I'm one of them.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is we're going to go back. I think Jamie Kahn, they have sorted out your sound.
Right, are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm speaking today as a resident of the Roncesvalles neighborhood where I've lived for over 10 years. I'm also a mother with 2 children who are 9 and 7, and I would very much like to see improved bike routes that our family can use to safely ride our bikes. But while I am an advocate of good cycling infrastructure, it can't come at the expense of the safety of our neighborhood residents. I live on the west end of Pearson Avenue between Sunnyside and Roncesvalles. This street is the first eastbound street coming from the Queensway via Sunnyside Ave and has acted as a major cut-through for drivers coming through our neighborhood as long as I've lived here. The proposed plan creates a one-way direction change at the intersection of Sunnyside and Parkdale Road at the west end of our street. Already, our street is a thoroughfare for cars, and our small stretch of street has many small children living on it, and they can already not play safely in our front yard due to this. This small, unnecessary change will create a one-way traffic flow also from Parkside Drive directly up our street. So this is going to increase our traffic greatly, which causes safety issues for our children. My work requires that I drive a vehicle. I don't have access to a dedicated parking spot, so I utilize on-street parking. I am regularly carrying furniture and other heavy, large items to client sites all over the GTA for my job, and the proposed plan removes a number of parking spaces from Galley, Sunnyside, and Pearson, which is going to make it impossible to park in our area. It is already quite difficult because we are competing for spots from visitors and employees of St. Joe's Hospital, as well as local businesses. We had made some suggestions at the community consultation meeting that I see have not been implemented. One of those suggestions was an overall traffic calming plan. We suggested to Gord Perks and other people there that they should implement speed humps on Galley, Pearson, and Sunnyside to slow down traffic altogether and discourage drivers from cutting through our neighborhood. And instead of creating a dedicated bike line and removing 7 parking spaces on Galley, creating a Sharrow, which is both a cost-effective solution and is more community-minded. I understand also that the local school, Garden Avenue School, and the daycare were consulted on this plan. They did not feel, they told me personally that they did not feel their comments about safety of children in the schoolyard and the changes on Galley Avenue were taken into consideration at all after their consultation. What happens when people can't park in our neighborhood? They park on the sidewalk to load their cars up. And when they park on the sidewalk, pedestrians and bikes are unsafe because they need to go around the cars. This is common practice and it should not happen. And taking away parking spaces is just going to make this more common, not less.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Justin Martin. Do we have Justin online in the room? Not online, not in the room. Okay, next speaker, Kim Hinton. Kim, we just need you to unmute yourself.
There we go.
Hi, we can hear you. You're very faint. You might just want to bring the microphone a little closer. You have 3 minutes.
Is this better? Is this better volume-wise?
No, we can barely hear you. I don't know if there's a way to improve your audio.
Let me try this.
That's better. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Okay. So I work with St. Clair's, and we have been partnering with the Avenue Road Safety Committee since the very beginning of the work around making Avenue Road safer for cyclists and pedestrians. We agree with all of the different feedback that the Avenue Road Safety Committee has sent in, and I have sent in a letter to that effect. What I want to talk about today is that there is something to talk about in terms of we really appreciate all the cycle improvements, but we also need pedestrian improvements. We have had a lot of development around Avenue Road. Our building 138 Pears is on the west side. There's been many condos, and the 250 Davenport has been redeveloped, so most of the green space is gone. There's a lovely park, Ramsden Park, on the east side of Avenue Road, and now we all need to be able to get safely across the street. And that is a pedestrian issue, including having a crosswalk or a light and safely wide sidewalks to get there. Those have not been implemented yet, and I would really encourage you to do that as quickly as you can. The speed level through Avenue Road between Bloor and up to St. Clair is very high. And frequently when I'm walking, I see cars racing between lights, trying to beat the lights. And because of the up and down hills, you know, they actually get air when they're going fast enough. So the other concern is that with the new developments, any green space that is available on the west side of Avenue Road is not accessible without a long trip around to Davenport Avenue. So the use of Ramsden Park is even more crucial for people who have any kind of mobility issues with their pets or to get into the park at Ramsden, which is lovely. And having good accessible access to green space is important. So I'm urging you to rush as fast as you can with the pedestrian improvements for pedestrian safety on the sidewalks and crossing over Avenue Road. And want to say thank you for the bike improvement.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Paul Clark. Do you have Paul? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I got it here. Okay, my name is Paul Clark. I live on in the Kingsway area of Etobicoke. I don't have anything against bike lanes, but I am against the way they have been implemented in the city. If you look at a 2-lane road in our area like Royal York Road, you know, they add bike lanes to the existing 2 lanes, and there isn't an issue. Traffic moves normally along the street. The problem with the city cycling network is that on 4-lane roads like Bloor Street in my area, the city has removed the 2 lanes and put in 2 very large bike lanes. This has resulted in huge traffic jams all over the city where this has been implemented. My advice would be to go back to the 4 lanes of traffic on these roads with smaller bike lanes, because right now the road network doesn't work properly with this setup. It creates major gridlock driving in the morning and afternoon during the rush hour. It just gets backed up for miles. It's total gridlock. It just doesn't work. My main concern is obviously for my area, so my number one priority would be for you to revert back to those 4 lanes of traffic on Bloor Street from Islington to the South Kingsway with smaller bike lanes. You know, it's not rocket science. Everybody who lives in these areas can see that this traffic is backed up for mile after mile after mile. I was just down in the Yorkville area a month ago, and I decided, because the Gardeners have all that construction on it, I decided to take DuPont to Annette, over to Jane, and then down Jane to Bloor to get back to my area. I used to do this all the time because I went to school downtown. I would take Annette over to DuPont and down that way. I get down there in like 15 minutes, just past Spadina. That day that I went back a month ago, it was just unbelievable. It was backed up from Spadina the whole way to Jane. It took me about an hour and 10 minutes, which is totally dysfunctional. It just doesn't work. That type of traffic does not work in a city of this size. So I think all you'd need to do is just make these bike lanes smaller so that we can go back to the 4 lanes on these type of roads like our area in the Kingsway. It's just not rocket science. You just do it. I mean, sure, the lane's gonna be smaller for the bike, but it's shown on these 2 lanes roads where you just put in
Final thought.
1 bike lane. The traffic moves freely. I don't see anybody getting hit by bikes. I haven't heard of anybody in our area being hit by a car, riding a bike. So I think that would work. I think that makes the most common sense.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation.
Just to get the city moving properly, you know, because it just gets to be so frustrating, you know, when you're driving and it's just total gridlock.
Just 1 second. Are there any questions for the deputant?
I doubt it.
Thank you. We have George Pinto next. You have George online? In the room, George? Okay, next, Heather Johnson. Heather, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Thank you, we can hear you.
Excellent. My name is Heather Johnston. I live on Fern Avenue near Sunnyside. Thank you for your time today. I'm a recreational cyclist, a mom, and a person experiencing more limited mobility as I age. I'm conflicted with this deputation today as I do care about cycling safety and the environment, but also about accessibility and livability for all the city's inhabitants, including those that cannot reasonably use a bicycle for transportation. The implementation in my neighborhood has already had unintended consequences that will continue to become more acute as additional proposed changes are put in place. Traffic exists in the city, and a safe, integrated plan also needs to consider where the traffic will go. The current proposal will choke the neighborhood access streets and put even more cars on the side streets, which puts pedestrians and cyclists, particularly children and older people, at risk. I'm also concerned about emergency response times. I've personally witnessed the delay in emergency response times crossing Bloor and have heard first responders complain that the new 2-lane format on Bloor leaves no room for cars to pull over. At each community consultation, I've heard that emergency services are aligned with the plan, but the responders themselves share a very different perspective. A similar throttling of Parkside will have the same impact, as will the additional congestion created if Glendale and Sunnyside become one-way. I'm also unclear on how this permanent change to our transportation infrastructure will serve us through snowy and cold winters and torrential rains in the summer. Like many, I see bike lanes getting used some now that the weather has improved. However, as a proportion of citizens moving through the city, it is and will continue to be a minority of able-bodied people using the lanes. I think safety is important, but safety of neighborhoods for pedestrians and access to emergency vehicles is also important. The implementation plans need to honestly consider some of the unintended consequences to improve safety overall and listen to the local residents who are more intimately aware of the movement of people and cars through their streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Mariana Richardson. Okay, Albert Cole. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Cole, I'm a coordinator of community bikeways. Just have three brief points I want to make. First, road safety as a right. Secondly, our support for the 700-meter cycle track on Avenue Road, and talk a little bit about the recent history of that project that troubles us as community bikeways. So in terms of road safety as a right, so the question is, why do we constantly debate it? Vision Zero says human life should be prioritized over all other objectives within all aspects of the transportation system. It doesn't say human life should be prioritized if you're the majority or drive a car or love Fred Gardner. There is a problem with the process that's thwarting the city's ability to meet its urgent climate and road safety goals. And I'm referring to the conversion to 75% of trips under 5 kilometers to walk, cycle, and transit by 2030, which is, of course, approaching very quickly. So when we do get these projects, it's often after the investment of significant political capital. So we know, for example, on the Bloor pilot or Bloor West Complete Street, it really was the result of these councillors stepping forward and saying, change is difficult, but we want safe roads for everyone. We want livable neighborhoods. We want to act on policies and plan for the future. So turning to Avenue Road, we fully support the cycle track, but we are troubled by the piecemealing of a short 2.1 kilometer stretch into a 700-meter stretch where 3 cyclists have been killed, the one most recently on April 30th, and at the other section of the road. I was one of the founders of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition 7 years ago. We had a simple ask, wider sidewalks, lower speeds. Very simple. Who could possibly disagree with that? It's just about the right of people to be safe. So we are, for example, really grateful to the South Hill Residents Association. That's really the only organized opposition that we know to this, to the proposal that was put forward. And what's clear about it, it's not about bike lanes. We always think the oppositions, that they're always fixated on the bike lanes. Well, in this case, they simply don't want wider sidewalks because the truth is it's not convenient for them. So to the thousands of people living on Avenue Road or moving to Avenue Road, they simply say that it's not particularly convenient. But our plans and policies are, of course, a reflection of our better selves, the things we want to achieve as a community. So they resist all change, and they call the change that the system they had, the balance of Fred Gardner. That's a balance where in 1964, for example, and in the 60s and 50s, over 100 people were killed regularly on those
Final
streets.
thoughts.
So I'd simply end by saying, let's move forward on Avenue Road safety improvements, not just the cycle track. Let's prevent more deaths. So I am challenging Councillors Josh Matlow and Diane Sachs. Please move forward on this project. Please be champions of a safe Avenue Road. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Albert, you know that the pedestrian safety improvements up to the end of my ward are coming to Community Council. The next opportunity was June 11th.
Well, frankly, I know the project, and I know staff worked very hard on the project, was ready to go on March 27, and it didn't go ahead on March 27. Then we saw a death. And that's what happens on dangerous roads. People die. So then on April 30th, we saw a death, and suddenly the matter was back, but only for the cycle track. Frankly, the staff report and the staff proposal upon which comprehensive consultation took place was ready to go to the IEC, and I have no idea why it didn't go to IEC. There was consultation, it was 50-50. We were ready to go. It was consistent with city policies. And I'm frankly was dismayed that it didn't go forward.
All right, let me try again. You'll be back here on June 11th when we're discussing pedestrian safety between Davenport and Dupont?
Yes, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, Deputant? Seeing none, we have 3 more deputants on this item. We're getting there. Gail Shillingford. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
I'll speak as quickly as I can. This is pertaining to the West Parkdale bike lane proposal as it pertains to changes along Fern and Macdonell Avenues. I'm speaking as a neighborhood resident in opposition to aspects of the bike plan as it pertains to changes along these two avenues. Like many of our residents, I'm an avid cyclist and a pedestrian who will be affected by the proposed interventions along these streets. To begin, our community in general is not in opposition to accommodating bike lanes and fully support other modes of movement in our neighborhood. What we feel strongly about is prioritizing the safe circulation and movement of pedestrians and making sure that the implementation of bike lanes is not done in a vacuum, without considering the negative ripple effect on the health and wellness of our neighborhood. As a 30-year urban designer and master planner, I get it. I fully understand the need to push for cycling as a mobility option and to create safe cycling routes at a time when we are experiencing an increased amount of traffic congestion in our city. But I also understand the makeup of our traditional Toronto neighborhoods. They were designed with a fine grid of tight streets to encourage slow-moving traffic and a high degree of permeability to allow a flow of safe pedestrian and cycling movement, and this is now being eroded. Two solutions here need to be resolved. There are two problems that are being addressed with one solution that is trying to rectify both. The implementation of safe bike lanes along Galley Ave and the reduction of unsafe car and truck traffic along Macdonell and Fern because of vehicles bypassing through the neighborhood at unsafe speeds, usually to get to Ronsonsville or further to the Queensway. Some important considerations. Let's talk about Fern Avenue. Fern Avenue, by city streetscape standards, is designed as a residential street and one of the narrowest street cross-sections in the neighborhood. By city standards, it was never intended to carry through traffic. It's a fire route, and it needs to function successfully without the issue of road congestion. Ironically, Fern Ave is one of the busiest cycling routes in the neighborhood, used by all age groups, which will be adversely affected. And a few of these folks will not travel on Galley Ave as an alternate. I want to talk about the Hindu temple quickly. The consultation summary shows no documentation of engaging the Hindu temple that's on Fern and Sororan. As a note, this is one of the most renowned Hindu temples in Toronto, respecting cultural significant history and offering some of the most culturally engaging festivals on Fern Avenue. It is troubling to me that this important stakeholder was not engaged, and to me, it questions the inclusivity of this engagement process. You've heard a lot about Fern Avenue School and all of the concerns around the school, so I'm not going to talk about that. One of the things that I understood is that comment on laneways. If laneways are to become the new access route, as insinuated in the report, you are eroding the playground for kids and the neighborhood. That's what our Toronto residential laneways represent. They are the places for kids to play street hockey, basketball, for neighborhood events, etc. Our laneways have also become the places for our neighborhood gatherings.
Final thought.
This will become more so as we're encouraging laneway housing. Some suggestions, let's do a traffic study impact assessment, a proper one. Stop signs can easily be implemented along all of Macdonell. It was done successfully along Sororan. Galley bike lanes, put the bike lanes, but do not move forward with any other intervention until an assessment can be made or a traffic impact assessment is complete. And finally, deal with the real problem. It's traffic congestion in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we have two final deputants on this item. Brock House. We have Brock online. Thanks, Brock.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Brock House. First off, on a general note, I wanted to echo the sentiments that we need to keep building our cycling network, and I hope we'll see more protected bike lanes and a more connected network. My comments are, again, specific to Avenue Road. My daughter attends school at Brown, which is right on Avenue Road, and we walk there. Well, I walk there and back twice a day, and after a couple near misses along Avenue, we've decided to take a detour that adds 10 minutes to the walk so we can avoid walking on there. So I echo the sentiments. It's not a safe street to walk on. And honestly, those walking with a stroller or mobility aid have it much worse. I'd encourage anybody who hasn't seen it to try walking from Davenport to DuPont, and imagine if you were doing that with a wheelchair or a stroller, and then better yet, try that on garbage days. It's a disaster. With respect to cycling, I was actually hit by a bus on Avenue in 2022 at Cottingham while pulling my daughter's trailer. Fortunately, it was empty. Otherwise, it would be a much worse story. So I have stopped cycling on Avenue entirely and abandoned the trailer out of safety fears. And I want to say the proposed connection from Bloor to Davenport is vital for cyclists, and it'll help connect a lot of the areas northwest of downtown to the core. So I strongly support it. All that said, I wish I could say I was more excited about this change, but unfortunately, as we've heard lots of people say, the lack of material pedestrian and safety improvements north of Davenport really makes this feel to me like the bare minimum response to yet another cycling tragedy rather than the progressive safety victory it could have been. I understand there's some improvements that are being put forth to the East York Community Council, but they're also exclusively south of the tracks. And even at that, I'm not sure what to expect, but I believe some of it might be deferred to 2025, and there's still some consultation there. I look forward to more clarity when the agenda comes out. Regardless, as a pedestrian, as a cyclist, I'm happy about that connection. As a pedestrian, I'm feeling defeated, and I know many others are in my neighborhood right now. It seems like the change we need is once again on hold for more consultations, and this time they're focused on minor parking and traffic inconveniences while lives hang in the balance. My story isn't unique about my daughter. There's 4 other schools in that stretch of avenue within a block, as well as several seniors' homes. And frankly, there's no reason for Avenue Road to be a 6-lane speedway during that short residential stretch when 4 lanes serve it adequately north of St. Clair and south of Bloor and soon to be south of Davenport, hopefully, assuming this goes through. So honestly, I just want to urge, or probably the more appropriate word is beg the city to please expedite the consultative processes and finally get the bureaucratic tape out of the way and put safety first before Avenue Road claims another life. And I really hope that doesn't happen because it could be a child the next time. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our final deputant on this item is Mary Helen Spence. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mary Helen Spence. I'm a pedestrian, a driver, a cyclist, and a volunteer with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition. The coalition was formed 7 years ago with 21. Thanks. The coalition was formed 7 years ago with 21 members. We now have 32 organizations. They're on your slide there from across the city. People who represent many different interests: residents associations, schools, daycares, parents councils, multi-faith organizations, seniors, homes, developers, businesses, environmental and road safety groups, and more. We all share the common goal of a safer Avenue Road. We have listened to the articulate and impassioned pleas to expand the cycling networks across the city. The coalition fully supports the new cycling tracks between Bloor and Davenport as a first step to make Avenue Road safer. Cyclists are people too, and they're our kids, our grandkids, and our friends, and they need to be safe. However, we were disheartened to find the Avenue Road report does not include meaningful pedestrian safety improvements north of Davenport Road. Not all can cycle, many want to walk. But as Councillor Matlow once said, walking along Avenue Road north of Davenport is like walking on a tightrope over a speeding expressway. And as you can see some images on the screen here, many of those are less than a meter wide and are like goat tracks, quite frankly. 7 years ago, Councillor Wong Tam initiated the study of Avenue Road due to serious safety concerns for pedestrians navigating these treacherous sidewalks besides speeding cars and trucks. After patiently waiting through 7 years of consultations, studies, and more consultation, our coalition is very grateful to Councillor Sachs for addressing the problem in her Ward 11. However, more work still needs to be done to address the dangerous sidewalks that were the reason for the Avenue Road study in the first place. The city's studies concluded that changes to this 2.1 kilometer section of road are necessary because the road design promotes speeding, the infrastructure is inadequate, the sidewalks do not meet minimum standards or provincial standards for accommodating people with disabilities. Those are not my words, those are the study's words. These issues require addressing proactively. The Ward 11 pedestrian-focused safety improvements, including those from Davenport to DuPont, should be implemented as a cohesive unit as quickly as possible.
Final thought.
There have been, and I won't go through them, 5 recommendations that other people have articulated. Both the staff and Councillor Sachs have these in our letter. They are simple, cost-effective actions that can have a big impact, and we're hoping that we'll have consideration and be brought to the Toronto East York Community Council. And I want to say one more thing in closing. Not only do we want to thank Councillor Sachs, but we also want to thank the staff who have worked with us, many for 7 years. Sometimes we don't agree with one another, but they've done a great job.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant?
Yeah.
Councillor Sachs.
First of all, was there anything else, Mary Helen or Arlene, that you wanted to tell us?
I'm sorry, Councillor Sachs. I can't.
Was there anything else you wanted to tell us?
No, I don't think so, unless you'd like.
All right. And you're going to be here on June 11th when we do discuss pedestrian improvements between Davenport and DuPont.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing the report that will be issued, I guess, a week before that, and we hope we might get some actual hints of what's going to be in it, a little bit more than we did the last time.
All right. And in the ABC Residents Association and the Greater Yorkville Residents Association sent me a letter 6 months ago with some priorities for Section 37 spending, and some of that money was earmarked for safety improvements.
Yes.
So first of all, you'd support spending that money between Davenport and DuPont for pedestrian improvements?
Well, those decisions went through board approval before they were sent to you, so I can't
take it back to the board.
I certainly support them and would advocate for more, actually.
Right. And there's also was a provision in the letter for $10 million for improvements on Bloor, but south of Davenport. Would you be open to taking back to your board, spending some of that $10 million north of Davenport so we can get some permanent pedestrian improvements between Davenport and DuPont?
Absolutely.
All right, and you'll let me know when you can. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, we'll move to questions of staff outside. Councillors first, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. First, I guess to the General Manager of Transportation. There have been concerns raised on some of these projects about access for emergency vehicles. Can you give me a sense of what process the city goes through to make sure that emergency vehicles will have access once projects are implemented?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, our general manager has asked that I respond to this one. So in terms of the design standards piece, emergency services, specifically fire and paramedic services, comment on our design standards. So that is one aspect, and those design standards are applied on a project-by-project basis, and then their teams are circulated on designs for comment. We also work with the data teams within their organizations where there are potentially concerns about response times, particularly on arterial roads, so that we can understand any forecasted concerns and monitor that in concert with them. Particularly related to the report before you in IE 14.4 in the St. Joseph's Hospital, we also work directly with both the hospital for any comments on access to their facility as well as to emergency services regarding access to the hospital for ensuring responsiveness.
So if I've understood you, before we do any projects on a high level, we look at design standards. When specific projects are being undertaken, we circulate and ask for comments of the relevant divisions, and then we do data monitoring jointly with them after installation. And where there's a particular site like St. Joseph's Hospital, we do more in-depth conversation. Is that fair?
That's correct. For the arterial roads, we do the data monitoring, not on every project, but where we deem it necessary with them, we do so, yes.
Okay. One of the things that preoccupies me in thinking about these things is the growing demand for mobility and transportation network services in the City of Toronto. What kind of demand pressures are we facing because of the growing population in the city?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We understand that the growth of population varies between 30,000 to 50,000 people a year in the City of Toronto. And in order to respond to that growth, a multimodal transportation network is necessary to provide transportation options for a growing city like ours.
And just, I know this will sound obvious, it's not like we have anywhere to build new roads.
There are limited new road opportunities in key development nodes of the city, like Downsview, which we discussed at council last week. But most of the city does not have room to build new roads or widen new roads.
So Councillor Pasternak may get a couple of new roads, but the rest of us are stuck with what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes. Questions to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if staff could comment. I know from memory there's some criteria that the city uses to pick and choose which projects are most important to do first, or ones that, you know, really make the cut for the reports that we have. I wonder if you could just cover those off briefly. I think there were 6 of them.
Sorry, I didn't hear the full question. You're talking about the criteria around the prioritization?
Correct.
So there are 9 categories that we use within the cycling analysis section of our framework. So safety, connectivity, equity, current cycling demand in terms of number of people today cycling, potential cycling demand based on trips forecasted, transit access, barrier crossings, network coverage, and trip generators. Those are the categories on how valuable a particular link would be in the network. We also couple that with analysis of feasibility in terms of what the impact would be on a corridor like to traffic, as well as public feedback.
So yeah, just on that piece, we don't necessarily have direct categories for congestion or delay, or for impact to emergency services. Is that true?
At the plan level, we look at the impact to congestion as part of our feasibility analysis, and then at the project-by-project level, we look at specific impacts to motor vehicle travel, parking, and emergency services. That's at a project-by-project basis.
Are the criteria weighted equally, or is there a scheme to adjusting them?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? It was a bit fuzzy.
Sorry about that. Are the criteria weighted equally, or is there a scheme to adjust them?
I see. No, based on public feedback through the consultation, the categories of safety, connectivity, and equity have been weighted highest in our analysis.
Okay. And if folks have expressed a lot of concerns about congestion hasn't been brought up as a higher weighting, or impacts to emergency services haven't been brought up as a significant factor.
At the plan level, the categories that I described are what's weighted. At the project level, the impact to congestion is assessed as a feasibility metric. It's reported to council particularly for that project, and absolutely impact on emergency services is a fundamental thing that we cannot impact.
And finally, some instances there are predictably very, very low cycling numbers, and unlikely to be a radical trajectory to change that. How does that factor into the prioritization?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. The growth in cycling is something that would take place, we anticipate would take place over time as the city intensifies. We talked earlier at the previous question about growth. It's something that we would monitor, it's something that it's about the safety of the people cycling on the corridors as well. So it's not necessarily a magic number on the volume that we're anticipating to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to get Deputy Mayor Morley to see if she had questions. Do you have questions? Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you getting my attention. I was zoned out there. Thank you to staff for this work, and thank you to the deputants for joining us today. I think it's always important as we build a city that we hear from those most directly impacted. Just a couple of quick ones. Some of my questions have already been asked and answered, but we heard about data collection, monitoring, and sharing, and I just wondered if staff could comment about what our process is and what information is made available publicly, and if there's any special comments specific to the Bloor Complete Streets implementation around data sharing. I would appreciate that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So if anyone wanted to drill a bit deeper into this answer, because it is a lot, and I want to make sure we keep short on time, page 9 is where the implementation and measures of progress start in the Cycling Network Plan report. So we measure the kilometers of bikeways installed, but we also measure the percentage of access for bikeways for different parts of the city. We measure cycling counts on particular corridors, safety metrics about collisions, and the safety outcomes and crashes that take place. We measure the budget that we spend. We measure the bike share usage across the city. And then on a project-by-project basis, we absolutely measure travel time. We look at travel diversion on local routes, and particularly for the Bloor Street through the Kingsway project, the website has information on the metrics that we are measuring, and we expect over the next week or so to be publishing an updated data dashboard with counts and travel time impacts.
Wonderful. I'm sure there are many people waiting eagerly for that information, my office included, so thank you for that. Just a little bit further on that, I think it's important that we highlight some of the ways in which we iterate the plans along the way. So we heard from folks about some of the particular impacts and challenges, and I just wondered if you could confirm staff's willingness and ongoing work once implementation happens to iterate and make improvements along the way.
Thanks for the question. The way that we bring large projects like these that are articulated in the IE 14.4 report forward is with delegated authority for staff for about 2 years to be able to make adjustments based on monitoring and based on feedback that we have seen. And we report on what those are. If you look at the website for the Bloor West Complete Street project, there's a specific summary of any changes that we've made based on feedback or based on monitoring. Things like narrowing the cycle track where the laybys were seen to be too small for an accessibility perspective. That was heard from the community and it was changed, and in a matter of weeks for that change to take place. And so projects are reported out with public feedback to local councillors and communities where those kind of changes are needed and welcomed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to sneak one more in. We heard a lot today about the ambitiousness or lack thereof from some deputants about our goals here. And I just wondered if you could comment on how we balance the desire to ensure we have a connected network with our resources and local participation and other considerations. How are we striking a good balance with this plan?
Thanks for the question. I mean, there's no doubt, given the kind of feedback that we heard from deputants today and the kind of feedback that we hear in the local communities about these projects, that change is hard. And we need to take the feedback from communities into account as we design, deliver, and adjust projects. And so going faster can have the impact of not being able to do those things well enough. That being said, this proposal in front of you, it is proposing to do more than the last 3 years. And I would say that 2022 to 24 had a higher delivery rate in terms of kilometers than we did in the 2019 to 2021. So on trend, the city is delivering more safer streets for people of various modes, and that's how we recommend to continue in the direction.
Grateful for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much to staff, and again, thank you to everyone who deputed today, especially the first-time people. The Avenue Road Safety Coalition has been seeking pedestrian safety on this stretch of Avenue Road for many years, and one of the things they've asked for is widening sidewalks. Why can't we widen the sidewalks now?
Avenue Road is not in our capital plan for the next 10 years to do a road reconstruction, which would be required in order to do widened sidewalks for long lengths of the corridor, because it would require changes to grading and changes to underground utilities. So unfortunately, widening sidewalks is not as easy as it sounds, although we understand the community wants to see that.
All right, so it's something that's on the list for when the road's reconstructed. Until then, we can't move the catch basins. How do bike lanes from Bloor to Davenport improve pedestrian safety?
Creating a safer and more comfortable pedestrian environment can be achieved by creating greater separation from moving motor vehicle traffic. And so that improves pedestrian safety in and of itself. Reducing the speeds of motor vehicles along the corridor, including having changes at intersections in order to reduce speeding at intersections, is a key way to improve pedestrian safety.
Okay, so it's going to improve intersection safety as well?
Correct.
All right. and it'll allow us to put in a crosswalk, which you don't allow me now because it's 6 lanes?
A protected crossing for pedestrians and at the park is certainly something that we'll be recommending at TUICC.
Now, this report only goes to Davenport. The report on pedestrian safety upgrades between Davenport and DuPont will come to Community Council June 11th, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And in both that report and this one, have you taken into account the detailed comments of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The recommended design today and at TEY in June is informed by both feedback and technical work that we've done.
Right, and in particular, you've taken seriously the comments of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition.
Yeah, absolutely. And also subject to council approval, the detailed design phase would commence, and we'd also continue to investigate opportunities to include public feedback in that design.
Okay. Now, some residents requested in 2020, and council agreed, to defer this bike lane until construction was finished. And here we are 4 years later, and they're asking again, defer the bike lanes until all the construction is finished. Do you agree with that? And if not, why not?
Thanks for the question. We don't recommend deferring the cycle track any further until construction is cleared. We know that there are several active and planned developments in the area, and they'll continue over the next several years. The proposed design provides continuous bikeways through the existing work zones, and we're committed to working with future work zones and applicants to ensure that the continuous bikeways are provided across the full corridor.
Right, we don't, now, the painted narrow bike lanes aren't a safe way of getting past construction sites. We need to take back some of the curb lane to make room for a physical barrier. What are we doing to achieve that?
The traffic management and work zone team are negotiating with developers to gain additional space from those current occupations to be able to provide a protected cycle track along Avenue, and it's our intention to ask for that for future for development sites that are coming forward.
Okay.
Final question. Okay.
One more, come on.
No, we were 20 seconds over. You can walk over and talk to them. Speakers, I know we have we'll start with the outside speakers, Councillor Holiday, followed by Councillor Crandeveld, followed by Councillor Perks.
Thanks, Chair. May I go ahead?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chair and committee. I'll draw to your attention that I submitted a letter, a communication on the second item, which is under discussion today, which is the third quarter cycling installation. I wanted to point out there is a project called Mill Road, and it's a rather modest cycling installation. It's the creation of a bi-directional set of lanes, but it's actually very controversial within the neighborhood. Not because lanes are being shut down or parking is going to be changed, but because there's a very large pall over cycling right now because of the unfolding of a number of projects. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But what I really hope is for your support on a couple of very small adjustments to this project that I think will take into consideration and deal with some of the main concerns from the community. What you should know about Mill Road is that it is a major connector of east-west streets that lead into Mississauga, and it is used as a bridge connector. And there's a right turn on red restriction that I think will have a negative traffic impact that is a point of contention. So I hope you can take a look at the letter and see further my rationale on that, but I would not be asking the committee for this change if it wasn't important and wouldn't make a difference on the success of the project. I'll take the last minute and a half here just to point out, I think you heard from a lot of speakers today about the Bloor Street Bike Lane project and perhaps projects beyond that. Councillor Cole was a bit surprised to hear that even the local MP had been thinking about and hearing about the Bloor Street Bike Lanes project. I can assure you, if you ask any of the 3 members of Parliament, any of the 3 MPPs, or any of the 3 members of council in Etobicoke, we would all tell you that this is an issue that has seized the entire community. And people have really struggled with it. So, Councillor Cole, this is the newsletter that came to my home from the local MP. And it's 4 pages, and there's an entire page dedicated to the city's project because he got so many calls about this. And I can assure you it's top of mind. And the reason why it's been so difficult is people cannot find the answer to why. They know the ridership is low. They knew the street wasn't broken to start with, and it's been changed. And I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but what it has done it has reduced their confidence in all of the other things that we're working on. And it's come out in some of the other projects, in the comments, in the fears and the concerns about how this is being put together. So I urge people to listen to what the community had to say. I held a very, very well-attended community consultation meeting, and two themes came out. They pleaded with council to pay attention to the impacts to congestion by these installations and the impacts to emergency services. I'll have more to say at council, but I thank you for hearing me and ask for your consideration of those motions that I suggested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion that I'd be moving through you as Chair. So procedurally, do I speak to it now? Do I read the motion now, or? Okay. I'm moving City Council request the General Manager, Transportation Services to finalize the outcome of the Scarborough West Rail Trail study undertaken as part of the 2022-2024 Cycling Network Plan update regarding the feasibility of a multi-use trail along the former GN-GECO rail spur line, update the local councillor on the outcome of the feasibility study, and work with the local councillor to update the community on the feasibility study, including publishing a summary of the study for the public by the end of third quarter 2024. So I'm here to ask the committee's support in advancing an important community, potentially important asset that goes back 50 years. Some of the committee in the room may remember students at the UTSC pursued this rail trail that would provide important access in a suburb with great distances between that was built for the car, but recognized 50 years ago as an important trail and access for pedestrians and cyclists. So sadly, through successive administrations and really cities with amalgamation, this was never brought to fruition. With tremendous community pressure and influence and engagement, council passed a study in the summer of 2022. So many here may be familiar with that motion by my predecessor. There's a lot of excitement in the community for advancing a cycling and pedestrian trail, certainly through COVID, but more pronounced as we look and seek to grow cycling culture as well as pedestrian access to very beautiful spaces in our green spaces. And this is part of a larger set of transformations that are accompanying this immediate vicinity in my area. Many of you are familiar with the Scarborough Junction. Oh, 3 minutes. So we're seeing close to 10 to 12,000 units of development in the next 5 to 10 years coming to this area. So not just building infrastructure for the residents now, but for future residents is imperative. So I urge everyone here to support this motion. Thank you, Chair McKelvey.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for having us here. The most difficult moment in a city is when one of our complex systems is going from one steady state to a new steady state. That inflection point, that moment of transition, is chaotic, turbulent, and difficult. And that's where we are. We're inevitably in a transition in our transportation system, just because no matter what we do, the number of people demanding transportation in the city of Toronto is growing, and our base road network is not. Even if we did nothing, we put in no bike lanes, not a single one, we didn't widen a single sidewalk, congestion would become a terrible problem in the city of Toronto, and traffic patterns would become chaotic and difficult. That's just a fact of life in a built-up area that has a growing population. And the population is growing by hundreds of thousands of people every decade in the city of Toronto. So what do? we try to manage that transition, recognizing that free-flowing automobile traffic is not a future that's available to us. That's not a future steady state that we can achieve. We have to find people to move into transportation choices where trips are shorter, where the people using our rights of way are not taking up as much space. And that's sidewalks and bike lanes. That's just a fact. The second thing to bear in mind is that all of us on council take very seriously the notion that the transportation system we manage shouldn't be killing people. And every year, more people die because of accidents involving automobiles than die from violence, including handguns. Every single year, the car kills more people than the gun. And finally, whether we like it or not, we are in a position where our climate is changing. And we are morally bound, all of us, to do what needs to be done to help the City of Toronto demonstrate that you can reduce the emissions from our transportation system by moving to more sustainable modes. The particular piece in my ward, the South Parkdale piece, is enormously complicated and difficult. Essentially, we have to get people from the Queensway bike lane that comes in from Etobicoke into the rest of the city. And we can't do it where the Queensway meets King and Queen, because you got railway tracks on one side and a streetcar barns on the other, and there isn't enough room to fit everything through. So we have to get people off the Queensway and into the rest of the city somewhere. You can't do it on Parkside because they don't connect. And if you do it on the other side of the High Park, there's no point. So this is a necessary link. Staff have done a great job of finding a path through. It will cause inconvenience and change, but it's the only option available.
Thank you. We'll take it into committee. I know we have Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Sachs. Anybody else to speak? And Deputy Mayor Cole. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion to present to colleagues here. Again, grateful for the deputants for coming out and sharing their time with us here today. I do know that many of those who spoke against the implementation of Complete Streets are from my ward and being impacted by the implementation along Bloor Street here. So we have, the question was raised by my colleague about people still don't understand why. And I would direct them to my website. We hosted a couple of town halls that not only painted the picture of implementation in this particular area, but how it is aligned with many of the other priorities of council, of the city, and is also in alignment and working to take preemptive action on the growth and expansion of our city in a sustainable and thoughtful way. So I encourage people to check that out if they are still asking questions about why. And I, again, encourage folks to continue to engage with us about the how. One of the things that we've been seeing as a result of the implementation certainly is additional congestion. And I absolutely appreciate the frustration that has caused. The motion before you here is asking staff to essentially restore the right turn on red movement along Bloor Street West, where the implementation has taken place since last year, until such time as we have updates to the signalized intersection to prioritize the flow of traffic and movement of traffic. And the intention here is to reflect our listening to residents about their frustrations and to work with staff with the tools that we have to support movement through this area, while we also work to support the implementation of this really important city initiative that speaks to so many of our goals, but also is, again, taking preemptive, proactive action related to infrastructure in a corner of our city, in our ward along Bloor Dundas, where we're expecting 30,000 new residents in the next couple of decades, if not shorter than that. So as my colleague mentioned, we're not building more streets, and if we do nothing now, we are going to be navigating this issue down the road. And so our work here is about visioning for the kind of thriving, sustainable future that our citizens deserve, using the resources and tax dollars wisely, and getting ahead of the growth in a way that is going to ultimately serve the community the best way possible. So I look to you for support as we navigate this ongoing change. Change is difficult. Growing pains are real, but I think we need to stay the course here, and I appreciate council generally in this committee for their great leadership, and of course staff for their important work in this area. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, followed by Deputy Mayor Cole.
Thank you very much. I do have two motions. First of all, I have a motion of my own dealing with safety to make sure that we take back a small piece of the land that we allow construction companies to use to build their condos so that we actually have space for a physical barrier to keep cyclists alive. And I have a second motion on behalf of Councillor Holliday, who has three requests relating to his ward that he just mentioned, which is coming up there. There we are. Listen, how often does it happen I make a motion for Councillor Holliday? I do want to say that, first of all, my thanks to, again, everybody who deputed, but particularly to the Avenue Road Safety Coalition and their team. Arlene and Mary Helen are here, but so many people have worked on this issue for nearly 8 years here, asking for safety on a road and a sidewalk that has been unsafe for 50 years and is really unbearable. I don't want to have any more deaths on my watch, if I can help it. The man who died in the middle of my ward 28 days ago would not have died if we had gone ahead and put these bike lanes in 2020 when council considered it. It wouldn't have died if it did it last year. It wouldn't have died if we did it 3 months ago. It's time to do it now. Construction is not done now. It's not going to be done in the foreseeable future. We have to get on with safety improvements because safety is what matters the most. Now, the second thing after safety is congestion. Absolutely, I have heard over and over and over again, and I recognize the work of the Toronto Board of Trade. Congestion is an enormous drain on the city, on the economic life of the city, on the social life of the city, on people's day-to-day lives, on the challenge of just picking your kids up. This is becoming unmanageable. The city is becoming more dense. We have hundreds of thousands more people coming. We're building housing towers all over, and our streets just are not big enough for all the cars and trucks and construction vehicles and everything else that's trying to use the roads, and they're not going to ever be. So we face mounting gridlock and more crashes, injuries, and deaths unless we give people safe alternatives to driving. And that allows us to leave more space on the road for those who actually need to drive, which includes emergency vehicles. It's the only responsible path forward if we take safety seriously, which I do, and if we take congestion seriously, if I do. But this is not the whole story. We all know this, and one of the things that we heard over and over again is this just takes us to Davenport. That's great, but the worst part of the sidewalks, the most dangerous part of Avenue Road is north of Davenport. So the piece of it which is within my ward, from Davenport to DuPont, we are going to be dealing with on June 11th. Some of you will be back here for that. I'm also looking to put some of the Section 37 money to work in cooperation with ABCRA and GIRA so that we can build on the hard work of staff and the transportation budget and put in some permanent, good quality pedestrian safety improvements between Davenport and DuPont. It's time to make it happen.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank everybody who made presentations today. I know it's very nerve-wracking considering some of the changes that are made for people, very, very frustrating as these changes take place. I don't have a motion. Oh, yeah, I got a motion. My motion is from the deputy. McKelvey, City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services report back to Infrastructure Environment Committee in the first quarter of 2020 on the feasibility of including outlining the staff resources and budget that would be needed to scale up the delivery of the cycling network plan to 150 kilometers of new and major upgrade bikeway projects for the 2028 2030 implementation program. And I move that motion, just outlining the fact is we have to have a plan how we can roll this out and get the staff resources to make it possible. And I do want to thank staff who works almost 7 days a week around the clock on trying to manage these issues. We talk about congestion. You try and manage congestion in Toronto. We've heard people talk about Davenport and Fern Avenue, and we had the beautiful video about Marley Avenue. You can imagine the size of this city. Very few people know how large this city. I've never been to Agincourt. I've never spent any time in Swansea or Mimico. Never been there in their lives, and yet they think, well, my Toronto is my neighborhood, which is normal. So it's what happens in your neighborhood is the most significant. As the owner of a great restaurant on Bloor said, he said that basically it's the most important issue in Etobicoke is the cycling lanes on Bloor Street. And I believe him because it's what's at your doorstep that is your reality. So it's not, as I said, not the war in the Ukraine, the Middle East, the global catastrophe, climate disaster, as Hamish talks about. It's not that. Their main issue, thing that drives them crazy, is the bike lanes on Bloor. And I know I get that all the time. I confront people, or they sometimes confront me. Sometimes just say hello, and they say, "Why do you guys put in all these bike lanes?" And I say, wait a minute, you're a banker on Bay Street and you want to talk about city issues? And what do you want to talk about is bike lanes? Yes. Why are you guys spending so much time and money on bike lanes? So that is the reality we face. So whenever we try and implement these changes, there's going to be pushback because people hate change. Everybody's against change unless it's on their terms, and their terms is to have very little change and solve big problems. It is impossible to solve this big problem of congestion with little change. Because again, the reality is Toronto is no longer a city of 3 million people. We are a city of 6.5 million people. Half the cars in Toronto are not Toronto cars. They're coming in from Durham, Peel, the York region. They're coming in from way beyond that. So we are asked in Toronto to provide all these jobs, economy, at the same time, handle all these people coming to Toronto, their F-150s.
Thank you.
It's the F-150 is our enemy.
Madam Chair, is there a special Mike Cole time?
No, I know. I thought I heard. I said that's final thought, and I turned the counter off. I thought he heard me. Councillor Perruzza, 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, I'll be real quick, Madam Chair. It's been a long day, and we've heard a lot about bikes and so on. So I appreciate the bike plan. I appreciate the notion that I love to ride my bicycle as much as many other people do. But one of the difficulties I've always had with the bike plan is that it does little pieces here and there. And no matter how long, so I've been at this, for going on a couple of decades now, fundamentally saying the same thing, but for some reason, some things just can't happen. And I also understand why they can't happen, but we do little pieces, right? So that go from nowhere to nowhere. So we're going to do Sentinel Road as an example, from Shepherd to Lamberton. And not connected up to Finch for, sort of a couple of blocks short, where you have a major bike lane, along the new LRT route, for example. It's crazy. So we're going to do a little piece on Yorkgate Boulevard that goes from just north of the Hydro Corridor to Jane Street, kind of like nowhere to nowhere, but doesn't come down to Finch, again, to connect to that very significant trail. We're going to do a piece on Driftwood, and so on and so on, and the list continues, right? And we do these little pieces here and there, especially in the suburbs, and kind of like and they're so difficult to do, as you can appreciate, and all of the rest of it. I would prefer that we did like complete routes. For years, you, others, we've all been advocating. There's a broken piece down at the trail at the Humber. I get the difficulties, the golf course and so on, the Humber Trail. A short little piece. I haven't been able to complete that. I would complete that trail system there, for example. We've had on the books a bike lane next to the goal line, the rail line that basically runs from the north of the city to the south of the city, out of traffic, away from stoplights and all the rest of it. How magnificent would it be connecting the entire city of Toronto, basically from Steeles and beyond, down to the lake?
Final thought.
In a singular straight bike lane that people could just take and really use to get from one end of the city to the other. But we haven't been able to achieve that. So Madam Chair, I don't have a motion today, but I would like to see more complete routes. Like if we're going to do routes, let's do all of them, right? Like let's do an entire route that takes you from somewhere to somewhere.
Thank you. I think I'm final speaker, last call. Okay, I have two motions. First one is mine. It's just giving staff authority to work together to extend that Copperfield Road path through the Grey Abbey Ravine and connect it over to Grey Abbey Trail. The second one is on behalf of Councillor Candeval about the West Rail Trail study that he spoke to there. I'll just quickly really thank staff for a long day and all their hard work. We have a lot to be proud of in the City of Toronto, and I think it's important that we celebrate that over the last 5 years, we installed 115 kilometers of new bikeways and upgraded 90 kilometers of bikeways in the City of Toronto. And it's really an unprecedented amount that we ever had. And the next 3 years is another target of 100 kilometers of new and major upgrade bikeway projects. And I think what's important also is how well Council has really come together to get this done. We know that it is not easy to install new sidewalks. We know that it is not easy to install cycling paths, to make the changes that are needed through Vision Zero and our Complete Streets policy to make the roads safer for everyone, be that pedestrians, especially our most vulnerable road users, be that cyclists, and also motorists as well. So, great work by everybody, and a huge shout out to the local councillors, especially Deputy Mayor Morley has really been a great champion for the cycling projects in her ward, and importantly, realizing where things can be refined, listening to community feedback, and continuing to put things in a better place. Councillor Sachs has been engaging with her community. Councillor Perks is here, even and he's not in this committee, to make sure that the infrastructure that we're installing is done in the best way. And we don't just walk away from abandon installing infrastructure because it's hard. Instead, we really try to get the best design possible to help the most people in our city. So great work by everybody. We'll move to the vote. So we're going to vote on Councillor, all those associated with IE 14.3 first. So Councillor Morley's motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Deputy Mayor Cole's motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. The first of my two motions, one on Grey Abbey Trail. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. And then the motion on behalf of Councillor Candeval about the West Rail Path. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Item is amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. That brings us to IE 14.4. There is a motion that was moved by Councillor Sachs on behalf of Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Councillor Sachs's other motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Item 14.4 as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? The cycling network plan Passes and moves to council. Okay, I am now going to move up 2 items on the agenda because they do not go to council, so we can't just say 4 of them without Rex, so we want to get through them. I also want the amazing cycling folks that have been here all day to get through these 2 items. So we are gonna move up item 14.13, improvements to Paul Martel Park. We've also been holding TTC, so that will let them go. And 14.14, Ridgewood Road Sanitary Sewer. So on 14.13, our first speaker is Paul Richard. Do we have Paul here? Thank you, Paul. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Paul Richard with the Earth Helpers Garden, Inc., an Indigenous not-for-profit. Over the past 4 years, we have had a lease with Parks to provide ecological restoration of the Habitat Garden and the care of the park. Our response to Parks staff report of improvements to Paul Martel Park. After my consultations with the Indigenous community and elders, Earth Helpers request Paul Martel Park be renamed Paul Martel Indigenous Botanical Garden. The 2 names in the report are a misrepresentation of our conversations with Parks. Unfortunate. Paul Martel was a friend of the Native community, and we support the intent of the motion to rename the park to include the Indigenous Botanical Garden. 2, installing closing gate not locked on the park fence and a washroom will negate installing protective plant barriers. Save the tax dollars to be better spent on employing our youth in the park. Due to prolonged negotiations with Parks, Earth Helpers lost $47,000 of federal tourist funding for a cultural programming shelter in our Earth Helpers Garden. The yurt mentioned in the staff report has strings attached as a new improvement. Earth Helpers cannot take responsibility to repair or replace the yurt. We will put on a workshop to build a traditional wigwam as our programming shelter in the Earth Helpers Garden. This article has prevented us from signing our 5th-year agreement with
Final
Parks.
thoughts.
Considering the planting barrier protection in the yurt, savings, Earth Helpers requests meeting with Parks to engage in discussions to spend those savings on basically improving the park and tourism and for jobs in our community. I didn't think 3 minutes would go that quickly.
It does, 3 minutes goes quickly. Questions of the deputant?
Paul, thank you very much for all of your hard work day in and day out at the garden. I understand that the new fence and the portable toilet have helped reduce the amount of trampling.
It has, significantly.
Okay.
So we feel that it's a waste of money to put in the barriers that they're proposing are basically ugly. They'll never get around the small curves of the park, and they're unnecessary with these improvements.
Okay, so
and if they had discussed it with us, I wouldn't have had brought it up here today.
Okay, so you are I know you had conversations at length today with park staff, and you have a regular liaison with Doug Bennett, and you're continuing those conversations, right?
I'm from Mi'kmaq country, Edna Peters, my grandmother. The other 2 people on the board are Anishinaabe, And I feel after 4 years of spearheading this project, it's time to turn the negotiations over to the Anishinaabe people.
Okay.
So we have appointed our staff carrier and pipe carrier, Rick Rogers, to spearhead the negotiations in the future.
Okay.
The misrepresentation is unfortunate.
Okay. And one of the things that you'd asked for was lighting improvements, and you're aware that the 2 lights are going to be upgraded this summer?
Lighting improvements will help. However, we'd like to install some solar lighting to illuminate the murals. We have a walking tour that we've developed. We have the Annex Native walking tour. We have a website. We have brochures. We have the cooperation of Batashu Museum for a complimentary tour, and the Raw Museum, a complimentary tour of the First Nations exhibits. So we're hoping to get that off the ground. But this yurt issue is preventing us from taking the agreement forward. So we basically say, well, we don't want your yurt if there's strings attached. So we'll take funding, or you know, if you want to make good on the loss of $47,000, don't put strings attached. We will go forward and look for grants and look for help to provide our own shelter for programming.
Right. And just to finish the question about the lighting, so once the 2 existing lights are upgraded, someone from the organization will meet with Parks and me on site to review whether there's additional lighting required, right?
Mm-hmm. We could possibly use another street lamp in there.
Okay. Thank you very much again for all your hard work.
So I think I mentioned the closed gates are very important as well.
You mentioned the gate.
Very good.
Thank you. You've been loud and clear.
You betcha.
Okay, take care.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Whoops, am I on? Okay, so question of staff. So staff, am I correct that Parks and Forestry and Recreation recognizes and appreciates the extraordinary hard work that's been done by Indigenous elders at the park, including especially Earth Helpers and Paul Richards?
Yes, through the chair, and as Paul, the deputy, has described, there has been a lot of work done in the last few years with lots more ongoing, and we're happy to be at the table with them.
Right. And you agree that it's important to protect that work from being destroyed by drunk patrons of the neighboring bar?
Very much so.
Okay. And do you want to see Indigenous cultural activities and native plants flourish in this area as part of reconciliation?
Even more so, yes.
And again, as part of reconciliation, Parks has established a special relationship between the city and Earth Helpers for programming and partnered management of the park?
That's correct. As was described, there's a formal space use license, but there's also the ongoing relationship we have with members at that table.
Right. And are you satisfied that the new fence and the portable toilets are reducing the damage to the plants?
That has been shared with us. As noted, there are other improvements that are being considered for this year that would supplement that.
And you're continuing to work with Earth Helpers and Paul Richards for improvements this year to the park, including changes to the signage?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know you have my commitment to contribute some Section 37 funds if there's eligible capital upgrades needed, correct?
That's correct, and we are investigating where that funding would be eligible and appropriate and what other options would have to be pursued if not.
Okay. And there are going to be lighting improvements put in with upgrades of the existing light poles this year?
That's correct, planned by our park staff.
Right, and you're willing to put in raised beds if Earth Helpers wants it?
Should we go that route, depending on how we talk with the group, yes.
Okay. The temporary toilet is in place. We can't put a permanent bathroom in until the TDC finishes its construction. But in principle, you support a long-term bathroom facility here?
We do, as outlined in the report, yes.
Is there anything further that you need from council at this time?
No, we have a lot of council direction on this and a lot of work ahead of us as well, but we will come back as needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional questions to staff? Speakers? Okay, I'm moving staff recs.
I'm moving the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. That brings us to IE 14.14, Ridgewood Road Sanitary Sewer Update. We have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Kevin Irandoust. Kevin, are you online? You have 3 minutes. We don't have Kevin. Do we have Dave? Dave, you have 3 minutes. Sorry, Dave, we just need you to unmute. Hi, Dave, we just need you to unmute.
Hi.
Okay, we
Hello?
can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Actually, Kevin is available there. He just texted me a couple of seconds ago. He says he's available.
Okay, well, do you want to go first and then we'll get Kevin online since we have you?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Dave Muir. Good afternoon, committee members. I've been a resident on Ridgewood Road for over 33 years. We've got news from a posting from our councillor's office that the sanitary sewer project is not going to be forwarded anymore, so we're quite pleased to hear that. But today I'm representing not only myself, but also approximately 58 other homes that are on Ridgewood Road. Purpose today is to notify the committee of our intention as residents, as a collective on Ridgewood Road, to seek relief from the proposal to install new sidewalks on Ridgewood Road. The residents believe that the street fits a template for exemption, and the residents also recognize that the City of Toronto has made the installation of missing sidewalks mandatory in the case of Ridgewood Road, despite the wishes of the local residents affected, some of whom fall into the category of those the city professes to want to help with their plan. To this end, the residents overwhelmingly wish to pursue an exemption to the official plan that include the installation of new sidewalks on Ridgewood Road through their councillor, Ms. McKelvey, and requested the support of the members of the IEC. Since the City of Toronto has made the sidewalk construction on Ridgewood an opt-out arrangement by implementing a blanket policy of sidewalk construction using the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act and the Vision Zero and Complete Streets policy, the residents of Ridgewood Road are requesting relief through the instrument of an exemption to the proposed plan. Such exemptions have already been recently implemented by councils in City of London and Toronto Kingsway. We believe that Ridgewood Road easily fits this case through multivariate examples that are currently being documented for submission by the residents through our working group. At today's meeting, in consideration of the residents' stated position, the IEC and its members make no motions that would impede or deny the residents to this end. And in closing, the residents of Ridgewood Road have been waiting close to 30 years to have their streets simply paved properly and have the local areas of runoff water accumulation drainage repaired for a few affected residents. Sewers and sidewalks have never been on the residents' wider agenda. I can now take your questions.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant, do we have Kevin online now? Hi, Kevin. I think we have you online. Can you unmute? Kevin, trying you again.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you, community. Thank you, Jennifer McKelvey, for your time to discuss this motion. I'm here before you today to express our collective opposition to the proposed development of sidewalks on Ridgewood Road, and ask the councillor to support and seeking relief of the Ontario Disabilities Act and Toronto Zero Vision policy regarding the installation of sidewalks. First and foremost, the issue of safety is not an issue on Ridgewood Road. There is an exemplary record when it comes to pedestrian safety based on direct feedback from our community. There's no indication and there's an absence of reports concerning that speaks volumes about the safety on Ridgewood Road. Furthermore, Ridgewood Road is not just a passageway. It is a cherished space where community and nature coexist, built on an actual ridge with a 70-foot drop on either side and 100 steps to get down on either side. Ridgewood Road is surrounded by beautiful land, greenery, and mature trees. The development of such sidewalks would impact this severely and disrupt the wildlife that lived there. From the 1930s to the 60s, before the development of the subdivision on both sides of Ridgewood Road, there was a golf course, 9 holes on each side. And now I ask the committee to consider for a moment what was before that golf course. What actually was before that golf course was National Park. There was forest that protected, that it would be protected today, otherwise if there wasn't changes in land ownership throughout the years. Deers, foxes, coyotes, and many other wildlife use the ravine in our backyard and Ridgewood Road to connect themselves to the National Park. In conclusion, the proposed development of sidewalks in Ridgewood Road is not only unnecessary, but detrimental to the unique character and ecological balance of our neighborhood. We ask Jennifer McKelvey to defer any action of any installation of new sidewalks on Ridgewood Road. That way our community and the IEC can work in a unity and a solution that is acceptable for both the IEC and protects the legacy of Ridgewood Road, as well as Toronto's diverse place of unique neighborhood streets that shape our city and its vibrant place. I truly think, Jennifer, that you're a bit out of touch when it comes to the residents. I don't mean that in a rude way. I'm actually very proud to call you our councillor. The fact that you're deputy mayor, that brings me joy. But I think in this situation, we need to sit down, talk about what we want to do as a community, and implement something that doesn't ruin our streetscape.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, I have questions of staff. The recommendation before us today is to receive the report. That's before us, correct? That is the only recommendation, is just to receive your report.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. It was primarily designed to give an update on the costing of the sanitary sewer, because that was the direction we had received from council. They gave us funding to do the preliminary design to come up with a cost estimate so we could see the impact to homeowners. And so we hadn't formally reported back on the findings of that work. So we did that, but we took the opportunity to discuss the considered bundling of the work together with sanitary and sidewalk work.
So this all started because in I think it was 2019 or 2020, residents saw people marking the street because the city was doing surveys and starting the design of a sidewalk. So do you need authority for us to do design?
No, the City Council policy in effect is that the General Manager Transportation Services has authority to install sidewalks on local roads at the time of road reconstruction, which is what is programmed.
Okay, so you have the authority to install a sidewalk with road reconstruction, and you have all the authorities you need to do design. So have you seen my motion? Does my motion go over and above by asking you to do walkabouts with the neighborhood to talk about any specific impacts and involve in that process? Is that over and above our regular process?
Yes, our regular process would ask that we get feedback from adjacent homeowners where there are impacts to their properties, but what you've motioned is certainly over and above our regular practice.
Okay, so next year you will put a notice out when you've done some preliminary design work, you will do a walkabout, and then you will have a community meeting to share the final design and any construction impacts, et cetera.
I understand that's your motion and the will of council, yes.
Okay. I have in there to try to minimize any tree or property impacts. Is that usual thing anyway? That's just really kind of making sure it's crystal clear that that's important and we want to accomplish that?
That is our practice, but we appreciate the direction. Thank you.
Okay. Are sidewalks always unpopular?
No, they're not always unpopular, but there are sometimes concerns with local residents. But typically, we do get a chance to talk through what the design of the sidewalk is, and we see that most residents come around and understand that we're minimizing impacts and appreciate the new infrastructure on the road.
And why do we install sidewalks?
Primarily for accessibility and safety. We're building roads to last for multiple generations going forward, and so ensuring that we provide for future generations as part of our road construction is the best way to go forward.
So does that mean children in strollers as well as adults with mobility devices?
Absolutely. And to you, Madam Chair, I think the other thing that's quite important, and it was one of the discussions we had around Avenue Road, is that we take the opportunity when we are doing road reconstruction to bundle the work so that we can have the best value for dollar. And it's a decision that we're making for the next number of decades, because the local roads and the sanitary sewer will now be reset and we won't be coming back out here for quite some time.
And if I were to just defer today, basically I'd be deferring receiving the report, so it wouldn't give certainty on the closure of this sewer installation, but you'd still have, even if I defer this today, you still have the authority to go out and do design. So by moving a motion to have this added consultation, we can make the design better to suit the neighborhood.
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't recommend deferral? Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Okay, speakers to this item. I'll just speak quickly. I just want to thank residents. I understand the concerns. We have never installed a sidewalk or a bike lane or any infrastructure project in my community without opposition or a new development. But what's important is that we continue to have conversations on the best way forward. I'm thankful that city staff have agreed to go out next year to have walkarounds to look at how to minimize all impacts. Getting an exemption from a sidewalk is not something that is easy. We have seen today, councillors that were receiving, a lot of pushback on sidewalks, on the missing sidewalk program earlier, that we're also receiving pushback on cycling programs. And to defer something or to exempt something, you need 13 votes, and you need to pull it out of a capital plan that authorities are already there for, and as you heard, isn't even before us today to give the authority. So I appreciate the concerns. We will have engagement next year, and then I'm hopeful that we'll get the best design possible to go forward. So I have a motion that, thank you, staffs, to minimize property and tree impacts on Ridgewood Road to the greatest extent possible. For example, if needed, monolithic sidewalks, but they're not the prettiest. So if we can have smaller boulevards and then sidewalks, whatever works best, and show that to community. Share the recommended design with Ridgewood residents in a mail notice in the second quarter. Host walkabouts so that we can look at all the specific concerns throughout the community, and then host a public information session in Q4 of 2025 with the final design. So that is my motion. Additional speakers? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. So thank you for your leadership in this area. We have in Etobicoke as well very similar circumstances with many of our long-established streets that do not have sidewalks, and I really appreciate sort of the process that you are facilitating here today. And similarly, as we've talked about through the course of today, we need to ensure we're continuing to plan and invest in a city that is accessible to all people, whether that's folks with disabilities, whether that's moms with strollers, and for folks as they age and place in their homes. And so I think this is an important way forward, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Just think, I know people don't like change, but this is a change that's required basically on the Ontario Disabilities Act, that we're supposed to ensure there is safe mobility with people that are physically challenged, and sidewalks are a way of ensuring people with walkers or sidewalks or mothers with strollers, etc., can safely navigate the street, because we all get older, we all sometimes encounter mobility issues, so that's why sidewalks are required wherever possible. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the motion, I see Councillor Sachs is just standing beside the table. I just need you at the table for the vote. On the motion, all those in favor, all those opposed. Actually, can I get a recorded vote? Councillor Sachs, Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor Cole, and myself, thank you. And we now have a marathon of deputations, because All of the remaining items will go to council, so if we need to, we can ask questions and move motions there. But what we don't want to do is run out of time, defer things, and people have sat here all day and not had deputation. So the deputation marathon is now beginning, 3 minutes each, starting with the on-street logistics mini hub on St. George Street pilot. And we have up first Hamish Wilson. Hamish, you know the drill, 3 minutes.
Deal to have this issue go ahead, except it is an encroachment of the bike lane, a small encroachment of the bike lane, because the parking bay as designed is a little too narrow for the width of the trailer. So if you could make conditional approval on either the folks getting a smaller trailer, less wide, so we have more clearance on that fairly narrow bike lane as we go southbound, or moving the trailer, the existing trailer a bit so that one side is actually, one edge is on the heavier curb, which is usually about a foot deep. That would be tremendous. That would, like, okay, no problem. As it is now, it's not as bad as the indented parking bays, which aren't well cleared when we have winter. But otherwise, it could be an encroachment on the bike lane, just a little bit. And we also have the issue of sometimes needing those extra inches for the e-scooters and the e-bikes passing some of us slower folks at speed. So it's not the worst privatization in the world, but just please a little bit of a pushback on it. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to the next set of deputants on 14.6, Renew Golden Mile. We have Salima Karaj, followed by Josh Kaufman, followed by Katarzyna Sliva. Celine, hi, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair McKelvey and members of the Infrastructure Environment Committee. My name is Salima Karaj. I'm Vice President of Development at Starlight Developments, and I'm here today as our organization represents DD Acquisitions that owns lands abutting the south boundary of Creighton Drive and Rannoch Street in the Golden Mile Secondary Plan area, which is west of Pharmacy Avenue, north of Eglinton. And Creighton and Rannoch are one of the roadways that are subject to the environmental assessment in this item. Starlight is a privately held company and the developer and asset manager of over 70,000 rental units across the country. DD Acquisitions is also a member of the Golden Mile Landowners Group, comprised of a number of major landowners in the Golden Mile area to establish a collective voice to address development-related matters. Most notably, the Landowners Group is working together to coordinate the delivery of new and modified infrastructure across the secondary plan area, and members of the Landowners Group are responsible for the majority of the overall 35,000 plus new residential units, parks, schools, commercial and retail amenities, and community facilities that are envisioned for the transformation of the Golden Mile area and supporting the investment in Eglinton Crosstown LRT. For your reference, our organization made a detailed written submission to IEC on this item, but a brief couple of comments to speak to in person. Starlight has an active rezoning application under review by the city for a 100% purpose-built rental project for a total of 1,556 units, including 248 rental replacement units within high and mid-rise buildings. And this project supports the city's investment, of course, in the LRT and will provide modernized indoor and outdoor amenities for residents, retail amenities, a new park, and new pedestrian and road connections. We would like to reiterate our support for the city's recommended alignment number 2 for Rannoch and Creighton. We do have some technical concerns to resolve, but feel that these can be addressed effectively through continued communication with City of Toronto staff. Critically, however, the alternative to alignment 2 is alignment 1, which significantly impacts the proposed development program for our site and jeopardizes the configuration of 2 of the planned buildings with an inability to relocate these units and density elsewhere in the project. All of the density and height allowed through our official plan settlement, OPA 638, is required to support the feasibility of this much needed rental housing project and the investment in 248 rental replacement units. Therefore, we reiterate our support for alignment number 2 and stress that the advancement and conclusion of the environmental assessment process in a timely manner is imperative to allow for a development to proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions to the deputant? Thank you for joining us and waiting.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josh Kaufman.
Chair.
He had to go. Mark Yarrington. Oh, sorry, I missed somebody.
Thank you. I was about to say I'm not Mark Yarrington.
Okay, but you are Katarzyna Sliva?
I am.
Okay, I'm glad you're paying attention on who's next. So thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am Katarzyna Sliva. I am a municipal planning lawyer, and I'm here on behalf of Samuel Sarek Limited today. I am joined by our client's consultants, Margaret Bergman, a transportation engineer, and Mark Yarrington, who will be next, a land use planner. We filed a written submission with the committee last week, dated May 23rd, 2024. I trust that you have that submission and have reviewed it. So in the interest of time, I will hit the highlights and pass it over to Margaret and Mark for their professional comments and analysis. Our client has significant concerns regarding the proposed alignment of the O'Connor Drive extension in the EA from Lebovic to Birchmount. Last year, our client finalized a settlement with the City of Toronto regarding Site and Area-Specific Policy 777, or SASP 777, which resolved its appeals of OPA 231 and designates the land's regeneration area. Alignment 1 is not consistent with the redevelopment plans for the lands and the settlement. Had our client known about this proposed alignment being the final alignment, the settlement would likely not have been reached. The Sarek lands are at 1911 Eglinton Avenue East. They are the former Ontario Courthouse building and commercial uses abutting the intersection of Warden and Eglinton Avenue East. 2 major arterial roads, as well as the intersection of Lebovic and Eglinton. There is easy access from the lands to the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, with the Golden Mile and Hakimi Lebovic transit stations actually bookending the lands. Both of those stations are major transit station areas. I raised 4 buckets of concerns in the letter, and just really quickly, my first concern being the lack of consultation with landowners and stakeholders. We understand that other landowners share these concerns, and some of them have written to you and will speak today. Over the last 5 years, Sarek has continually raised concerns with city staff, written 9 letters, all of which are attached to our submission, and sought to engage in meaningful dialogue with the EA team. Sarek's concerns have been disregarded. It did not receive a meaningful response from city staff. Sarek's requests to meet with city staff were ignored until a meeting on March 28th, 2024 this year, when the EA team finally met with Sarek's consultants. At that meeting, we learned that alignment 1 would be the proposed alignment. Our client was shocked to learn this through the meeting from staff, as it had not had an opportunity to have any meaningful discussions up until that point. The second concern raised in the letter, and what you'll hear more from Mark and Margaret on, deals with alignment 1 being premature, as technical aspects of the transportation assessment are incomplete. The alignment also reduces needed housing needs and employment opportunities. I see I'm running out of time, so I'll say the fourth concern was with respect to additional significant financial burdens. We think this proposed alignment, in comparison to others, in particular alignment 4, will cost the city about $10 million more. About $50 million alone will be required to expropriate our clients' lands, in addition to other lands that will need to be expropriated. So in short, we're asking that the committee defer the decision on the EA as it relates to this segment of the EA until staff have carried out the appropriate consultation and address the considerations outlined in our letter. And I see I'm out of time. Thank you.
Questions to Deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is now Mark Yarrington. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Mark Yarrington, President and Land Use Planner with the firm of KLM Planning Partners, here on behalf of Samuel Sarek Limited. My comments will be limited to the O'Connor Drive extension to Birchmount component of the EA. It's taken nearly 2 decades for the Eglinton LRT to come to fruition, and we need to make sure that we get this remaining transportation and land use planning matters right. From my perspective, it doesn't make sense to force this road, as identified in alternative 1, through the heart of 2 protected major transit station areas when there are alternatives that better serve the planned mixed-use function and employment areas. From a land use planning perspective, I believe more time is required to allow for consultation, further consideration, related to the alternatives and the criteria to mitigate some of what I believe are unintended consequences of alternative 1. With respect to the policy framework, the policy intent of protecting major transit station areas is to ensure that redevelopment density is maximized and that the investment in transportation can be leveraged to support growth and encourage transit use. As an example, alternative 1 includes the removal of close to an acre of road, which results in less developable area adjacent to 2 protected major transit station areas. Under this comparison, the endorsement of alternative 1 will have unintended consequences, which include reducing the parkland required by the city, a loss of approximately 20,400 square meters of less GFA, which equates to approximately 161 fewer jobs, 470 fewer persons, and a reduction in the affordable housing that's required under our site and area specific policy. It will also result in the reduction of non-residential GFA required by the policy, and up to a loss of approximately 22,000 square feet of retail or commercial, which again, we believe would be a significant loss for the community. The economical criteria fails to consider the economic consequences, the economic considerations such as employment, development charge revenue, tax revenue, and land acquisition, which has its own costs. Again, alternative 1 compared with alternative 4 results in fewer jobs, a loss of approximately 19 million in development charges, a loss in property tax revenue in perpetuity, and again, as Katarina Sliwa alluded to, alternative 1 is approximately 10 million more, or 2.3 times the cost of alternative 4.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Margaret Brigman. Thank you for joining us, Margaret. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Brigman. I'm a principal with BA Consulting Group, and I'm a transportation engineer. I've been retained by Samuel Sarek Incorporated since 2019. They're the owners of the property at 1911 to 1921 Eglinton Avenue East. And I've reviewed the EA materials that have been made available, and I've attended meetings with city staff. With respect to the recommendation to consult on the preferred alternative for the O'Connor Drive alignment to Birchmount Road, I have some technical comments that I'd like to offer today. Identification of a preferred alternative is premature at this point in time in the EA because the technical work hasn't been completed. It's my understanding that functional design that reviews signal spacing and the geometry, the road geometry and the short sections on Warden Avenue and Birchmount Road. It's my understanding that work is ongoing but hasn't been completed. It's also my understanding that the assessment of how north-south roads will connect the east-west road segment is not part of the study scope, but it should be. And when I refer to north-south roads, those are the north-south roads that are identified in the secondary plan. And particularly for my client, they have a north-south road that's identified in the secondary plan through their property, which would, in theory, connect on what's been identified or is being carried forward as a preferred alignment on a curvature. So this should be added to the study scope. So a preferred alternative should not be identified until this work has been completed and has been made available for review. Secondly, the EA could be segmented to allow the west segment to proceed while this work that I just described for the east segment is completed. The entire segment between Pharmacy Avenue and Birchmount Road is 1.6 kilometers long, and it connects to 4 arterial roads. And so there's an opportunity to segment that. More work has been completed on the west segment already, And so it'd be fair, I think, to segment it. The entire EA doesn't have to be delayed, but the work I've described is necessary. And lastly, the best way to facilitate delivery of this road is to review the alternatives and refine the alternatives in a meaningful technical consultation. There was a number of alternatives that were reviewed by city staff, and one of them can be made to work. Some version of them, a refined version of them, can be made to work while recognizing existing uses and development proposals. And it's in everyone's best interest to deliver this road as quickly as possible. And the way to do that is through meaningful consultation, a technical consultation with city staff, and we're looking forward. We would be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, the deputant? Seeing none, question? No, you can just go ask them. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Our next deputant is Michael Sidlu. Online? Yeah, go talk to him. Michael, online? 3 minutes. We just need you to unmute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cedillo. I'm a registered professional planner representing the owner of 40 Eglinton Square, which is at the southwest corner of Eglinton Pharmacy Avenue, and that is Metro Supermarkets. Metro currently has active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, site plan approval, and draft plan of subdivision applications for mixed-use development of its property. We have previously submitted 2 commenting letters in response to landowner and public meetings related to the Golden Mile EA study, and specifically the O'Connor Drive extension near Pharmacy. But in short, I'm simply here today to echo the comments from our letters and to express that of the proposed options in the EA study, we agree that option 1 for O'Connor extension is the most logical option, as the city concluded. It's the most similar to the street network in the GMSP and also has the least impact on the Metro property, particularly given Metro's active development applications. However, we believe the most logical and most appropriate alignment of the O'Connor Drive extension at Pharmacy Avenue is the alignment proposed in Metro's current plans. As mentioned, the city has our letters, which detail our opinions further. We look forward to continuing to work with staff throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions, the deputant? Seeing none, the next deputant is Calvin Lance. Thank you for joining us, Calvin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Calvin Lance. I'm a municipal lawyer with Stikeman Elliott, and I represent RioCan. In particular, I'm talking about 800 Warden Avenue. It's a commercial center that is fully leased by RioCan. The first formal notice that we received of this EA process came to us on May 17th, about 10 days ago. This was circulated to our group, and we've submitted a letter of concern to the committee. Our concerns are outlined in that letter, and I'm not planning to go through it in detail. I'm just going to highlight a few points here. Essentially, we're echoing the comments we've made already about the O'Connor extension alignment and the preference by staff to choose number 1 alignment. We disagree with that. RioCan believes it's premature to do so, principally because a major stakeholder here, RioCan, has not been consulted. The first we heard about this was 10 days ago. The report itself is not transparent in terms of the technical impacts, the traffic that, there's no information there about how the alignment was arrived at, different options for that alignment, how it impacts traffic flow, and how it would result in remnant parcels and impact the economic viability of the land uses in the area. Now, what's interesting is that there was a phase 1 and phase 2 class environmental assessment that was done as part of the Golden Mile secondary plan. And in there, the O'Connor extension alignment was identified as being conceptual and undetermined. And so RioCan, when they saw that, they believed that there would be or at least they anticipated, that there would be a meaningful process of engagement with the city staff as part of this EA process going forward. So they were very surprised when this report came forward, not only without their involvement, but with a preference for an alignment. And so we have put in our concerns. I do want to make it clear to this committee, we're not looking for a deferral of this report. What we would like, and we appreciate that staff want to bring a final report in December of this year, and we'd like staff to keep that timeline because we're eager to wrap up the EA because we're doing development in the Golden Mile. What we want is the O'Connor extension alignment to be looked at by staff and engage RioCan for their comments. I've put together a motion, I've sent it to Sandra, and it speaks to that very point. We're looking for meaningful engagement, but not to delay the timeline for the EA study. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the Deputy? Councillor Candeval?
I wanted to clarify your comment in relation to the period in time when you understood the alignment was undetermined to when you learned that the O'Connor extension was a certainty or was being planned for.
Well, we understood that it was going to be the subject of a study. And I understand from my client that RioCan was not engaged by staff. They may have interacted with neighboring landowners, but the proposed alignment goes right through our client's land, and our client has no record of communications with staff, no formal engagement with our client until 10 days ago. So we haven't had even a sit down with staff yet to go over our technical concerns and to put on the table through our consultants, some other options. Our client's quite eager to have these discussions. They're happy to initiate them with the city even next week if that works. We don't want to delay the EA study, right? Because, RioCan has a big investment in the area, and they have a big interest in the delivery of housing in the Golden Mile.
And just very quickly, approximately how long was that from when it was a theoretical concept to you learning of the potential outcomes of the study?
Unfortunately, I can't give you the time frame. We're talking
2, 3
yeah,
years?
2 or 3 years. Okay. We're not talking months. We're talking a lot of time. But it came as a surprise to us that staff were recommending an alignment without talking to the stakeholders.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, our last speaker on this item is Kelly Martin. And sorry, just Councillor Candeval, so we're running all of the deputants for all the items, just in case anything needs to be deferred or we lose quorum. So we have Kelly Martin, and then we'll go back to Hamish on item 14.7. Thank you for joining us, Kelly. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name's Kelly Martin. I'm here representing Choice Properties on this matter. Choice is the owner of the Golden Mile Shopping Center, generally located at the northeast corner of Eglinton and Vic Park, south of Creighton Drive, east of Pharmacy Avenue. For some contextual background, Choice has been actively advancing development applications for this property since 2016. And we are in a unique position among our peers in the Golden Mile landowners group, given the how far advanced we are in our approvals. So in 2022, after following an extensive process, working with city staff and other stakeholders that culminated in a settlement, the OLT approved our OPA, ZBA, and draft plan as subdivision to facilitate the redevelopment of this property. Through these approvals, road alignments, rights of way, and street phasing were established, the details of which were the product of extended discussions with city staff. A portion of this approved road network includes the east-west street of Golden Mile Boulevard, which is considered as part of this EA. We're happy to see the EA proceeding and commend staff for the progress made to date. But with that said, we do have some concerns with the recommended design, which we have formally summarized in a letter to the committee. Given limited time, I'll speak to just one of the concerns that's outlined in this letter. It relates to the proposed bike lanes along a specific portion of Golden Mile Boulevard within our site. So I want to be clear, we love bike lanes, we understand the need for them, we appreciate the benefits they bring when it comes to safety and connectivity, and as such, we have them thoughtfully planned throughout our master plan for this site. As mentioned, our concern of the inclusion of bike lanes is for a specific portion of Golden Mile Boulevard. So the staff report includes preliminary recommendation that the boulevard has a cross-section with bike lanes on both sides of the street or across the entirety of our development. This differs from our approved OPA, which only has bike lanes on the eastern section of Golden Mile Boulevard within our property. And this was driven by the unique configuration within the limits of our site. So Golden Mile Boulevard in general is a 27-meter right-of-way throughout its entirety, but that only differs in the specific portion of our site where it is 20 meters. So in our approvals, the bike lanes are included on our site in the 27-meter area, but not in the 20-meter area. Given this, our OPA expressly recognizes that the exact location and design of these streets can be implemented through our plan of subdivision process in advance of the completion of any EA. So this is exactly what has occurred. We've been advancing detailed design for the past 12 months for the portion of Golden Mile Boulevard that is 20 meters on our site, and are continuing to advance that to get to our approvals. Our simple request is that the committee directs city staff to incorporate the right-of-way alignment and design of Golden Mile Boulevard as set out in our approved OPA, ZBA, and draft plan approvals as they relate to our property.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes deputations on this item. We'll move to 14.7, Hamish Wilson, 3 minutes. And this is on the circular economy.
Yes. Thank you. This is in theory very good because in nature waste is food and we want to proceed towards sustainability because that is key. But we're also caught up in what sometimes I call capitalism and churn. So how do we go from what we are now to where we want to be? And it's very, very difficult because so many of the levers and the forces are well beyond the city government's purview and control. We are not in Germany where Article 20A for the federal, the basic law for the Federal Republic of Germany says, quote, mindful also of its responsibility toward future generations, the state shall protect the natural foundations of life. That is a very key thing from Germany that actually really does give a foundation for sustainability that we totally we're missing here, and it may get worse. So we also have issues with how we have our cities structured within our institutional framework. This goes back a while. Yes, we have a real issue with the status of cities and the shift and shaft that can sometimes occur, drive-by downsizings and all that stuff. Quote unquote from Phil Ferguson, Executive Director, Canadian Urban Institute, 1994, often the jurisdiction or authority necessary to fully address an environmental issue is highly fragmented. Provinces must re-examine their urban regions with sustainability in mind. So it really is uphill. So to try to work within what you've got, which is a really constrained situation, there are two ways where you really could have action without trampling or raising too many feathers. One is to move to actually really start counting up all your concrete emissions. How much concrete does the City of Toronto use, all the agency boards, commissions, departments, and external contractors, how much is used each year? Because concrete's very heavy. It's outlined in this new book, the story of upfront carbon to a large degree. It's just fresh out. So yeah, we need to start counting the megatonnage. Just start within the city, let alone what the private sector does. The other thing that I think would be really good to do is to get to a demolition control of for existing structures, both for environmental sustainability as well as the housing housing preservation. No more demo evictions based on a carbon assessment of what's built.
Final thought.
Yeah, so yes, we really should get demolition control for sound buildings comparatively to the zoning. And that's overdue, and I can go on about this because this was from 1991. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the deputant? Next are on IE 14.9, Impact of Bill 165. We have three deputants, Sarah Buchanan, followed by Linda Nicholson, followed by Gail Fairley. Do we have Sarah? Thank you for joining us. Sarah, when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
I'm running. Okay, I'll try to keep this really short because my brain is broken, and I think probably everyone's brains are a little bit broken at this point. So this report is about Enbridge, it's about gas, it's about money, it's about how we can get more money from Enbridge, who is a gas company, and how we can get more money for the land that they actually use in Toronto. In reading this report, I actually learned that we don't get very much money from Enbridge. They are a private company who made over $16 billion in profit last year. But if I'm reading this right, they actually pay a lower property tax rate than I do for using city property. I definitely did not make $16 billion in profit last year. If I did, I wouldn't be here. So I think that they are basically getting a screaming deal for running about 500,000 gas hookups through public land. Gas hookups, which unfortunately, fortunately, will become obsolete and run the risk of being abandoned under our city property. And there are actually no clear rules right now. If I'm reading this report correctly, there's no clear rules on who is responsible for abandoned pipelines under city property, which could become a very large and very expensive problem in Toronto. And the irony here is the little amount of property tax that Enbridge does pay for running their infrastructure through city property ceases to become in place once those pipelines are no longer in use. So it means they won't be paying anything in property taxes once those gas lines are abandoned under city property. So it does raise some concerns for me, and in general, I would like to know the full cost of what Enbridge is doing on city property, not only from utility cuts, from wear and tear on pavement, but also the eventual removal of these gas lines. And also, there's one potential tool in here that really caught my eye, which I will quickly summarize in that we can do what Edmonton is doing if the province were to allow us to do it, which is to charge a land-based charge to Enbridge, which could bring in up to $300 million per year for the City of Toronto. That could buy a whole lot of heat pumps for the residents of the City of Toronto to help transition them away from gas. So I would say that keep this report dusted off for the time when we have a different provincial government in place, and they may grant the many requests that could come out of it to allow Toronto to do the things that other cities do to get money out of multi-billion-dollar fossil fuel corporations, which can then be put towards helping the good citizens of Toronto shift away from natural gas. I think I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. Questions to the deputant? Councillor Sack?
Any suggestions for what we should actually do, given the stranglehold the province puts on us?
Well, thank you, Councillor Sachs. That was a part of my deputation I did not get to. So I would say right now, focus on what we can do within city powers, which is to shift away, predictably and on a schedule that is that industry is already knows about through the Toronto Green Standards. You're going to have the opportunity to vote on TGS version 5 coming up in 2025. Make it as strong as you can. If you can't charge them a lot of money, just be excellent in shifting away using the tools that you have. And of course, for existing buildings, the performance standards that are coming, that are going to be coming your way, I believe, later this year. That's going to be a really important tool to shift buildings to electricity, to other cleaner alternatives. And also, if we can charge more for the pipeline property tax rate, I wasn't sure from this report whether we're actually charging as much as the province would allow us to. from the special property tax rate for pipelines. So if we haven't maxed that out, by all means, let's do it.
I wasn't sure either. I just checked. Apparently, we've maxed it out. We get $4 million or something totally outrageously pitiful. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions, Deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Linda Nicholson. Do you have Linda online? Hi, Linda. We just need you to unmute.
Yep.
Okay,
Done
we
it.
can see you and hear you. You have 3 minutes.
All right. So, thanks again. Glad to be here and to be able to speak on behalf of Climate Fast. We are concerned about Bill 165 and the we're concerned that it ensures an uneven playing field that benefits gas at a time when we need to be phasing out the use of fossil fuels completely in order to slash our greenhouse gas emissions. Toronto endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty in July 2021. This treaty calls for no new fossil fuel infrastructure, rapid phasing out of existing infrastructure, and support for the transition to a renewable energy future. The Transform TO Net Zero by 2040 plan calls exactly for this transition. However, during the budget period, it became clear that the city is continuing to install or replace fossil fuel infrastructure despite having endorsed the principles of this treaty initiative. This is not taking us in the direction we need to go. We need to rapidly decarbonize. Bill 165 promotes the installation of gas pipelines in new developments. We thank the Director of the Environment and Climate Division, James Nolan, for his excellent deputation during the hearings on Bill 165, which outlines the impacts on municipalities. Nonetheless, the provincial government passed Bill 165. There is another step the city can take re Bill 165, and that is to send a letter to the Auditor General requesting a review of the bill. Two opposition parties, the NDP and the Greens, have written to the AG asking for an investigation into the financial and environmental impacts of Bill 165. And likewise, more than 30 NGOs, including Climate Fast, as well as many individuals, have written to the AG asking for this review. We believe the city should ask for a review of legislation that interferes with the city's ability to meet our climate targets. This step would help bring to light the bill's adverse impacts and open possibilities for public debate, more public debate, and reconsideration of the bill. We thank the City of Toronto for the Green Standard, which is moving toward no new gas infrastructure in buildings by 2028, and we urge that this date be accelerated. Each new building built with gas infrastructure will have to be converted to meet the EPS standards currently in development long before the lifetime, putting a burden on the owners that could completely be avoided by installing an electrical system of heating at the time of construction. We also urge the city to accelerate the building performance standards for existing buildings. We urge the city to do everything possible to ensure that every new development it is involved with is heated by geothermal, district heating, or heat pumps and meets the highest level of energy efficiency, ideally the passive house standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of Deputant? Seeing none, our next Deputant is, last Deputant on this item, Gail Farley. Do you have Gail? Hi, Gail. Thanks for joining us and waiting so long. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'm a member of Seniors for Climate Action Now. We're a volunteer organization of seniors working to mitigate climate crisis because we want to leave to the next generation a healthy, habitable, and just world. We just lived through the hottest year since record keeping began, and 2024 is shaping up to be even hotter, much hotter. We're in a climate crisis that is beyond any other, and all levels of government have a duty to act urgently, decisively, and boldly. The burning of fossil gas to heat and cool buildings is responsible for over half of Toronto's greenhouse gas emissions. The Transform TO Net Zero strategy aims to rapidly reduce the use of fossil gas in buildings. A recent report from Toronto on emission reduction states that Toronto is not on track to meet these goals. A report by Toronto Atmospheric Fund found that across the GTA, total emissions from buildings rose 8% in 2022. Toronto plans to build 285,000 new homes by 2031. There's no way to reduce greenhouse gases if stringent controls are not put in place on all new buildings and developments starting immediately. Decreasing fossil gas use in the city must be a priority. There are two options. One is an outright ban on gas hookups. The provincial government has put roadblocks in place to prevent this. We urge this committee and council to do everything possible to adopt a bylaw banning new gas hookups. The Toronto Green Standard discourages the use of natural gas for heating, cooling, and hot water in new buildings. The plan will not prevent new hookups in new buildings until 2028, 4 years from now. A lot of damage will be done by then. Thus far, Tier 1 is the only tier that is mandatory. We urge this committee and City Council to bring forward new measures in Green Standards version 5 to implement net zero emissions for all new buildings, including all residential buildings under 10 units, as soon as possible. The timeline for making Tier 2, 3, and 4 mandatory has to be accelerated rapidly. And the emissions performance bylaw for existing buildings should be adopted and implemented within months, not years. Regarding Enbridge's use of public right-of-ways for its gas pipelines, this is a substantial subsidy to Enbridge that has been in place for 140 years. To what extent is Enbridge getting a free ride on the public purse? What money does that amount to? Enbridge's distribution infrastructure will increasingly be a stranded asset. What agreements are in place?
Final thought.
Should be in place to ensure that the cost of removing the pipeline doesn't fall to residents? We suggest that this committee request a report on the cost of the Enbridge subsidy, the feasibility of ending the subsidy, and a timeline for doing so. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Sachs.
I have a question. I understand that Climate Fast would like council to write to the Auditor General asking for an investigation of Bill 165. Can you tell us a little more about that recommendation?
Oh, I'm not with Climate Fast.
Oh, okay.
I'm with Seniors for Climate Action.
Okay. Do you folks have a position on this?
We would agree.
Okay.
That you should do.
Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That completes deputants on that one. We have two deputants on IE 14.10, authority to ban natural gas. Lana Goldberg, followed by Don Booth. Do we have Lana in the room? Thank you for joining us in the long wait. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Lana Goldberg, and I'm with Stand.Earth, which is an environmental advocacy organization. I work on our Safe Cities campaign, which supports municipalities to take climate action at the local level, including on buildings. As you all know, in Toronto, buildings account for 60% of emissions, mostly because of the use of natural gas for heating. So we were glad to see that the city produced a report to assess the authority of the city to ban the use of natural gas. We also recently commissioned a legal review, which examines the jurisdiction of Ontario municipalities, specifically on their ability to require that new buildings use non-emitting heating systems. Our report was produced by a lawyer who works at U of T and has experience studying municipal jurisdiction in Ontario. The review, which has been distributed to all of the council members, concludes that there are indeed two viable pathways for municipalities, including Toronto, to require new buildings don't use natural gas for heating. First option is to enact a municipal burning bylaw using powers granted under the Municipal Act. And option two is to utilize zoning bylaws under the Planning Act, like making fossil fuel burning appliances a prohibited land use. The report also includes the route of utilizing site plan controls, which is what Toronto used for the Green Development Standards, which we applaud and enthusiastically support. The slight and current drawback, which Gail just mentioned, is that the low carbon emissions limit that would de facto rule out fossil gas heating is currently only coming into effect in 2028. Meanwhile, Toronto is planning to build 300,000 new housing units, and if those new homes are built to run on gas, they will undoubtedly increase Toronto's emissions. So we would encourage this committee to consider a further and perhaps a more concrete step to explicitly require that new buildings not use fossil gas for heating in the shorter term. I obviously don't know what the city legal report says on this, but our legal review suggests this type of narrow bylaw is possible and falls under the legal jurisdiction of the city as it addresses local environmental needs. If any councillors or staff would like to talk more about this, I would be very happy to chat and share the email of the lawyer if you have any follow-up questions. And I'll end it there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Our last deputant is Dawn Booth. Do you have Dawn in the room online? Hi, Dawn. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to say that banning gas is a stick and we should use it. But I'd also like to suggest that we add a carrot. Enbridge has written an excellent carrot recipe for us. The recipe's so good that it makes renewables so attractive that no developer or renovator would consider gas for even a minute. That recipe is the amortization of connections to new gas hookups over a period of 40 years. We can repurpose that amortization to pay for new connections to thermal energy instead of gas. If we hook up to thermal energy, we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That is, at the same time, we will reduce the cost of electrification, and of course, we will not be hooking up to gas. I've learned a little something about thermal energy, that in the long run, it is the least expensive and the most climate-friendly way to heat and cool buildings. The current wisdom is for developers of small or medium-sized buildings to use air source heat pumps instead of gas furnaces. Heat pumps are great, but they are least efficient when it's coldest. Their demand for electricity peaks on the coldest days. Toronto Hydro needs to build transmission lines that can handle that peak demand, even if it lasts only a few days a year. Thermal heating and cooling, that is geothermal, district energy, and even heat from wastewater, doesn't demand so much from the grid at 20 below as it does at 15 degrees above. It's very similar. And the trouble with thermal systems is that they're expensive to install. They're inexpensive to operate, and they last a long, long time, but the initial costs are high. Ironically, this is very similar to Enbridge's gas network. It's inexpensive to build. It's expensive to build, but inexpensive to operate. That's why Enbridge uses their 40-year recipe, and that's why we should use it too. But who will pay and administer this program? The program is just like the old hydro program that offered free light bulbs. Hydro saves money, which means everyone saves money, because they don't have to build so much infrastructure. Then they take part of that savings and use it to subsidize this program. This is the same as light bulbs. Toronto Hydro can use their unregulated subsidiary, the Climate Advisory Services. And depending upon the amount of money saved, Hydro can offer a low interest rate or perhaps even a no interest rate, and then amortize the cost of these systems over 40 years. The trick is that Climate Advisory Service is not regulated. It's not subject to the whims of the Ford government or the Ontario Energy Board. Toronto Hydro has the financial means to raise inexpensive finance and has the billing infrastructure that such a program would require. How much would Hydro save? Last year, a major U.S. study compared the cost of geothermal or district energy to air source heat pumps. The savings was 11 to 13% in electrical generation and 33% reduction in transmission costs. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputants? Okay, seeing none, the deputation bonanza is over. We are now going to go back to the top of the agenda. Thank you, everybody, for all the time spent waiting to depute. Okay, IE 14.5 on-street logistics. Councillor Sachs, questions? Okay, speaking. Or just move the thing. No, we're on 14.5. Yeah, the mini street pub, not yours. Yeah. No questions. Just move staff recs. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? No, Parthy, you're up now. Okay. IE 14.6, questions of staff.
I was planning to take this on the road and late for a community meeting. There was concern shared by representatives of the landowners that there wasn't effective communication and consultation with them on this EA, particularly in regard to alignments. Can staff speak to that concern?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The EA study has gone through a first phase of consultation in which we had meetings with developers who had active applications, as well as sent out registered mail to the area, including some of the developers who spoke today, regarding the launch of the notice of commencement that we issued at the beginning of April 2023, and we had a public meeting at that time. The purpose of this report is to seek the direction from committee and council on a preliminary set of alignments that we've done some technical work on, and to engage more deeply with the community and with developers on feedback about the recommended alignments before we bring a recommendation forward to council. So we certainly are looking forward to that next stage of engaging further with all of the deputants who wanted to discuss their feedback on alignments in more detail.
Thank you. And as you know, I have a motion asking staff to commit to that deeper consultation engagement with the respective landowners. On a different tact, there's considerable discussion in our spaces in planning and housing on the need for complete, healthy, vibrant communities. Many in my community feel that is lacking as part of the greater Golden Mile secondary plan and scheme. The lands impacted by here are designated regeneration. Does staff recognize the importance that can play as we seek a more complete approach to planning and housing as part of the Golden Mile stretch?
I'll start to say, Councillor, that the environmental assessment that is before you comes from many years of integrated planning with city planning and transportation and other divisions in terms of the Golden Mile secondary plan and the transportation master plan that was approved by City Council back in October of 2020. So it does come from a very integrated perspective. It's not a one-off in terms of the environmental assessment that's here before you.
Is there anybody from planning to answer that question?
Through the chair, Councillor, in terms of the regeneration area study, it doesn't prescribe specific land uses or permitted densities, heights, or built form. That has to be done through the comprehensive review set up by the policies, both in the SARIC SAS, but applies to its lands that was approved through RPA 231 appeals, as well as the current pending official plan amendment before the minister, which redesignates the remainder of the lands that are within the secondary plan area from employment areas to regeneration areas on the same sort of study parameters.
But, regeneration is where we have greater scope to speak to those concerns on what is complete and what's not complete?
Sorry, can you clarify?
Sorry, to be more specific, a regeneration opportunity allows us to address non-res uses and the need for them.
Sorry. Yes, Councillor, through the chair.
And if the chair can permit one last question, or do I have 5? Okay. Were the north-south streets part of the EA that were referenced by a deputant earlier?
Through the chair, the north-south streets, there's a couple of north-south streets that are being addressed. By and large, a lot of the other north-south streets are considered local, and they don't trigger the full environmental assessment process and can be dealt with through Planning Act applications.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, speakers to this item. Councillor Candeval, did you want to speak?
Yes. Through Councillor Sachs, I'm moving a motion that I imagine she'll share, and it's asking staff to continue the consultation and in particular to be specific and lay out the need for engagement with the landowners as specified in the motion, as well as extending the scope of discussion east from Prudham Gate to Birchmount Road. And that's the nature of the motion that I'm looking to start. I'd like to comment that this is really goes without say a tremendous transformation of a large neighborhood in Scarborough that has gone sadly under the radar for many communities in my ward and around. And having a greater set of eyes and transparency and accountability, I think is healthy, not just for democracy, but healthy for good planning. Here's an opportunity that I know that has been expressed by the landowners, and in particular from my office and immediate communities, an opportunity to address what we feel is missing in the Golden Mile secondary plan vis-a-vis regeneration. And part and parcel of being an effective EA and study incorporates the impacts coming out of the EA on these lands that give us and the community a chance to address the missing non-res uses within this process. So it's my hope that there is an authentic and sincere engagement, communication, and true consultation with our staff, with the community, with my office, with the landowners to address what is in the interest of the community. And I'll close with that many in our community, not just in particular with this, but overall broadly with the Golden Mile, feel these incredibly transformative, far-reaching decisions, effectively creating a city within a suburb, has been conducted, deliberated, and decided upon by people who don't live in the area. And I think that's an important principle to reflect on how and for who decisions are made for. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, as advertised, I'm moving a motion on behalf of Councillor Pandeval. It's on the board there, and the point is to have more consultation with the affected landowners, consider other options. There are at least several places where the alignment could move from north to south, and at least the information provided to me is that some of them would be much more expensive for the city and much more disruptive to future housing development. So I understand staff are willing to do some more discussion and study and to evaluate the options, and that would be useful. I certainly don't think we have enough information to make a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, so on Councillor Sachs's motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. The item is amended. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. I do not know if anybody does need to continue to hold or discuss 14.7 Circular Economy Roadmap. Are there questions? Speakers? No? Good? Okay, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Morley's moving. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. IE 14.9, we can do probably 9 and 10 together, they're related. Questions of staff?
No, as an act of mercy to everyone in the room, I will not ask questions of staff or speak.
Okay. Okay, so item 14.9, you have a motion, Councillor Sachs? 2 motions? Okay.
Yes, I have 2 motions on 14.9. And they're posted, and they're also on the screen. So the first one is to ask the province to let us charge the gas company the same way Alberta and Manitoba and other provinces do. It could be $200 or $300 million a year to the city, which we absolutely need. The fact that we give this for free is just another fossil fuel subsidy. It's time to change it. The second thing is the city does have the power to charge the gas utilities for the long-term degradation of their pavement that they caused by the cuts, but that number hasn't been updated for some time, so I'm asking staff to check whether we are recovering all of the costs given how much construction costs have skyrocketed in the city. Oops. And the third one is, thank you, just to cooperate with the Clean Air Partnership and other municipalities to explore collectively some action on this problem, which isn't just a Toronto problem, it's a problem right across the province. So those are my motions.
Okay, and I have a...
Right, okay, yes, but, right, and the other one was as requested by the deputants that we encourage the Auditor General to review Bill 165 as it dramatically increases costs for the people in Toronto, as well as worsening climate damage and air quality, providing a subsidy for fossil gas expansion where it doesn't make economic sense.
Okay, I have a motion just on Councillor Sachs's longer one, to have city staff give it a review, look at the resources that are required and the timelines, and then just write back with any recommended changing on the recommendations. I agree with them in principle. I just want to make sure that they're good with the timelines that are associated with it and have the appropriate resources to deliver on that. So did you want time to look at it? Very good. Okay, so I think we vote on mine first because it's incorporating Councillor Sachs's, or what's the order for that? Okay, so we vote on Councillor Sachs's first, so we do the Auditor General one first. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. The second one on the utility charges, all those in favor, all those opposed. And then mine, which is just asking staff to have a look through that language and timelines. All those in favor, all those opposed. Item is amended. All those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay. Last item is IE 14.10, which again, it's to receive for information. I don't know that anybody had any questions. 1410. Oh, this one would go to council. Okay. But did anybody have any questions? Okay, move the recommendations. Deputy Mayor Morley, all those in favor, all those opposed. I am confirming that we have completed the agenda. We have completed the agenda. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations.